Hi, this is Roger Moore, and you're listening to James Bond Radio.
Hello, James Bond Radio listeners, and welcome to another roundtable discussion where today we'll be talking once again about No Time to Die. Now, with our last roundtable discussion, we had a few people call in and comment and message to say that maybe it was a little bit biased towards the love for the film. Obviously, last time we had some of the JBR family on board, and there were one or two comments that people weren't sure about, but overall, the sort of feeling was that people enjoyed it. Now, there are certain people out there who maybe didn't enjoy it as much as us and want to hear more from the people who are not major fans. So what we've done today is we tried to get a really good balance of people, those that like it, those that aren't too sure about it, and those that really are not too sure about it. So yeah, so we're going to get started. We're going to delve in. We're going to dig deep and hit all the areas that we want to. But first of all, before we get into the film, I've got to pass it on to my colleagues here. I'm just going to go through everyone who's joining us today. We've got Chris Wood, who you'll know from the most recent Bond of Music episode. We've got Marlene and Ralph, our compatriots from Germany, although Marlene is in Scotland at the moment. We've got Mr. Dobson there. We've got Paul Jamieson, who moved all the way down to Melbourne, and it's early in the morning there, so nice one, Paul. We have Agent Gale, who you all know from the amazing documentaries that he's done previously for us. And we've got Mr. Jamie Mitchell from Sweden. So, international bag. But first of all, I've got to go to a person here who basically everyone was watching the film. Everyone was talking about the film except one of us for a long time. So, Paul, I'm going to start with you. Obviously, you're over in Australia. What did it feel like? Firstly, to try and avoid the spoilers, because I know you knew some things, but obviously you didn't want to know a lot of things. So you had, what, a month, maybe more, maybe 8 weeks of people...
North Wales.
11 weeks of people having seen the film, chatting about the film. Social media was blowing up on everything No Time to Die. What was it like for you, and what did you do to keep your sanity?
Chris, it was a nightmare. It was. I described it to Brian as every time I opened Facebook or any social media point, it was like getting smacked with a rope from Casino Royale. It was like, wham, there's some more spoilers, or wham, there's Chris out with the crew and watching. I think, was it in London? You guys went and saw it. So every time there was it was really hard. I was mentally prepared for it going up to leading into it. It was hard though. I mean, 4 weeks before we found out it was going to be delayed. Naturally, it was 4 weeks before release. And I thought I was going to be okay, but then leading all the way through, it was A, hard to avoid spoilers, B, gutted that I couldn't be there. You guys were watching it, and then C, just trying to get every little bit of flavour of what the film was like. And I don't know if it was unfortunate or fortunate. The first person I called, Brian, and I asked him what he thought, and I think it was Brian at 3 o'clock in the morning or whatever it was, and Brian was. I don't know how to describe it. He was somewhere in between shock, disappointment, half asleep. So, Brian made me nervous for about 4 days, and it wasn't until I spoke to you guys to get a sense of it, a bit more balance. So, I cannot wait to discuss this now that I've seen it 5 times, but it was hard. It was pretty hard for us over here.
Yeah. Well, we salute you, man, because that must have been tough. Obviously, avoiding spoilers is nigh on impossible with everything going on, but also just that weight must have been so hard. But okay, seeing as you've obviously mentioned Brian, I think a lot of people last time, Brian, we mentioned your name, Tom and I were saying about, your thoughts on the film. Obviously, we know you weren't a major fan. First of all, can you tell us what your initial thoughts were? Obviously, joined us in some of the lucky ones to go to the premiere, which was an amazing night. What were your initial thoughts, and how many times have you seen the film since, and has your opinion changed? And then after you've said your piece, pass it on to someone else, and then we'll hear what their thoughts are.
The spectacle of us all going to the premiere was obviously fantastic, and you couldn't get any better than walking the red carpet. So that was brilliant. But the film for me was a bit of a disappointment on a number of levels.
A bit.
A bit of a disappointment, a major disappointment. No, I have come to admire certain parts of it, and I have come to appreciate certain parts of it. I think in the interim between initially seeing it and where we are today. But my first reaction was just massive disappointment and maybe shock, maybe disbelief. I remember talking to you about it, and I had a certain vision of the film, and I don't know if that's been because of all the trailers or because the time was spent in COVID with it was about to be released and it was put back.
I've got no fence panels.
So long since Spectre, and I think in that time I'd pieced together what I thought the film was going to be, and then when the film was delivered, it didn't tick those boxes what I had envisaged. So ultimately, I came away disappointed. But everyone was saying to me, "You feel the love, you feel the charm on the second go or the third go," and I said, "Absolutely, let's go with it."
Which is good, because some people watched it once and have said, "No, I'm not watching it again." So even though you had that thought, you went for it again, and man, we commend you for that, because not everyone has done that. So well done.
Well, I had to, obviously, it did improve for me. So second time improved, third time, fourth time. It did. There was a lot more that I gleaned from it. But in terms of how I felt overall, didn't really change. And I think, I was talking to Tom about this as well. I think at the end of the day, it's how it makes you feel. And that made me feel, this isn't quite my cup of tea. Yeah. And a few people have said, I hate the film. I don't hate the film. I just don't feel that it ticks the boxes that I wanted my Bond film to be. And it's disappointing, especially when we've waited so long for that. I know there's so many opinions out there on this one. It's got to be one of the most polarizing films, films, let alone Bond films out there. And it's just left me, I think, just a little bit cold, to be honest. And that's my overall take.
Do you think things would have been different had you not? Because obviously I went in like super dark, like Fraser, like a couple of people. Didn't see any trailers. Obviously a couple of stills I might have seen, but overall didn't know anything. If it was the same for you, do you think your reaction would have been the same, or not?
It possibly might have helped going in dark. I think I was one of those who tried to glean every little bit of detail that I could on the film beforehand. Whether that was a good thing or a bad thing in hindsight, I don't really know. I think it probably would have been a bit more, an eye-opening experience to go into it completely cold. But ultimately, I just felt it didn't feel like the Bond film that I A, expected it to be, and B, wanted it to be. And I think that's there's a lot of great moments in it. So if a lot of people have said to me, "Oh, Brian, you hate that film, don't you?" I don't hate it. I definitely don't hate it. But it's just I don't get that feeling when I come out of it satisfied, because there's so many chunks in it. There's various pieces of it that I really enjoy, but the sum total of it I don't enjoy. I think that's probably the best way of putting that. But
that's fair enough.
Yeah.
No, sorry, I was just going to say there's two ways we could play this. We could, because I know certain people who aren't fans, and do we play all the negativity first and then try and get positivity, or do we go one up, one down? What do we think? Let's balance it out. In that case, okay. I can't follow Brian with you, Jamie, but I think I might be able to follow Brian with Marlena. So maybe we'll see. So Marlena, what were your thoughts on the film? Did you enjoy it? And name some scenes for me. What stood out that was good? And if there was anything you weren't too sure about, what was that?
All right, thanks, Chris. So overall, I enjoyed the movie a lot. Lots of really good scenes in there, like the Cuba scene, the car chase in Norway through the misty forest. That was great, absolutely amazing. Paloma's probably one of my top 5 favorite Bond girls now. That was really, really good. So lots of things to enjoy. About the ending, though. So I feel like I went through all stages of grief on this one. I remember John Ward calling me up the week before the premiere. He was telling me his theory about how he thought that Bob was going to die. And I was just thinking to myself, yeah, John, that's a nice theory, but I don't think they're actually going to kill him off. And to be honest, by the time we had sat down in the Royal Albert Hall, I'd forgotten all about that. And I thought, no, they're never going to do that. And then they did. And I was in complete shock and I didn't even know. So first was denial, right? And then I was in complete shock when I actually saw what happened and I couldn't quite believe it. And then the second time we all watched it together at the BFI, it was like proper, the grief actually hit me. And, you know, I may have shed a few tears, like a few others. And I've watched it. So I've watched it 6 times in total now. And I've come back up again. Rationally, I can, I see what they did. Emotionally, I think I'm still working through it. And yeah, I think it'll be okay eventually.
It's strange, isn't it? Obviously, most of the films we've seen hundreds of times, we all know what's going to happen, and it's only this time 6 years, but you know, every few years that we get to see a new one, and you've got that roller coaster of seeing it for the first time, what are the initial emotions, and then how much can it potentially change over, you know, 4, 5, 6 viewings? Does it go up and down, or does it remain constant? And it's always one of those sort of strange things with a new Bond film that until you just don't know, do you? Until you've seen it a few times. But yeah. So overall, are you sort of happy with the film, or?
Overall happy.
Yeah.
So there are a few things I think we could all criticize. So a few plot things where you think, maybe they should have rectified those, but overall, quite enjoyable.
Overall, brilliant. Yeah. Okay, you're talking about things which might need fixing. Jamie, you've got your arms folded, so I imagine you're ready to chat about No Time to Die. Give us your thoughts. Go on, man. Hit us with it.
Okay. I mean, I'm not going to say it's an awful film, because it's absolutely not. It's fantastic in a lot of ways. It's really, really good. But I've seen it 5 times now, and every time I've seen it, I see it and I don't think, oh, that's shit. I don't think that. But every time I leave, I just, you know, I leave it and it just sort of sinks in with me, and things just like, why did they do that? Like there's a lot of story problems for me, and it just doesn't sit well. And it's sort of, and I feel like it's sort of like, for example, a lot of people talk about Skyfall and they say, oh, I hate that, you know, that Bond is suddenly old or something like that. And they find problems with, especially people talk about Skyfall in that way. And this has been that for me. It's sort of, every time I've sort of seen it, there's things that's just bothered me. And when I watch Skyfall, I see what people say about that, and I don't care about it at all. I love it. But when I watch this, it's sort of, I watch it and I enjoy it, and then it's like,
Let us know. Let us know what. Name a couple of things then that are sort of really great on you.
Like for example, you know, like for example, you know, the Blofeld death is, you know, when I saw it the first time, I was like, they're going to do this. They're going to do it. They're actually going to kill him. And I was like, and I felt myself moving more and more forward. Like they're actually going to do this. They're actually going to do this. And then they did it. And it's like, oh my God, they killed Blofeld. And it wasn't, you know, they've done it for your eyes only, but you know, yeah. But this was really like, they really, really did it. And then and afterwards it just sort of sank in a little bit. And I was like, shit, that was kind of disappointing. Like, you know, and I've really gone through this, and I've actually, since, you know, seeing it and, you know, all these times, I've reread Majesties and I've reread You've Only Lived Twice, just to sort of make sure, like, am I being overcritical? Am I overthinking this? Have I got some imagination in my head of what it was in the books and how they've got this, you know, like in my head, have they got it wrong? And I've reread them, and I'm like, no, that was actually, why? You know, and these things sort of sit with me every time I watch it, and it's hard to let go. And I understand why people love it, and I agree with. I see that point of view, and I agree with it. But on the other hand, I understand when people come from the other extreme and say they hate it, and I'm sort of like somewhere in the middle. It's like I see that, And I'm just like, yeah, but like, oh, and I keep on thinking about other ways they could have done it. And it's all awful because they want to be that person. It's like, oh, they should have done this, they should have done that. But it's hard because they give there's so many little things, and it's not just a simple story. And so it's really hard when they do these things and it's not done for things like, for example, the Blofeld death, which we've waited so long for, and then it's like, right. And that's how it sits with me. And it's and there's lots of other things.
And oh, definitely. There's something else which I find where I think there are some films that I almost become more frustrated with a film that I really love, but there's just one or two elements I think they should have done that differently, because a film that has so much potential but doesn't hit the heights of that potential, I find is far more damaging or frustrating than a film that isn't at a higher level, but it's okay because you know it isn't, and it's one of those things where it's a fun to watch, but you know, it's compare that to something that is close, but they just didn't do certain things right. And certain films are like that with me. And is that the same for you with No Time to Die?
It is. And it's also, I think also, like, for example, we can have other Bond films and we all have our feeling about them. But for example, there are Bond films, and we can take the one just behind me there, Tomorrow Never Dies.
Very nice.
And it's if you're going to class it, if you're going to be like a film critic, I love it. I cannot, I love that film. But at the same time, it's kind of like a 3-star film. There's nothing. No one's going to say it's a 5-star film because of. But the thing with Tomorrow Never Dies is No Time to Die is that it pushes that, like, we are a great film. This is a great film, and then but it doesn't give me that great filmness feeling.
That's completely.
And that's a hard thing to accept. If it was just this is a Bond adventure, it would be a lot easier to be like, yeah, that happens. But it's the prestigiousness of the film and what they do, and it's hard to accept. And I'm not saying this is like, this is how I feel, because the next film will come along, and then this one will just roll into another film, and it'll probably be a lot lighter. But this is just where we are at the moment.
But even though James Bond is dead,
he's not dead, Chris.
Go on, Paul. What were you going to say? Sorry.
Yeah, no, sorry. I just picked. Me and Brian had this conversation a couple of weeks back on Blofeld. So narratively, I agree. Both Blofeld would have and should have been the main villain. Would have been a good thread through this. I think as Bond fans, we all see that, right? I think that's the obvious one. But the film wasn't really for us. Really, it was. I think the writers wrote himself into a corner with Blofeld. He wasn't well received, particularly in the States, as a character in the last film. And I don't think they could have brought that character back as a major villain from the incarnation that left Spectre. It just wouldn't have got some audience members excited, out with us, obviously. So they had to bring him back in some way because he's such a big character, but they made not the word harsh, because I still like him in Spectre. I know others have got a different view, but they made such a low-key entrance as a villain in Spectre that they had to bring him back in this way, and he almost had to have a low-key death. They gave him a nondescript exit in Spectre. They had to give him something here. And it wasn't big enough. It didn't land well enough for mainstream audiences. So that and hence the reason why we went with the other villain.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, I agree with that. But then at the same time, for example, Madeleine didn't land well at the time after Spectre. She wasn't. A lot of people didn't love her, but for example, I think she's fantastic in this, and it was a real 180 thing with her character. It was like, oh, I really like her, and I wasn't. I was with Spectre. I was a little bit. After all these women, this is, other people think she's great, and that's fine. But for me, it was like, after all those women, that's the one we're gonna settle down with. And so I felt like, and especially at the beginning when Blofeld, turns up and he's on the phone and he's being menacing, and it really does feel there was potential to make him good, and they just decided no.
Can you imagine though pitching this to the powers that be, saying we're going to bring back Blofeld,
agree,
who's
yeah.
a character. We're going to bring back Madeline, who's another character we didn't like. We're going to kill Bond.
Yeah, but at the same time, they couldn't necessarily have pitched it saying we're going to bring back one of the dead better girls, and he's going to marry her off, and the whole thing will be a nice big happy ending. I think they made the right decision by giving the character that wasn't all that good in the previous film the potential she should have had the last time.
Talking of pitching, does anyone feel, and this isn't a right answer or not, but does anyone feel that the picture of this film from the beginning was we're going to kill Bond and we're going to find a way to do it?
To make it fit.
Yeah.
Did you think that upon your first viewing, or is that something that you think now that we know it?
It's come longer from hearing things, and it just feels like that was where we like okay, that's what we're going to do. We've got to find a way to get there.
I think you're probably right, because from what a lot of people have said and we've read about Daniel's, it was Daniel's idea. That's been confirmed now, and I think that was always going to happen in his last film. In terms of that's what he wanted. I think that was the main thing, at least as far as I know, is what brought him back, because he initially wanted Spectre to be his final film, and it needed to be something massive to bring him back. And Barbara Broccoli, I think, basically went with a blank paper and pen and said, "What do you want? What will it take?" And I think doing that was one of the main reasons that he came back. In my mind, that's from what I can gather. But Dan, what about you? What did you think of the film, watching it for the first time, and how many times have you seen it since?
I have seen it the same number of times that I've seen Die Another Day.
Wow. Is that just the once?
I thought I would come to this. I thought about watching it just before we did this, and I thought, no, I'm going to come to it with what might be a unique, I don't know if it is, but a unique perspective.
Amongst us, yeah.
And that I've only got the only time that I've ever seen it to judge it on. And that time was a positive thing. And it wasn't really until I was listening to everyone else, including, the nauseating detail that this podcast went through to look at all the
sorry
quirks.
About that.
No, that's good. No, it's good. In a way, it was very good because I needed to hear that. I'm like everybody else. I can't form an opinion unless I know what everyone else around me thinks, and then I join in and go, yeah, I feel exactly the same way. And it's usually when someone else points out that didn't work, did it? And that you go, oh yeah, you're right, it didn't really. But I didn't notice a lot of the flaws with the film whilst I was watching it. I came away feeling not positive, because it's not a positive ending, but it was a much better film than the previous three, all of which I came out going, I think I've missed something. It didn't quite click with me. This one, the positive aspects definitely clicked with me. And it wasn't until later on that I realized the villain's plot doesn't make a lot of sense. There's, a couple of characters in it that are quite annoying.
We'll come to those later, I think.
Yeah, aspects that don't really work considering it had 4 writers, all that sort of thing. But then you could say that about the other films as well. Certainly the most recent ones. Some of them feel like they have been overcooked. Yeah. This one felt like it had been undercooked, even though in certain areas. But overall, I think the positive aspects for me definitely outweighed the negative.
And are you planning on seeing it again, or are you going to keep it a Die Another Day?
I'm going to wait until I'm going to wait for Christmas, get the Blu-ray, and just
nice,
take my eyeballs back. And,
Clockwork Orange style.
Yes, yeah, exactly. But I think that's like everyone else has said, that's the time that I will really form the concrete opinion, because then I will be armed with much more knowledge about the film. I've read up a lot more about the background of it, read all those amazing seen all those amazing interviews. There's a fantastic interview on the iPlayer, if you haven't looked at it, that Daniel Craig did with Ali Plum.
Oh yeah.
And that's a free hour-long interview, which is very, very good.
Excellent.
So that's definitely worth looking at if you can get a BBC iPlayer. So yeah, I think the next time around I will form that opinion, and it may go down a little bit when I realise, oh, you're right, that really doesn't work. But for the most part, I kind of wished the other previous three had been to the level that this one was at.
Okay,
and I'm prepared to sacrifice the lead character so long as the film is good, because I know it's not permanent. I don't really care, never mind, he'll be back in a couple of years, and so I'm not really that bothered about him.
I'd love it if it was a couple of years.
Yeah, a couple of decades. I'd never really thought that particular character was particularly well fleshed out in the past. In the first one, yes, but the ones after that, all sorts of bizarre choices for him as a character.
Yeah. Okay.
Which don't really ring true, and yet you look at the blank slate kind of Bonds from the earlier films, they're more believable because there's less characterization in them.
It doesn't always work, does it?
I'm kind of hoping there is a reset soon, because I think that we sort of need one. Yeah,
okay.
But I liked it.
Well, I don't know. I think we've done quite well with the ups and downs so far, but we've got a couple more to go. So I'm going to pass it on to Chris Wood. What was your opinion, Chris? Obviously, how many times have you seen it? Did you enjoy it first time? What are your thoughts on it now?
Yeah, so today was my 4th viewing. So I watched it at home. So that was the first home viewing. And then the other 3 have been in the cinema, yeah. So the first one, to be honest, was cocktail fueled and maybe a little bit blurry. And I came out of it like, I think that was really good, but I don't know. And then I read all the JBR stuff that said the second one's the winner. Got onto the second one and bombed. And was like super down the next day. Yeah, like really, it just didn't resonate with me. And then I went with a friend that's like a diehard Pierce fan that used to sort of hammer the N64 with me when we were kids. And I went with him to see it. And at the end, he turned to me, because he hasn't enjoyed the Daniel Craig era. And he went, oh, that was the one I needed. That's the most Piercey Daniel film. That was great for me. I loved it. And then I came away a little bit like Dan Gale said. I came away like, that sort of formed my opinion now. I'm kind of jumping on your train a little bit and I can see it through your eyes. So today's viewing was my life-affirming, I think it's a great film viewing. So yeah, I'm definitely on the positive camp for it, 100%.
Excellent. And what was it like? Because I haven't seen it at home yet. I've only seen it in the cinema. What was it like seeing it in your... Like, did you have anything special set up? Did you have your martini popcorn or anything like that?
Yeah.
What was your setup like?
So I've got this. We've converted our little back bedroom to a little cinema. So I got some like chairs from Cineworld. They were doing like a refit. So we stole some. Well, we bought some chairs, and we've done like a little makeshift cinema. It's just like a projector in a bedroom, basically. So I watched it in here with a nice big projection, some decent sound. So I had like a mini cinema experience. Wow. It wasn't as mind blowing. But it was also far less distracting, because every single viewing I had a nonce behind me just giving it beans with popcorn. I had crisps. I had everything the whole time. So it was the first time I could just sit there and take it in with no distractions. But yeah, for me, it's absolutely... I think it's a fantastic film, 100%.
It's amazing, the roller coaster of... Not sure, down, up a little bit, and then up again.
Yeah.
It's interesting as well, you say about the distractions. I've seen one of my cinema screenings was at an Everyman cinema, which is one of those ones where you get the plush sofa,
that was my first
comfortable.
One.
And like, it's lovely in terms of the, like, obviously it's a small room. It's really nice and comfortable. You can order your food and your drink. But I'm so glad that wasn't my first viewing, because I had people coming in with steaming hot dogs and drinks during the Norway scene at the start.
I had all of that.
If I'd had that at the start, I would have gone crazy. So what was that like? You must have been like, oh my God, get out of the way.
It was, and I had, to my right, he's a lovely guy, I've since become friends with him, but I had like a narration to my right, and it was a guy who was a diehard Bond fan, and every single little Easter egg there was, he said under his breath, like chuffed. So I'd be watching it and he'd go, Dr. No Dots. But on his own with a bottle of champagne. So I was getting it in my right ear the whole time. So that was a tad distracting. But yeah, I loved it. That was my first Everyman. And I thought, oh, this is going to be lovely. Like you said, sat on the plush sofas. But it does add to the distractions. At least with a standard Cineworld, they've got their popcorn at the beginning. They're done for the whole screening, aren't they? But yeah, no, for me, it's definitely top draw for me. I like it. I've got only good things, obviously negatives as well, but mostly positive things to say.
Okay, and it's good that you made up with the man, Easter egg man. I like that.
Well, at the end, he was in bits. Did you
put an arm around him to console him?
Well, Erin got the tissues out. I sorted him out with some tissues, genuinely. And then at the end, we got chatting with him, and he was a really nice guy. So I've since become friends with him. But and in fact, the next day, he messaged me again. And he was like, "Oh, I'm going to go again today. Do you want to come with me?" And I thought, I'll dodge that. I'll dodge that this time round.
Yeah. Cheers, mate. I've experienced that once already. But
yeah. I've had the director's commentary, so yeah.
Excellent. Okay, Ralfy Babes, on to you. Last one. What are your feelings? First time, and how many times have you seen it? And what are your thoughts now? And has it changed?
So I've seen it 6 times. The last time being yesterday. And it was a real roller coaster of emotions, because I remember the night before seeing it for the first time, I went up to Jack and Charlie's hotel room in London, and I told them, they had seen it obviously at the Royal Albert Hall, and I told them that the worst case scenario for me would be if they killed off Bond. So I went in with the complete opposite expectations. And I feel like what you bring to the film is what you get out of the film in many cases. Obviously, we all want to love the film, but with such a specific thing, such as Bond dying, I really wasn't happy with the film the first time round. And then everybody kept saying that the second viewing completely changes your opinion on it. So I went in and I loved it. And I talked myself into, this is the perfect film. But then the third time round, I saw it with people who were a bit more negative. So that made me a bit more negative as well. And in the subsequent viewings, I usually enjoyed the film when I watched it, but in between the screenings, I started to think about certain scenes and about what I would have done differently. And well, of course, as fans, we are not entitled to anything, and it's okay to criticize the film, but sometimes you just get ideas for scenes in your head that you prefer than the actual product. And yeah, I had that particularly in the last third with Saffin's plan, because I feel like it's criminally underdeveloped. And that's my main issue with the film. It's that all this background information seems to come out in making off interviews or books. And I just want that to be part of the film. And it feels like a demo version of a game, or where you need to buy additional downloadable content to experience
That's a good way of putting it. Really good way of putting it.
Because Ralph, you were telling me something about you'd heard an interview about Saffin's impotence or something like that.
Yes, I read an interview somewhere. I'm not sure where it was, that Saffin is supposed to be infertile.
I'd not heard of that one.
Right. Yeah, and I feel like that would have been a little tidbit that would add a lot to his character, because there's not really much, and you could just put that in a side sentence of exposition. And suddenly it opened all those doors in my head that he would be obsessed with Mathilde because he can't be a father himself, so he wants this child. But then I realized what they actually did with that was that when she bit him, he just let her go, and she didn't mean anything to him. So that's a lot of discrepancies in what I read about how the film was planned by the filmmakers and then what was delivered on screen, especially in the final third. Because the first hour or the first half, I have very little issues with. I think it's a near perfect Bond film for me, especially the Cuba sequence is top tier Bond and the pre-title is top tier Bond. But it kind of falls apart in Norway for me.
Okay. So, well, I tell you what we'll do now then. I'll hand it over to one person. We'll pick different scenes. And then we'll
asked Marlene what she thought yet.
Have we not? Well, Marlene has done.
Let's book at the very beginning.
What did Paul think? I don't know what Paul thought.
Oh,
said,
go on, Paul. Did you give us your full thoughts on it?
No,
Let's go with it.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
It's because you hadn't seen it for ages. We thought, he won't remember it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. What the hell film was that? I mean, I'm quite an interesting control experiment here, because, like you said, it was a number of weeks, so I knew going into the film to expect the unexpected. We'd been texting and emailing, and everybody said it's not the film you expect it to be. So unlike most of you guys, I went in there with I know this isn't going to be the film I think it is, even though I'd seen all the trailers. I'd been able to kind of knock that stuff out of my head about the expected Bond film that I thought was going to be in the trailers. Because when you watch the trailers, you get a sense of what the film's going to be. There's going to be material, it's going to be this, it's probably going to have that conclusion. And somebody kindly or unkindly emailed me at the end of the film in an email type of Bond. Yeah, Bond dies. But
I hope you've unfriended them or whatever.
Yeah, it was an old, but it was just you can imagine my reaction at that. So I knew the end of the film by that point. I didn't know how he was going to die. I suspected. So I went in pretty well prepared for the unexpected. And I have to say, the first viewing I thought was really, really good, and the second viewing probably a little better.
How many times have you seen it now?
Five. Third time was like, oh, this is good. And then the fourth time I was saying this to Brian as well. Oh my, hang on. Why is he, magnets, animals. Some of those character traits, I'm like, no, this is not, hang on, this is not working. So I've went from masterpiece to an excellent film to, hang on, I've got a few issues here. And I'm probably hovering about 7.5, 8.
And your fifth viewing was the same, yeah? Your most recent
fifth
one
viewing was good, actually. Yeah, I've managed to put some of that stuff away. But I think somebody said there, I think it's such a film that what you go into the cinema with, and what you go in even as and I've seen it on home viewing as well now, what you go in when you sit down and watch it, the mood that you carry in is exactly the mood that's going to kind of exaggerate as you watch the film. If you go in with a perceptive view of this, I'm not going to like this, and generally you will, I think. And you also will be coloured by others around you. That voice, those other voices will kind of sway you. This more than any other Bond film, I think. Like say, you can go up and down on subsequent viewings. So yeah, I'm somewhere between 7.5 and 8 out of 10, I think.
Okay, which is still decent.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah, definitely. But it hasn't. Is it below Quantum? That's what we want to know.
You can't be objective with these films like you guys. You can't rewatch these films and try and even Bond rank them, let alone do you see them as films? Because they're not really it's like separating your children. Which one is your favourite child? Right?
Exactly.
That's a lot of children.
I do have one. Yeah. My kids listening to this, I better be quiet. So I always judge it as I've got 5 Daniel films. Which one would I want to put on? And if I've got Quantum and I've got No Time to Die, my hand is going to go to Quantum. Probably more, because No Time to Die is a harder film to watch. You have to be in that space of mind. You have to be framed up for it. And as you guys said, you don't leave with the same. So you have to be, it's not a Thursday night, I'll put it on while I'm doing stuff in the background. It's, So Quantum probably is still there. Quantum Casino.
That's a good point, Paul.
Yeah.
I feel like this is going to be one similar to Majesty's, where you need to be in the right mood to put it on because it doesn't end on a high note. So it won't be a often rewatched film by me.
Majesty's has the Christmas aspect going for it, though. I can't wait to watch it next month. It totally does, doesn't it?
It does. It's just like it's Christmas. It's time to watch it. It's just time to watch it. It's just, it doesn't matter about the ending. Yeah, it's just
Chris, I tell you what, I've got loads of little, as of my 4th and 5th viewing, because I watched it quite at home with a pad and pen, as you do. I made lots of notes on little things that the directors have done. And again, I was having this chat with somebody else. A lot of the criticism the film gets is that it's very kind of pieced together and it makes no sense. Why is that Majesty's theme tune there? Why is it doing that? Actually, it's very subtle. There are these threads that go through it, very subtle cues or clues and cues that go through it. We'll go through that in a second. I think it's been, I think they spent a lot of time in just subtly dropping these things that tie the film together that you really get on your sometimes 5th or 6th viewing. But then there are other times where you've got characters that kind of point out the obvious, which is just counter to that point I've just said. Obruchev being one of them. Just what he does at the first half of the film just makes no sense to me.
No. Well, I tell you what, the plan now was to basically everyone can either pick a character or a scene that you either love or hate, tell us about it, and then pass it on to someone else and see what their thoughts are. So, Brian, we started with you. So, do you want to give us a character or a scene that you either love or hate and let us know about it, and then pass it on to someone else to see what their thoughts are?
Yeah, okay. Well, let's start with the positive. Matera. I think the whole Matera sequence for me is terrific. I think it's top tier Bond. I think that everything about it works beautifully well. It looks beautiful. Ralph, I know I've seen your pictures that you've taken there, and they are splendid. It looks absolutely terrific. I'm so jealous of that. But it's I just think it was so well shot, so well acted, and that I would say objectively that's probably my favourite bit of the film is the pre-title sequence. The only thing that I question is maybe the Saffin horror sequence, if you like, at the beginning of it. Possibly should have been a flashback later on in the film. I'm not personally so sure that should have been in the pre-title sequence, because I think it's maybe left the pre-titles quite bloated. It's 23 minutes or 24 minutes or whatever it is, but overall, if we're talking Matera, I think it's just so fantastically done.
Okay, fantastic. Just before you move on to your next point, Brian, I just want to welcome Matt Chernoff to the chat. How you doing, Matt? You all right?
Pretty good. I didn't realize we started a little early here.
Yeah. Well, we've been just riffing. Basically, most of us have been saying what our initial thoughts were upon seeing the film, how many times you've seen it, and have your thoughts changed. So do you want to step in and give us your thoughts on that before we go elsewhere?
Sure. Yeah, I've seen it twice now. I think John Williams' text that he sent to me immediately after the first world premiere screening of it sums up my opinion of it. He sent me this text minutes after it ended. Worst Bond movie ever. Shit. Don't go.
Don't go. As if you're not going to go.
I know. So I thought it was a joke when I read that text. I thought this can't be real. And he called me later on and he said it was actually his opinion. Now, he's seen it, I think, 5 times since then. And his opinion has greatly changed. He's now a big fan of this film. I think he was right the first time. So that's my take on it. It's really at the bottom of my list of Bond films. It's maybe second to last. It depends on whether or not I'm in the mood for Die Another Day. Those two are right together for me for very different reasons. Harsh. Yeah, it left me
sorry to hear that.
Stone cold. It just man.
It's not a really nice thing at all.
All of it. Was it all
was
of
there
it? Or
no
just
positives?
because
Exactly. Sorry, exactly what Marlene was about to say. Are there no positives at all?
Positives would be Rami Malek's performance. I really loved watching him every time he was on screen. His voice, I thought, was wonderful. His makeup, the image that they created with him through costuming, his parka is so wonderfully eye-popping. The mask, or 2 masks, depending on, there's almost 2, the broken one and the full one. His kimono at the end, I couldn't take my eyes off Rami. I wish they gave him more to do, but he cut such a striking figure on screen that I was glued to him. I thought his lair, the art direction in that lair and the production design was fantastic. I really wanted to see more of it. The garden is wonderful, underused again, but so visually there were things about that I liked, but everything else left me cold. I was, like it's been said before, the presence of Vesper over and over again in this series has really worn out its welcome for me. I just feel like that's been a drum that they've beat way too many times. I'm no longer really more is less in this case for me. Whenever he's still pining for her or saying, I miss you, I just keep thinking he knew her for 2 weeks. And
maybe, 2 weeks, Matt?
Was it really more than that?
I know, I don't know.
Considering he knew Felix for years, and it's sort of just like, oh, he's dead, I guess I'll move on. And here's this character that he met in the first movie that he's still Her presence just kind of smothers the Craig era for me. I feel like she casts such a heavy pall over the rest of those films that rarely does he come up for air. It's just such a gloomy portrait of this character. So yeah, it really didn't work for me. I was glad when he died at the end of the film, just because now it puts a period on the end of the Craig series, so I no longer really have to deal with them anymore. I almost wish they would do a super cut where in the opening sequence when her grave blows up, they just cut to black.
You're at the
end. Roll credits at that point. That would have made me really happy.
Matthew,
I was not expecting that. No.
And then it would say James Bond won't return.
That was my favorite image in the film was James Bond will return, just because I knew he will return in some other form, and then we can just kind of,
Yes.
Paul, what were you going to say?
I feel gutted for you, fella. I mean, one of the things somebody asked me last week, what was it like walking into the film? I went to the Australian premiere here, luckily enough. What was it like walking into the film? Were you excited? How nervous? I said, no, I was absolutely crapping myself because I did not want to walk out the cinema feeling just like you felt, because I know it's almost like having a loss, right? Only we would get this, right? Because you invest so much time and love for this character in this series, and then when you go and see that, you question, was it me? Am I missing it? And I really feel for you, man. You've got to live with this film for the next 3 or 4 years, and that's a hard thing, right? And
I know
you can't connect with it.
It is hard. It feels like that. It does make, when you said it makes you question things, it did make me question things afterwards. I was like, when did this series really end for me? And I feel like at the end of License to Kill was when the classic era really ended. And I feel like everything that after that has been its own thing. And there have been interesting moments in it. And some of the Craigs I like more than others. The Brosnans I can take or leave. But I feel like my love for the series, this movie made me re-evaluate that. And I do think it really ends at License in that kind of overwhelming hardcore way.
So even Paloma wasn't a redeeming factor for you?
And she was one of my least favorite moments in this film. I feel like Paloma, the entire Cuba sequence is where it left me.
You're probably the only person on the planet who says that.
Can I just ask? Sorry, Matthew. What is it about Paloma that you don't like?
Character feels absurd to me. I feel like she's out of Ryan Reynolds' spy movie with The Rock or something. Like she's just so underdeveloped. It's just such a cartoon. Yeah, I mean, she's a gorgeous actress. She's very talented. They dress her in this beautiful dress that's barely there and put 2 machine guns in her hand. So of course everyone's like, what a great character. But it just seems like window dressing. I got nothing from her. She seems like she's out of another movie in this silly.
But like for me, way. It's a movie star performance. It's like because it just it takes over. It's like she's there barely, and she just takes over, and you are just captivated, and you are drawn in, and it is like watching an old Hollywood movie where like this woman is just pure movie star magic. And from the moment she's there for me, it is just, I am just sucked in. And I love the sort of thing like, how long? Oh, I've been training for 3 weeks. And I don't take that as like, she's just been training for 3 weeks and she was just like picked up off the street. She's maybe done other stuff, but she's been
more or less
training
3 weeks.
More or less. But she has experience. And I was just so, yeah, and like for me, like for example, like the JBR questions is like, for example, like who's your favorite Bond girls? It's like, well, now there needs to be a new category of like marry, shag, and then 3-week affair, because you want that, like that's the one you want to, like because she doesn't feel attainable, but you just want to be with her. You want to have that sort of just experience, and it's just that movie star bang, and it's fantastic.
I hope she gets a spin-off so that I don't have to watch her in the Bond series anymore.
Jeez.
Don't worry, the John Wick producers have fixed that. She's coming. Yeah.
There's this new Netflix movie, Red Notice, the silly spy caper with The Rock. I feel like she belongs in that movie. Like she's that kind of a, I get it. She's larger than life. She's vivacious. She's but I feel like you could put almost any actress in that character, and people are going to go, "Wow, look at this!" It just seems so underwritten. The only one I.
Sorry.
No, go for it, Ralph.
She's not less comedic than, let's say, Holly Goodhead. Like, you've got those moments with Holly where she acts cute, but she's actually really capable. So I would actually say that Paloma is one of the more classic Bond girls in the Daniel Craig era.
Yeah. Oh, I'll take Holly Goodhead over her any day. That character seems so much more capable and interesting. There's so much more size. I mean, we see her, so we see more of her, so she's able to do more. Holly Goodhead is eons more interesting to me than Paloma. She just seems like such a sketch of a character.
But I see what you mean, underwritten and things. But like, for example, that is what Ana de Armas does so well, is that she takes something that on paper really isn't there, and she makes it really something. And I can understand what you're saying, and I do understand what you're saying. But I think for a lot of people, and including myself, she just like every time I watch that is, you know, like the first time I saw it, I was captivated, and the other 4 times I've seen it, I am just like, I am excited to see her, and the moment she's there, I am yes, and like, for example, I'm happy in some ways she's not in it longer, because we're going to get to this, there's a tonal change,
right?
But she is just she is just popcorn amazing.
So just out of interest then, for everyone else, was Cuba a positive scene?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I'll tell you what I think on Cuba. I think Cuba is a positive scene, but there's two bits on that which I don't think work well. One is it feels very choreographed. So it feels like it's being rehearsed and rehearsed and rehearsed, and it's almost a dance.
Because they were going to do it as a oneer, apparently, weren't they?
yeah.
Which is probably why.
And the other thing is it feels like a set. And of course, it is a set, but I think sometimes on the times I've watched that, especially third or fourth time, I've thought, you can see that's kind of it feels like a set. That's the only disappointing thing I would say about it. But I'm with most people else on Paloma. I think Paloma's terrific.
Brian, I'm with you. I know we've chatted on this, and I think it feels like a set. It feels like the world is not enough set. You know, the helicopter piece there. It has that Pinewood backlot feel to it all the way through. Some of the characterization. I mean, I'm not sure if Bond is. He's not Daniel. There's some. What was I thinking about? He doesn't feel like Daniel Craig's Bond in some. He feels like a slightly different Bond in parts of this film, and that's another scene. He acts and reacts in a different way than you would normally see Bond, or I should say Daniel Craig's Bond. And there are flashes of Daniel Craig's Bond. You know, when he even throwing the tray. Would Daniel Craig's Casino Royale Bond do that? I'm not quite. Or would do that in Quantum? I'm not so sure.
I feel like there's an argument for that with every single Daniel Craig film. I feel like you could make an argument for there's a different Bonds in every 5 films. There's
probably. I think this is the one that's moved further away, though. I think this has become. They've tried to bring all aspects of classic Bond into this film, and it hasn't. In some regards, it sat really well. In others, it hasn't quite gelled. And this, I'm probably, if I was rating this 7 out of 10, this is not my favourite scene in the film. I was expecting to be blown away by it because everyone was telling me going in, Cuba scene.
That's tough though, because if everyone's bigged it up a lot, it's really hard to then measure up to what you've got in your mind. That's where things get tricky. So let's have a look at the pre-titles. We'll go through a few different scenes. Pre-titles. Is there anyone who didn't like it, and what were people's thoughts of the Norway scene and obviously Matera and the car chase? I mean, that Aston car chase was immense, but feel free. Anyone who didn't like it, I'd like to hear from. And go for it.
Sorry, I'll take something. I'll take. I don't mind it starting in Norway. I don't mind. I think it's really good. It looks amazing. It's shot fantastically. It's all great. But for me, story-wise, it doesn't fit. It doesn't work. It lets the problem. Like for example, Sean Connery had a massive problem with Goldfinger, that he felt like Bond was always one step behind everything. And I feel like this film is that. We know way before everything that before Bond does. And we're just waiting for Bond to catch up.
Is that necessarily a bad thing?
I feel like it is, because I feel like there's I feel like I want to go along with Bond. I don't, and like, for example, when we watch, say, like, for example, Octopussy or something, like, let's take Octopussy, for example. We know who the bad guy is. We know who is going, and Bond knows who the bad guy is, and we're just following him along. But like, for example, with this, he doesn't know who the bad guy is, and we do, and we're just waiting for him to catch up.
Well, then again, there's From Russia with Love, where you know everything about the villain's plot.
That's true.
It's one of the more, like, the most Fleming film, probably.
It is, but also the thing is, that's taken from actual sort of well-written literature. This is sort of made up, and it doesn't feel like it has that gravitas of From Russia with Love. It doesn't have that well-written build-up. It doesn't have that build-up of discovery for Bond. It's just like, we know this, and then Bond discovers, and then we carry on.
Yeah, it's an interesting point, but again, this is where subjectivity comes into it. Personally, I think that is one of the most inspired starts to any Bond film that I've ever seen. I adore that scene. I was like really tense. I thought it was shot immensely. I thought the acting from the young Léa Seydoux was incredible. But yeah, this is it. This is why people sort of, why it's interesting, because everyone's got different takes. Dan, what's your opinion on the pre-titles, both the Norway scene and Matera?
I remember when I saw The World Is Not Enough, just after all that action and all the boat chase and all the explosions and everything, and it was, 16 minutes? And then the titles came up, and somebody in the cinema behind me went, "Phew, it hasn't even started yet." And I sort of went, yeah, you're right. My God, how long have we been sat here waiting for? That didn't occur to me during that film. During No Time to Die, when the credits came on, it didn't seem like it had been an eternity. I thought, I don't know, 10 minutes, maybe a quarter of an hour, I don't know. But it didn't seem to matter. I wasn't that bothered. If they hadn't had the end credits, I would have been fine with it, the opening credits, because I was so absorbed with the story. So it didn't bother me that it was too long. I thought it was beautiful and very well shot. It was absolutely gorgeous to look at. However, it does set up a lot of stuff that isn't necessarily answered later on in the film. Why did he not kill her? Why did he not just hang around and wait for the guy that he went there to kill to show up and then kill him? And how old was he? Because he must be about 30 later on in the film, so he must have been 10.
He could be 21 and then be 41 or whatever later on. Okay. So that's...
You have to... Yeah. You have to... as with all films, you have to just let it wash over you. Otherwise, you'd be thinking about it too much and you won't enjoy it. And that's kind of one of those many things that I hadn't picked up on at the time, but it's been discussed since, and yeah.
Interesting you say that, Dan, because I find the opposite, whereas I was kind of, when is the title song going to kick in, for God's sake? It seems to have gone on too long. And for me, it's a little bit like you referenced The World Is Not Enough. And I think with that one as well, you've got the Bilbao sequence and you've got the Millennium Dome sequence, and the two almost feel sandwiched together. And that's a little bit what I feel with this, is we've obviously got the Saffin sequence, then we go over to Matera. And as beautiful as the both are, it's too long and it's too bloated. And I think by the time it gets to the title song, I think that's just far too much to take in. I would have rather it was a bit snappier and a bit punchier and, quite honestly, shorter.
Okay.
Brian.
So, just Brian, just on that.
Oh. Go, Marlene, you go first, and then Paul afterwards. Go for it, Marlene.
Oh, thank you. So I totally see your point about them being sandwiched together, but they're a bit of a prologue almost to the actual movie starting. So I feel like you needed to have them before the title sequence for the actual movie to then kick in after the title sequence.
Possibly.
Otherwise, you would have had a bit of prologue before the titles, then the titles, and a bit more prologue, and then you actually start with the movie.
Possibly, but I would say two things on that. One, you could have that as a flashback sequence later on in the film, which I think would have worked. Or you do the Saffin bit as the pre-title sequence, then go into the titles and start the film in Matera. Because I just they just didn't quite gel for me. That I know what you're saying.
Yeah, I wonder whether that's a bit of a Skyfall hangover, because you also have that 5-year gap or whatever. No, it's not 5 years in Skyfall, but you have that bit of a gap, and you think, things have completely changed, and then the actual movie kicks in, and then he comes back to the service and all of that sort of stuff. And Skyfall was hugely successful, so maybe that's where they came from. But I totally see what you're saying about it being feeling a bit long. I felt more like Dan when he watched The World Is Not Enough, where I thought, oh yeah, we didn't even see the title sequence yet. All of that happened, and I was just so engrossed in the movie that only when the titles came on, it hit me.
I did go into it completely blind, though. I didn't know anything about it. I'd heard rumours that they had shot stuff on some ice somewhere before they'd even started, finishing the script. So, I knew that was a thing, and there may have been a flashback at some point, but that was about all I knew of the film. I watched the trailer once, and then I realised, oh, actually, what I did, I noticed that in the trailer, Madeline's hair went from here to down here in 2 different shots, and now I suddenly went, oh my God, I'm guessing ahead. I know what's going to happen. She is going to survive. She's not going to get killed off at the beginning. I know she's going to at least be away from Bond for a couple of years.
We'll get some extensions.
It could have been that. Yeah, I thought too much information. I've guessed that from the one viewing of the trailer. I don't need to know anymore, so I just went in blind after that, and that may have helped. It may have helped. It could be that going in with too much information might have made it make even less sense in certain places for me. But I hope. Go for it.
Yeah, go for it.
Sorry, Doc. I just want to, because you threaded a good point before, and I want to just pick up on Brian's point earlier. Brian made a great point about going in, when you mentioned about zipping along and not feeling prologue too long. Brian went, no, I'm waiting for my title sequence. What's the title sequence? What time is it going to kick in? I think there's different types of Bond fans. And Brian, don't mind me saying, Brian's a traditionalist. He likes his classic Bond. He likes his Sean. He likes his Pierce. Well, maybe not so much Pierce, but definitely up to Timmy Dalton. Probably, you know Brian quite well, so I know where he sits. And I like my Bond a little left to centre. I like it when it shakes it around a bit. And in between them, me and Brian have got this Venn diagram of Bond, and that probably is where a lot of the Bond fans sit together. So Brian probably, without prejudging it, probably represents a lot of traditional Bond fans where they go, I'm going to walk in, I'm going to sit down, I'm going to have my 5-minute prologue, title music's going to kick in, and it's going to be set with these things, these blocks.
Yeah,
and this is the complete opposite of that film. This kind of shakes the whole thing up. But I think to Dan's point, if you go in fresh, not perhaps with those things in the back of your head, the film zips along at a rate. It zips along because narratively, kind of, you don't. I mean, the prologue goes, what did you say? Was it 23 minutes? Somebody say in total. Like the rest of the film, which lasts 2 hours 43. Every time I watch that film, it goes, wow, that did not feel like nearly a 3-hour film. That feels like a maximum a 2-hour film, because it engrosses you and it brings you along. But if you go in with kind of high expectations around what to expect or where things should be, and you're like, hang on a minute, normally in the other 24 films at this point we've got such and such thing. If that's playing in the back of your head, it's going to distract, and you're going, hang on.
I'll be honest, Paul, it was. And when I got to the end of Matera's sequence, I was thinking, for God's sake, get the title song on, because I shouldn't be feeling that. I know I shouldn't be feeling that, but I was. So what you've said is it hits the nail on the head completely.
And do you know what distills this whole film? I think the first 3 seconds when you see the gun barrel. If you like the gun barrel as it stands, when it comes up, you're going, I'm in for this. It's a bit different. I'm going to like this. But if it comes on and he's not walking at the pace, you can see his gun and it's annoying you, and there's no blood, And if you're at that point, then this is going to be a difficult film for the other.
From the very start.
The rest of it.
We actually had a joke with Brian before it even came out and things, because the title music, the Bond walk music had come out before, and Brian wasn't quite happy with it because it was like a few little beats back or something, and we were joking on a chat that Brian was like, "Oh, Brian's already going in before he's not happy with." With it.
It's true. It's all true. I think I just want to see the same film over and over again. I want the Bond beats, and when it doesn't hit those Bond beats, there's something amiss.
Okay, I'll tell you what. Sorry, go on.
Before we move on, with Matera, fantastic positive about this, which I haven't really heard many people say, is that Bond is a real sort of travel log of places that people wish to go to, and they really found somewhere that people didn't really know about, and it's hundreds of years old, and it's amazing, and it's probably
a gorgeous location
to visit, and it's amazing perfect. They found it and made it such a fantastic location.
It's really perfect for both action and romance. Yeah, it's perfect for both action and romance.
Such a Bond location.
And they added so much to that. And they added so much to that with that tradition of burning secrets and wishes and letting go of the past. I don't know whether they actually do that in Matera or not, but it was a really nice touch of the film.
I did like that.
It's great.
They will now.
They will.
No, because.
So when we do our big JBR trip to Matera, is everyone going to have little bits of paper that we like?
Just
I forgive you, Barbara.
Brian, you've been burning quantum of solace.
One little bit about Matera that I picked up on yesterday, which I absolutely love, is when he's absolutely angry at Madeleine, he still holds the car door open. So he's still the gentleman spy, even though he absolutely hates her. He doesn't know if he trusts her or not. He still holds the card open.
That's a good point, Ralph. I like that very much. Matt, what were you going to say?
You were at the bridge. Do they have those? Did they have those?
No, they put them there.
He hides behind.
Yeah, they put them there.
Yeah. There are some of them there, but I think they just made them bigger for the film. And I actually took a picture of lying down behind one of them. So, but the bridge actually is in a different location. And they CGI merged together two locations, and it's flawless.
Very well done, that. Incredibly well done. I think the town, I can't remember the name of the town where the bridge is, but they were...
Gravina.
Yeah, that's right. And I don't know if that's mentioned in the title, but I don't think they're all that happy because everyone's going to flood to Matera thinking they're going to see the bridge, and then it's like, no, we want the tourists coming here. Say our name. It's like, it is a bit harsh. So Matt, what were you going to say? I saw you about to say something.
The Norway opening I love as a horror movie fan, as somebody who's written several horror movies that have been made. It hit my sweet spot. It's right out of a Brian De Palma movie. It's beautifully shot. It's scary. Again, it has Rami in it, so I'm all over that scene. Matera looked beautiful. I thought the photography there, and nobody could argue with that. But it's another one of those problems for me, screenwriting-wise, where so much of the movie depends on Bond thinking that she's somehow behind all of this. When he ever says to her, how would they know I'm here? It has to be you. You have to have given it away. Like, come on, man. Obviously, this secret organization could figure out where you are. Like, these things happen to you all the time. They're always figuring out where you are. So it all comes down to suddenly distrusting this person who he loves, who knows. It's such a convenient screenwriting way to separate these two characters. Suddenly he becomes kind of an idiot who can't think of any possible way that a super secret organization would maybe figure it out, that nobody in Matera is an agent who would recognize him. And
what I would say to that,
it's very TV series. TV series. We're going to create this problem and drag it out for 10 episodes.
Marlene has got a solution, though.
Although I was just going to add, just a little maybe counter argument, if I may, Matt, because it comes back later that both of them say they're not built to trust anyone else. And to be fair, he got to the grave, it exploded. He had no idea what was possibly going on. And then Primo comes and says Madeline is the daughter of Spectre. So he's confused. And then he's basically handed the information, or supposedly the answer to his questions, on a silver platter. And then, yes, the first stage would be anger, and he would go to her and try and find out what's going on.
And just to add to that, she was the one who brought him to the place. She mentioned Vesper, she brought it up. So there's a connection there as well.
There was the phone rang in her hotel room, and it was it was done to kind of give illusion that she was connected to it. Her phone rang obviously with the Spectre logo on her mobile, wasn't it? So there was all these bits that just kind of reinforced the point. It was later.
It just seems like
I get your point.
You've lived with this woman for so long. You know her intimately. It's so convenient. They throw all those things at him. Somebody says this, somebody says that. Her phone rings. It's so convenient, and yet it makes me think he's kind of a dummy, that he can't.
I'm
see
not sure how long
things.
she'd been with him at that point. It wasn't that long since Spectre, I don't think.
At least 9 months.
I don't think it was. It was a few months, and But I also was anyone, when they saw that, was anyone sort of excited about what Spectre could be? Because I was very excited when I watched that. I was like, oh, this is menacing. This is really, like they can just get him anywhere. Like it was kind of exciting how.
Yes, and one of the bits that didn't work for me was the fact that they could all be killed off at a birthday party, when surely there would have been at least a couple who couldn't go because they had a sniffle or something. It didn't make sense that absolutely everybody was conveniently wiped out in that's a lazy bit of writing. That really is. There should have been a few stragglers at least that would have kept coming back. They would have been like, instead of having Primo, they would have had other henchmen, hench people that came into the story. You'd forgotten about me, you didn't know about me, and all that would have been for the next 2 or 3 minutes. Deal with that person, okay, they're dead, and then 20 minutes later, this person, you forgot about me, and then they're dead. So that would have kept him on his toes throughout, and it would have made more sense story wise. But for whatever reason, they wanted to kill them all off in one go. The downside to that obviously was that the organization was introduced in the previous movie. Had it been introduced 4 movies ago, it would have made so much more sense that they all would have the organization would have been whittled down film by film, and it would have made much more sense. But that is my overall problem with this entire run of this particular actor, is that, like the Star Wars films, it was basically, here you go, this is one film out of the way. Now the next person, what are you going to add to that? And a lot of the flaws with this film were actually introduced in the previous film, and the writers were trying to write themselves out of a corner. Had a fresh start been made, I think this film would have been even better than it is.
Yeah. Dan, I think if it had been Quantum, not Spectre, all the way through, I'm sorry, Brian, but if it had been Quantum all the way through from, because obviously that kicked off in Casino, obviously Quantum, and then Skyfall being a break. But if it had been Quantum in Spectre, ironically, if the film was called Quantum, and then the end sequence where they all got killed would have made much more narrative sense.
What if it was the Spectre of Solace, Paul, and it had been Spectre the whole way through? I'll tell you what then, just what might be nice is we'll chat about certain scenes, but before we do that, there's a bit of an elephant in the room, and his name is Obruchev. I want to know, is anyone a fan of this guy, and what are people's opinions? But I want to start with you, Chris. What are your thoughts on Obruchev?
Yeah, so my first thoughts were it's very Boris, and I didn't really have a problem. And then I think that the more I watch it, the more he annoys me. And it's some of the treatment, like the viewing I had today, when he jumps down the magnet shaft as such. The way it's fit. I read it. I've got the making of book, and I read that they sort of held him in, on like a bungee, and they did a projection behind him to show he's falling. And it's just that particular scene just bothers me loads. It just doesn't look right at all. It doesn't look realistic. It doesn't look Bondian. And I think that there's elements of him I like, but I think 90% of his time on screen bothers me. So I'm not an Obruchev fan.
That's quite a lot, 90%.
Yeah,
Does everyone else
that-
feel the same? Is anyone a fan of him?
Big thumbs down for me on that character.
I'm going to defend. He's half Swedish. I'm actually English, but I do live in Sweden. He is half Swedish. And so for that reason, I am going to defend him. And also, I do feel, okay, he is annoying. But the thing is, I do also feel there is a psychological feeling about him that he's so psychologically not part of normal humanity, that he's so into his own head and this idea that he doesn't care about it. It's just a bit of fun for him. It's all just what it is. He's just sort of let go of reality, and this is his reality. Like, I can do this. I can kill people. I can do it. And it's that's where he is. And it's sort of, for him, it's fun. And like, he's worked on it and it's fun. And
Okay. Yeah.
and the other thing I will also say is the script, he is also clumped with a load of Dr. Christmas Jones dialogue, which is, I'm going to explain what's happening right now. Whereas, for example, Madeline is all about emotion. Daniel Craig is all about emotion. Whereas Obruchev is, here, I'm going to tell you what's happening right now.
Yeah.
And it's very... And we were talking about this in another chat about Dr. Christmas Jones when we watched it, and it was very much, she really explains everything, and he has that problem as well.
Although what I will say for Dr. Christmas Jones is that she explains it to someone, because my biggest problem with Obruchev explaining stuff is that he's just saying it to himself, and he's not out loud, and he's not portrayed as being that evil genius and that, socially inept that he would actually be walking around talking to himself. No, he only does it when he's explaining something to the audience, and this is the part that bothers me a bit. If he was saying it to someone, then I don't think I would mind it quite as much.
But I don't think that's the actor's fault. I think that's
That's true.
You get comedy characters. I mean, Faith Brown and For Your Eyes Only. Mr. Bond. That work. I mean, you can argue whether that one works or not. And there's been, Rowan Atkinson and other ones as well. But he particularly stands out of this. He's like he's in a different film. Every time he's on, he's in a completely different film. And it just takes me out the film. After the third or fourth viewing, it's like, what? He's what?
That's how I felt about Paloma.
No sense. God, no, I don't. I really don't feel that. And the other thing I would say on this character, Craig's Bond, has only really had one kind of comedy. Mendel in the Casino Royale, he made that little quip about Belgian chocolates. I think, was it Swiss chocolate? I can't remember which chocolates they were. And he has a little laugh, and that's about. I cannot think of another comedic character. And then suddenly you landed in his last film with this one, and it's pure, physical, narrative comedy that just doesn't quite.
He has a lot of screen time as well, doesn't he, Obruchev? A lot of screen time.
Yeah. And how much of that time is actually just nonsense, really? How much of it is just talking to the audience? 3/4 of it?
What are you going to say?
I would actually like his exposition if he explained Saffin's plot in the end. That's the bit what's needed.
Well, he just turns to the camera and says, this is what it's all about.
Yeah. Well, he was about to, because he said they had a big plan and big ideas, but then Nomi kicked him in the nose. He would have said everything we wanted had she not done that, but there we go.
The JBR 92nd reviewer got it right. It's a cross between Borat and Willie Thorne. It just didn't work for me at all, that character. Awful.
No.
Awful.
No.
Well, Brian, you've said about it being a patchwork script before.
Yeah. I just think it has the appearance, and indeed it was written by many writers, but I don't think necessarily the writers. It doesn't appear as if the writers had got together and worked out what the other person had written. So it feels like you have. It's patchwork. You have one bit written and then another bit written, and then join the two of them together without having a clear narrative.
Isn't it weird that one of the best, maybe not best, but the most comfortable, most continuously faithful and the films that seem to be the most of the same quality throughout, which is the films of the 80s, were all written by the person who produced this film. And all of the scripts that have not quite worked over the last couple of years have been financially approved by this very person who's read this script, avoided the huge holes and gone, yep, that's fine. I'm going to pay for that. Let's make it. Rather than going, actually, do you know what? Back in 1983, I wouldn't have allowed that. I would have joined that up to that and this up to that, and I would have made this less funny and that, mind you, he did write A View to a Kill. But then you'd think he would be more emotionally, financially invested in the scripts, and it doesn't seem like he is. I don't know why that is. I understand he doesn't want to put his stamp on someone else's work, but he's definitely got the chops. He wrote most of License to Kill, which is a pretty much watertight script, and it's odd that he hasn't gone.
Maybe it's a case.
Just change this.
Yeah, maybe it's a case that he was writing for so long he feels like he needed to step back. But that doesn't mean that he couldn't glance an eye over it to make sure it all works and all fits together. Yeah. That's definitely true.
Yeah, it's his company's reputation at stake, isn't it? If it doesn't work, I keep going back to the bit in Skyfall where Bond sneaks into the shower with Severin, yes. And that was so easily tweaked. That could have been so easily tweaked. He got in there knowing everything he knew about her, and he went, right, I'm up for some of this. Whereas what should have happened was that she should have got in his shower, because that's what she's always done, because that's what the character has been doing for all these years. And then he would have flipped it around, and then he could have said, oh, hang on, no. Or maybe not, or it could have changed. But the point was, tiny little character flaws have been dotted throughout the last 5 films, and I don't know why, when there's a very good scriptwriter in charge of making these films. It seems very odd.
Yeah, it's a good point. I think that's pretty much how I feel. I think it feels like, like you could write the pre-titles down, Marlene, you could do the bit after the title sequence, Paul, you do the middle of the film, and then but we don't talk about it. Let's not communicate about it.
I'd love to watch that movie.
We should do that.
It seems as if there's a communication breakdown there.
I tell you what, then, guys, let's move on to Jamaica. Okay, so this is a scene for me personally that I thought was a really good idea. Bond is retired. For me, 100% that's where he'd go. Very Bondian. I thought his villa was amazing. A lot of the scenes in Jamaica I really enjoyed. Ralph, I'll go to you. What were your thoughts on Jamaica?
I loved it because it felt like they really went back to the novels with the lifestyle aspect, and he drinks a lot. He has many drinks. He has drinks at the bar. He has drinks at home. He goes sailing, fishing. When you pause the frames, you can see what books he reads. So he reads books on sailing, on
motorcycle maintenance.
Exactly. On various subjects, basically. And he has secret compartments in his house, which is exactly how I imagine Bond's retirement. And I can really see Fleming's Bond, or even Fleming himself, just taking a shower like Bond does in the film. So I have no issue whatsoever with that Jamaica sequence.
What about everyone else? What are your thoughts on Jamaica?
If it was a hot shower, then a cold shower, then a hot shower, yeah.
Loved it. Can I just say another thing? I love the fact that his house was so meticulously, perfect. It was really well, it was fantastic. And then in Spectre, we had a house where he didn't give an apartment, which he didn't give a shit about. And then he moves to Jamaica, and he makes it perfect. And it's just, oh my God. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's fantastic. It really is. And yeah.
Jamaica's flawless. Jamaica is absolutely flawless. I think any Bond fan, particularly Fleming fan, would just love that. Those few minutes. I think the look, the feel, what he does, where he lives, it's all there, isn't it? It's hard to be critical. Although I do have one plot point I struggle with. M says later on in the film that he fell off the radar. We thought he was dead. We didn't know where he was. But then Nomi is sent over to connect with him, so they clearly knew where he was. Why did she go to him? I still don't get why she was there, why she needed to be there, and why M was surprised.
I think they knew that CIA were after him and that Felix was going to chat to him to try and get him on board the CIA because she said to him, stay out of this. Obrachev is ours, not the CIA's basically, and that's why she was sent to find him. At least that's what I got from it.
So they clearly knew where he was then.
At that point, yeah.
Had they switched off the smart blood from the previous movie? Did it get dissolved in some way?
He gets a new injection, you mean? Yeah, he gets new smart blood.
They had to turn it off, didn't they? Because M said Inspector, he was being tracked, so they actually said that they had to get rid of Bond's smart blood, didn't they, Inspector? So that's actually not too bad.
But they also liked it. They brought that back again.
Exactly. Yeah. Matt, what was your feeling on Jamaica? I know you obviously got to go to GoldenEye, go out to Jamaica. Do you think it reflected Bond well in this particular film?
I thought it was great. That was one of my favorite parts of it. Having visited the location where his house actually was, it was wonderful to see that again, see how they did it on screen. There were a lot of things that they shot in Jamaica that didn't make it into the film, some motorcycle chase stuff over a bridge that would have been fun to see there. But yeah, it just drips with the Fleming atmosphere. I thought it was very well used. I would have liked a lot more of it if they had done more of like the Dr. No style thing where most of the film was set there. I think that just would have made it even better. The only thing that I really didn't like about the Jamaica sequence is that that's where we meet the worst henchman of all time. Logan Ash shows up there, and as soon as he shows up in the movie, it starts going downhill for me. So everything other than that, though, Jamaica I thought was a wonderful location and very well photographed as well.
And what do people think of obviously Bond meeting Felix in a bar like Dr. O'Brien? Did you kind of enjoy that? Did you like that bar scene?
I thought that was good. I have no problems with the Jamaica scene. I think it's one of the standout pieces of the film. His dialogue with Felix was sharp. Yeah, no problem with that at all. I thought that was quite good.
Yeah. So, Chris, what about you? Are you a fan of Jamaica and anything
that
you weren't sure about?
I noticed something today, especially in the club scene, that I hadn't noticed before, and that was when Felix is telling Bond that you can't tell your friends from your enemies anymore. You can actually, maybe I'm just slow on the uptake, but on this time round, I could see Bond looking over at Ash through the club as Felix was saying it. And it was the first time it registered to me that, Felix is saying this, and little does he know he's going to meet his demise pretty soon with Ash. And I thought that was quite heavy. Like, I came away with that thinking that was a nice little tidbit.
Very nice. Very nice. Is there anything about Cuba that anyone else wants to add before we go on to the trawler scene?
Just one thing on the Paloma sequence where they go down into, is this your bedroom? No, it's a wine cellar sequence. I think that's where they're set. I mean, apart from the comedy piece, I think that's where they're setting Craig's Bond. He's no longer this kind of 30-year-old shagathon. He's a father figure. Maybe he was. You've got this young attractive female. Yeah, well, maybe not his Bond. But you've got this young, attractive female who, in traditional Bond, would have been, the Roger Moore films, it would have cut to the dress coming off in the sequence, falling down by her, and Roger making some weird noise. But this version, by her kind of almost saying, no, what are you talking about? I'm not interested. You're a 50-year-old man. They set him up to be a father figure. There, I think that sequence, if you look at that there, I think that's the first time you see this is a different Bond. This is a Bond now who's grown, he's a bit more mature, and he isn't as attractive to 25-year-old sexy spies.
Although I feel like he's all up for it because his body language says that.
100%.
Until she says no, he's all up for it. When he goes, shouldn't we get to know each other first? And then he puts his arms around her.
Yeah. A couple of little things that's so great about it is, one, the drinking when they get into the club is fantastic.
Oh, yeah. That's brilliant.
And when he throws the dish and the the way to the dish, and then he drinks the drink. It's so fantastic. And then they take a pause to have a drink. It's fantastic. It's fantastic. And the music is just, it's so, it really adds to that scene. It really makes that scene. And it is fantastic.
I agree with you, Jamie. It is really good, but there's one criticism I have of that, and it feels like a Heineken commercial. It feels like he's advertising a drink. So it's possibly it's a little bit what Paul said earlier of a different Daniel playing a slightly different version of Bond. It feels a little bit too comedic for him.
Yes. It's funny. It is odd you should say that. I think. Sorry. I hate interrupting people. Those Heineken commercials that he did. Just before Skyfall and just before Spectre, one on a train and one which was a boat, sort of a speedboat. Yeah, these were a speedboat chase. Yeah, they made me go, "Oh, that's the one I wanted to see. That's the film I wanted to see," because he was having fun. He was really having fun, and this was the film that felt the most like that. And the Cuba scene was the scene that felt the most like those. And I can, yes, you could, I sort of forgive the film for having a bit of fun for a little bit and then moving on, just like I forgive For Your Eyes Only for having a fucking weird ending.
I thought it was Cuba was rubbish. Cuba was rubbish.
But can you understand also, like, the amount of people that love this? There is a sort of a feeling of just like this is fun, this is great, and maybe this is something that's been missing.
Yeah,
and it's just because there is so much.
I do miss the fun of. That's why Craig is so low on my list of overall Bonds. He's such a mope. He's so utterly humorless at all times. He's so depressed. He's doesn't capture that joie de vivre from the Fleming books, where he was a man who loved food, loved drink, loved women, because he knew at any given moment he could be killed. So everything about his life he was one of the fiction's great sensualists. He loved experience. And Craig has none of that. He just seems like he's closer to, in the book From Russia with Love, Fleming does a beautiful job of setting Bond against Donovan Grant, and that they're two very different people. Bond loves life, and Grant is just about the mission. He doesn't care about food or women. It's just about killing and completing that task. I feel like Craig's Bond is almost closer to Donovan Grant than he is to Fleming's Bond in a lot of ways. He's he just doesn't seem to have any pleasure. So when he's suddenly having a good time in Cuba, I feel like maybe it would have been nice if we had more of this throughout the whole Craig era, but coming at this point, it just feels like such too little, too late. That whole chase scene that they do, when I realized that they were about to do this sequence that I hate in Cuba, where who has the device? And it goes to Nomi suddenly has it. No, now Bond has it. Now so-and-so has it. Remember they did a similar thing like that in the pre-title sequence of Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom, where it's all about who has the antidote. And now it's so-and-so. Now it's over there. That's such a tired gag. Where is it now? Ooh, you just lost it. When I realized we're going this route again, this cliche, it just turned me off immediately. And like you were saying, Brian, it feels like it's so set bound. It feels like it's so choreographed. And then you get this silly birthday party thing with the bionic eye. It just felt like a goofy sequence to me anyway.
Was there anyone who was a fan of the Spectre birthday party scene? Because everyone says Cuba, well, Matt Chernoff aside, everyone says Cuba's an amazing scene. And I think people are thinking of the action, Paloma, the gunfights, Bond dropping down into the bar. But what about the actual Blofeld birthday party? Did people think that worked or not?
I forgot they were the same scene, to be honest. I need to see it again.
To me, it worked because I liked my Bond being a bit more outlandish, and this is just a ridiculous Spectre assassination attempt, just like Winton Kidd putting Bond in a pipe and like putting him in the desert somewhere. instead of just shooting him, they tried to assassinate him in this very ridiculous way. so that's what works for it here for me. And I love the choreography of them walking around the room from both sides and communicating.
It's cool. That was cool.
It really does feel like a dance.
Yeah.
No, like Dr. Fogel said on the podcast.
Yeah, totally agree with that. And I think if Blofeld was going to watch Bond die and he couldn't be there, he would want something enigmatic. He wouldn't just want to see him shot. He'd want to see something crazy like that happen. So from that aspect, I think they definitely got it right. But
I really confuse. If he started dancing around his cell, it really confused all of his the staff at the prison. What the hell is he doing?
Yeah.
But Blofeld's very much a voyeur, isn't he? He's a voyeur all the way through these two films. He does stuff through. So the whole idea of the eye and doing something overblown and ridiculous, that's very much this Blofeld. So that kind of makes sense. Although, the whole, even the word bionic, I get taken back to the $6 million man. Every time I hear it,
there's one line in M's office, isn't there, where he says something like, "Can you just tap into Blofeld's bionic eye?"
I know
that doesn't fit in this film at all.
I agree. I agree.
Just like the Blofeld's eye unlocked line. When Q hacks.
Yeah, I don't like that at all.
Blofeld's bionic eye unlocked. It's like,
I can't stand that line. That's all.
Why just couldn't they call it Bluetooth eye? I mean, that may have worked. Not bionic.
Okay, I tell you what then, let's leave Cuba to one side for now. Let's go on to probably a real talking point within this film is the trawler scene, and we're going to chat about Felix's death. Now, I've heard a lot of people not be very happy with this at all. Is there anyone that actually thinks it works? It alludes a bit to Vesper's drowning, or do you think it should have been a lot more, or do you think Felix shouldn't have died at all? What? I tell you what, Marlene, we'll start with you on this one.
Right. So I have a bit of a problem with that scene, just because it feels like it's such an accident almost that Felix gets hit by that bullet. It feels like there's just a lot of scramble going on. Logan Ash fires with a gun, and then Felix just almost happens to get hit. And it happens so quickly. It's like sort of a blink and you miss it moment that he then falls down the stairs, and then when Bond says that's a lot of blood, and you realize, oh dear, that was actually meant to be really impactful. But when it happened, it was almost a bit of a throwaway thing that happened in that scramble that was going on. So that was a bit unfortunate. I didn't mind so much that it mirrored Vesper's death, because it just comes back to Craig being Fleming's Bond, and he's confronted with so much loss constantly that then turns him into that person who can't trust anyone, who's built not to trust anyone. So I didn't mind that too much. It's a bit of a shock when you come out of the movie and you realize that Blofeld, Felix, and Bond have died all in the same movie, and you're thinking, wait, something's not right there. But if you think about that, they wanted Felix, or that the scriptwriters wanted Felix to die. That's an okay way of doing it, because they had this moment together. Bond was there, and they talk about what a great life they have. So it feels like, so it feels like almost like Bond is giving Felix some sort of absolution just before he dies. So I like that bit.
Yeah, but I think the scene suffers from the fact that we don't get to see Bond and Felix spend enough time with each other to make it properly emotional. We've just got the card game casino, which is fine. Then the little bar scene in Quantum. And then he's gone. Inspector gets a mention. And then, suddenly he's back. And his death, like, he's a side character. And his death feels a bit throwaway. The film, to me, doesn't let it sink in properly. And they just rush from one plot point to the next one. Like when he's in that yellow dinghy in the ocean and cuts to London, you don't really feel the depth of Felix's death. Even though the execution of the death scene works for me. It's just the aftermath that doesn't work for me.
I think I agree with all the points to an extent. I really like the sequence. I think it works really well narratively in a couple of areas. Again, going back to Blofeld, Felix was a character that mainstream audiences of the last week, and most of the people going to the cinema generally have just watched the Craig film. They're not us. We don't digest every nuance of Fleming and go through Felix as a mate. So they just thought, wasn't he in the last? No, I think I recognise that character. So the connection with him and Bond probably wouldn't be as strong as it would have been in the 60s, where it was nearly ever present and all the way through. So that's probably why there isn't too much of a connection. It wouldn't have been as easily understood for your general viewing audience, I would imagine. The second point of that's a lot of blood, Felix. I think that's a prelude or a kind of narrative block for you to jump into when Bond is bleeding himself, and you've got major character associate with a lot of blood. Therefore, when you see him physically bleeding, Bond's dead. Bond knows he's dying even before he gets scratched. He knows he's dying in that scene. So I think there's this kind of some kind of subconscious connection there between those 2 points. And there is, and look, he didn't throw him in a trash can like he did with Mathis. so that you know, he's gone better. He's spent a bit. So how he reacts to Felix versus Mathis, who you'd argue with, particularly for the audience, there's a stronger connection with Mathis for the general audience in Quantum.
Definitely.
So it's an interesting parallel between the two.
This was the only film where I actually felt he and Felix were actually friends. The others, they were just sort of mild passing acquaintances. Some of the other films in the series where you get lines like "they got a lot closer to you in Jamaica" and things like that, you know, it feels like they had a past, and it felt like this time they had a past because they were playing that game in the bar. In the other films, I'm afraid I just didn't get that. I really like the actor, and I would just wish he had a bit of a fleshier role.
Yeah, that's the thing. Jeffrey Wright is such a good actor. So he doesn't need much to take anything away. He doesn't need the lines. He is so good that you just, like, for example, I was reading a lot about how, Jeffrey Wright's not in it much. I was like, I had to really think, so actually he's not, but you feel like he is, because when he's in it, he is so good. And this was, like, I agree with a lot of what Paul just said, and he's correct. But on the other side, I feel like, for example, people that haven't, you know, seen films and just sort of see the Daniel Craig films, like that death does make it. I don't like that death, but it does work for people because he's such a good actor that you remember him.
So I think his character was better in Casino Royale than what it was in this film. I agree with Ralph on this one. I think in a film that's ram-packed with emotion, this doesn't have much emotion.
No.
And I kind of just feel a little bit flat, a bit meh when I watch this. Yeah. And it should have a lot of impact, and it kind of doesn't.
Yeah. And this is one of those things where I don't want to say this, but I'm going to say it anyway. It's like, I just can't help seeing him surviving at the end of the film and then discovering that Bond dies and knowing that how good of an actor he is. Like, he could have made that death even stronger by just picking up a phone and just making a face, and that would have been really heavy. And there's something about Jeffrey Wright that just that is so good that it feels criminal just to. And also before that, where Daniel Craig is fantastic in that interrogation. It's like, who is it? And you're really sort of like, you're in with him and you really want to know. And he's like telling Logan Ash to shut up, and and it's really in. And then all of a sudden it's just like bang, and like, oh, Felix is dead.
Do you think the overall consensus with everyone here is that they shouldn't have killed Felix, or they should, but they should have done it a different way? How are people sort of sitting between those two?
I think he died such a lousy death. To have that particular character who he misjudged all this time suddenly kill him, such a minor. I mean, Logan Ash is a joke. And to have him be the one who delivers the bullet is just even more of an indignity to this, to take this iconic character for us anyway. I agree with you guys. I don't think general audiences knew who Felix was or why he was showing up in movies. Wright underplays him so much. He's underwritten. Any of the emotion that we have for that character comes for us from all of the previous incarnations of him. We carry all that baggage. New audiences don't have that with this character. So to have Logan be the one to pull the trigger, it felt like disrespectful to this character, unnecessarily so. Just let him live or something. Like, why bother doing it? It's a cheap ploy to get us to go, oh my God, all bets are off.
Especially after License to Kill with Dario as well, where that is so good and so strong.
That's a henchman. That's a guy who's scary. Yeah.
You could say Felix only loses a leg, but that loss of a leg is so much more impactful than him dying in this film.
You say that, but at the end of the film, where he's sitting having a joke with
that ending, I can't deal with that bit. Oh yeah, that's bad. Okay, let's have a chat about the MI6 crew. So I'd like to know people's thoughts on M, obviously being heavily involved with co-developing Heracles and everything along that. So I'd say he could be seen as one of the villains by some people, and obviously him and Bond having a real testy relationship early on in this film, which then gets mended later on. So I want to hear about M. Also, the scene at Q's house, which I love. I think is incredible. And Q throughout this film is fantastic. And Moneypenny and Bond have got a really nice, warm relationship. And then obviously you've got Nomi, this new character who is the 007. So along the MI6 lines, Chris, I'll start with you. What are your thoughts on MI6? Who did you like and what they did with each of the characters?
I absolutely loved M in this film. I thought some of the M and Bond stuff was the best in it, to be honest. I like how you can see the stress just washing over him from the time that Moneypenny comes in the office. She tries to tell, I know, screen opens up, gas leak, he's shutting it down, he's panicking. And some of the interplay between Daniel Craig and Ralph Fiennes, there's a part in it where even the way he's delivering some of the lines is vicious. How dare you speak to me like that, through his gritted teeth. I think it was genuinely, I think first and second viewing came out thinking, I think that's my favourite part of the whole film. Genuinely. I thought it was absolutely perfect. Little bit disjointing when you have that vicious interplay in the office, and then not long later we're by, I don't know, my geography isn't very good, but we're sort of by a dock area, aren't we? And then we're talking about the mission and it's all happy and we've got, we're having a bit of banter and Tanner walks over. That was a little bit disjointed. But the parts in M's office where he's raging, for me, he just looks absolutely amazing. Crinkled hands, he's hunched over. Just the way he plays that, I think is absolutely perfect.
Excellent. Well, I know, Brian, you weren't sure that M in this film, and in terms of, obviously Rafe is amazing, but in terms of Bond's relationship with them, we've never seen anything like this before. Yeah. Was it too much of a departure for you? Did it work? Did you see the merits in it, even though you weren't potentially a fan behind it? Or
I definitely saw the merits in it, but I think it is a little bit like what Paul was saying before about me being more of a traditionalist. Probably, I didn't like Bond being disrespectful to M, and I understand why he was, because he was questioning his whole involvement in Heracles, but I just found that didn't sit very comfortably with me, because of just the way his tone and the way he was acting towards him. I thought Q was great. I think Ben Wishaw's Q is fantastic. I thought Moneypenny was terrific as well. No problem with either of those characters, but I can understand why there needed to be that conflict. But I just thought some of the dialogue was I felt a bit uneasy about.
Yeah, I agree with you there, Brian, because it's almost like Bond is not just questioning M about Heracles, he's also just disrespectful to him in so many little ways. And of course, that whole desk line is played for humor and, my God, you are thirsty today. And that's all played for a bit of comic relief. But you're sitting there thinking, you can't talk to M that way. And it's portrayed so well in the books. He's the head of the Secret Service and he sends out agents. They may live, they may die. And you can't be disrespectful to someone who has that much power.
That doesn't work for me. I know exactly what you're saying, Marlene, and it doesn't work for me as comic relief at all. I just think that doesn't sit well with me. You shouldn't be talking like that to M. And
just to play devil's advocate here for a second, like Daniel's Bond was never particularly respectful towards M, right? He broke into Judi Dench's apartment twice.
Exactly. Yeah.
There were those lines about the overview holiday in Spectre. So I feel like like Sean Connery obviously would never break into M's apartment, but this Daniel's Bond incarnation is a bit more. His relationship with M is a bit more opaque and not that subordinate as the previous Bonds were.
Ralph, I completely agree, and I think this is less about. This is how times moved on, and I always think M has been perceived, or certainly has, as that upper class gentleman. Bond's that middle class, and as middle class, particularly in the 50s and 60s.
It's admiral, isn't it? Yeah.
So middle class was meant to be deferential to the upper classes. My God, you would never talk back. Things have moved on, and I think I completely agree with the traditional view. I prefer my Bond a bit more subordinate to a bit more respectful. But I get that in modern audiences, again, they don't really get that kind of hierarchy of class system. And, you just need to look at all the marching and stuff that goes on against any kind of government decisions. So it's much more challenging now. So Bond kind of represents that kind of middle class kind of challenge to authority. And I'll only obey you or only respect you when you make a logical decision, when it's the right thing to do, not because of who you are, not because of the title that you wear. Whether you agree with that or not, and it's not Fleming, and it's not traditional. That's where I think that comes from.
It's a good point.
I thought M was. I loved seeing M in this movie, and by M I mean Robert Brown, the portrait. I loved seeing that. That's M, and I loved seeing the portrait of Judi Dench. That's M. Whatever Ralph Fiennes has been doing in this series has just left me really cold. So I won't belabor the point, but those were the actual M's for me. The Ralph Fiennes. I don't get that his take on this character. He just seems like
I had upsets because, for example, we've talked as a group about before this film about how excited we were as Ralph Fiennes being an M that would go through the ages, and we could see him getting older and crustier, and him just be better and better. And a lot of us talked about this. It was very exciting, and I understand that this can't happen because of the way it's happened, and so he's not going to carry on, and that's fine. But for me, you just sort of, Paul, you just said about the upper middle class upper thing, and like for me, M just turns into a upper class Eton F up that just messes everything up, and he basically sends Bond to his death because he messed up. It wasn't like, I have a mission for you, I need you to go and do it. It's like, no, I've been a twat and I need you to go and fix it.
So I totally see what you're saying, Jamie, but maybe coming back to what Chris was asking before about M being a villain and whether we like that or not. I actually like that M messed up, but had the best intentions, because he was probably under a lot of pressure to cut casualties in his 00 program. And he came up with what he thought was a watertight plan. And then it was basically abused to become a weapon of mass destruction. And he never could have foreseen that. Probably didn't involve many people who could have questioned the development because it was kept off the books. So I like that because it just shows that good people can make decisions with the best intentions and have the most devastating consequences.
Yeah. We had an M2 films ago that lost a disk drive and was in front of a parliamentary inquiry. And now we have an M that creates a weapon of mass destruction, and it's allowed to carry on.
But that M didn't create it. That M created it to be a single point assassination. So it'd be to target an individual, and through other people, maybe it would then get the individual. So that was M's original base behind it, was to, rather than have to shoot someone, we're going to use this to target that specific person. And then Obrachev obviously manipulated it to now become a DNA thing that could kill, ethnicities or whatever. So there is that behind it. And the other thing I'll say with the Bond and M thing is that when he is being tested with M, he is not a member of MI6 at that time. So there's a lot less like when he then becomes reinstated, he is then respectful again. So there is that side that, okay, while he's not a member of the MI6 and M is like not happy to see him, so he's not receiving like welcoming from M as well. And I think that gives him a little bit of allowance to give a bit of fight back towards M being in that position when he's not even part of MI6 at that point in time. But then you've got to counteract that with if you want a traditional view, that's not what this is. It's different, and it's people's different takes on it.
Chris.
Go on.
Yeah, Chris says, I do want to, you made touch, I want to close this point because I think you touched on it there. That scene in the office and then the subsequent scene on the bridge, I think in London, where he's a lot more deferential and he calls him Sir. He actually calls him Sir. And I think he actually pulls himself down. That's when the Majesty's music comes on. And for me, I've always read this, and I was talking to Brian on this earlier, I've always read and heard that as, though you don't get to see the reinstatement scene, he's reinstated in that scene. And by the fact he's now calling him Sir, and Her Majesty's theme is slowly playing in the background, you pick up from that cue, he's now quite literally back on Her Majesty's service. And I love that little subtle connection. Now, for a film that kind of then shouts out magnets and, Spectre, it's working, they're all dying. And when it has these characters doing that, it has these little small narrative threads that you have to kind of watch to pick up. He's reinstated again. So that I thought was brilliant.
Yeah, definitely.
And Jamie, you could argue that M being an upper class Etonian fuck up is actually very timely, and very realistic.
I just wish it wasn't M. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree totally. Yeah.
Yeah. And just Jamie, just to add to your point, maybe because you're always very good at coming up with reasons of why characters in Bond movies do certain things. So how you were just mentioning the inquiry that they had in Skyfall, but I'm thinking maybe because of that, M was under pressure to cut casualties to guarantee more of a clean shot every time. So to me, there's some consistency in that thread. Just want to add that.
Okay, let's have a chat about Nomi. What are people's thoughts? Obviously, she the first time we see her, we get that little bit of Live and Let Die where she removes her wig, and that's kind of like a nice, the way that she suddenly flips character. Obviously, she's 007. We realise that. And then we've got the sort of adversity with her and Bond, mainly around the number and her being part of the 00 section. Obviously dedicated to the job. She's the opposite of Bond. She's very much by the book. She does everything by the book, completely different to what Bond does. But in terms of her as a character, Dan, I'll start with you. What are your thoughts on Nomi?
I hate to say it, I think she was probably the least fleshed out character in the entire film, and really that's the one that should have been there to hammer home the fact that all the critics who were predicting what this film was going to be were wrong, and that this film actually could work with a character with her background and her description and her ethnicity in a role of actual authority. I don't think she did half of the things that she could have done.
Do you think it was underwritten?
Too many characters in the film. I mean, underwritten, but maybe there were too many characters in the film. Maybe she could have had more to do. She could have done some of the things. Had she done, all the stuff that Paloma did, she would have been, instantly given a reason to be in the film. As it is, I don't think she really has.
So this is
like I said, I've only seen it once, so I need to give it another go. This
could be blasphemous to a lot of people listening, but if the Paloma character never existed, and Nomi did. Sorry, Jamie. And Nomi did the sort of Paloma style action while doing her thing to try and rescue, try and sort of kidnap Obruchev. Do you think that would have given her character more weight, and therefore people would have been sort of closer to her in a way?
Definitely.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
I also think. What about?
Go.
What about the flip? What if it wasn't Nomi, but it was Paloma? That character was MI6 all the way through the film.
The trouble there is her character, the way it's portrayed, fits that scene because we haven't had the flip in emotion. Like from the Felix death onwards, it gets dark and dark and darker. Whereas up until this point, we've kind of intermittent sort of high, dark and light points. And this scene is probably the last lighter scene within the film. Her character being all kind of bubbly and everything like that would then suddenly have to change like drastically when we're heading towards the the Bond, the Madeline and Matilda and all that sort of stuff later on, which I think is a reason. And there's also the other argument for leave people wanting more, apart from Matt Chernoff, leave people wanting more, and there's the argument for that as well. Maybe I don't know what people.
It's great, isn't it? That it is great. I always thought it was a very brave decision in Moonraker to have the character of Manuela just survive, and they walk off sort of hand in hand, going, "Phew, that was fine. You're okay. Let's get back." And then because in any other film she would have had her head bitten off, and that would have been the end of it, and it would have been her fault for sleeping with Bond, and that would have been that's the sort of traditional way of doing it. So in a sense it is great that she sort of breezed in, did the things that she did. I still, because I haven't only seen it the once, I need to look at it again and figure out, was she lying? Was she pretending that she wasn't very good and, oh, look at me, I'm brilliant? Or was it a genuine fluke that she really was amazing? I don't understand that bit. I need to see it again.
I agree with Dan about Nomi and how she was portrayed here. I think she was just underwritten. There wasn't enough time to give her new material. I would have liked a lot less of Team Bond and given more emphasis to her so that she could be more than a commando, just running around endlessly talking about whose number was whose. That got really old for me. By the end, I cracked up at the end when they're on the airplane and she says, "I'd like to request that he be reinstated." I was like, we're still, this running gag is just, there's got to be something more serious for this character to do. She's just a G.I. Joe character who just kind of comes in and shoots stuff. It's such a wonderful opportunity that was dropped, I think.
I do agree with you on that, in terms of there is a lot of potential that they could have done more with that character. One person, I can't remember who it was, who mentioned that she's almost like a taxi driver to Bond. So, gives a lift on the moped, picks you up in the Aston Martin later on, and there's not much more to it apart from her going around and shooting. So I actually agree. I think I came out of that film. I'm a massive fan of Paloma. I thought Lea Seydoux was incredible in this film, but I came out thinking Nomi I wasn't 100% sure about. I think it could have been done better or more. But is there anyone here who was a big fan of Nomi, or is everyone kind of got similar feelings?
I thought she was competent, but what I did think she was better than what I thought she was going to be from when I saw the trailers. Because I saw the trailers and I just thought, I'm not sure about this character. But as it developed, I thought she was better than I was expecting it to be. I certainly liked the interplay with the 00 line, does that bother you, etc. I thought she played that really well. A bit like what Matt just said at the end of it. I didn't like the end of the character, or how she was requesting for Bond to get reinstated. But overall, I thought she was better than I was expecting it to be.
Yeah.
But I think we're just, unfortunately, probably middle of the road and just a little bit underwritten.
Yeah, I agree with Brian. I really enjoyed the bickering about the number and also in her introduction. But then in Norway, she's supposed to be tracking Logan Ash and she doesn't do anything. She's completely useless there. And also in the end, she's a 00. Madeline is capable of driving that little boat herself. So the 00 should be in the center of the mission and go after Saffin and destroy the chemical plant.
Work together.
007. So I feel like from Norway onwards, she's just useless.
But everything we've said, there is an argument to be said, and I've got two things to say. There is an argument to be said as a character, like she is basically, you could take her out of the film and there is zero consequence. Nothing she does has any consequence. But the other thing
she kills Obrachev. What do you mean?
yeah. But the other thing is, I think also what the Silent Lynch isn't getting any credit for is the fact that she put up with a lot of crap, and she
100%
has dealt with it incredibly classy, and she's done, and she's been amazing through all of this, and she was good in what she did, and she put up with a lot of social media rubbish and a lot of normal media rubbish, and she hasn't said anything too much, and she's just been very classy and wonderful about it, And I think she hasn't had enough credit for that.
That's definitely worth
Jamie.
mentioning. Nice one.
Yeah, Jamie, I completely agree. But I mean, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't when you create a black female 007.
Yeah.
And you're always going to get that, as we saw some of those, what was it, the woke brigade, as they kept calling themselves. It was just, and it wasn't that, which was, you know, I thought the character they did well not to overplay that whole aspect of it. Maybe they underplayed it on purpose. Maybe they did that. Maybe that was the intent. And you're right. I think it was a hard one. First female black 007, right? I mean, they were, you know, that statement alone is always going to inflame. I thought it was a brave choice, and I thought they pulled it off pretty well. I thought they did a good job, and I thought she was incredible.
It got people to talk about the film, though, didn't it? That was one of the sort of sneaky, underhanded bit.
And the fact that we're not even talking about that, we're talking about how underwritten she was, just speaks to her credit.
Yeah, 100%.
I think she was good in the action scenes. You could tell in terms of the skill that a 00 has. I think she portrayed that well in terms of how she could handle herself and everything like that. I just think there needed to be a bit more underneath that character to flesh it out a bit and pepper little bits within the storyline about it, which maybe we didn't quite get. But that's not her, that's not Lashana Lynch. That's the writers needing to flesh out a character more. So yeah.
Do you think Moneypenny could have played that role?
That's an interesting point. That would have been quite a field agent, Eve, because she obviously was in the field at one point, and she
could say, "Look, it's been a long time. I've been in a lot of training since you last saw me."
Yeah, 3 weeks,
and then she could just pull all these magic tricks out of the air. Yeah. I wasn't cut out for being a secretary. I had it right the first time round.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just think there's probably too many. I mean, it's a long film, and there's a lot of plot to get through and a lot of threads.
Yeah,
but I think there's probably a few too many characters in it.
Yeah.
What about Q? You were talking about Q too, Chris. What do people think about Q?
Yeah, Q. I mean, personally, I think when Bond tries to do humour and gets it right, Q tends to be pretty close to whatever scene it is, because Ben Whishaw I'm a huge fan of, and I think he's been brilliant. But I think for me, this is his best portrayal of Q. Not that he's bad in the others, but he's given a lot of great stuff in this, and he pulls it off to perfection. And that whole scene where he's waiting for his date and Bond and Moneypenny turn up, and just the way that he reacts, and I just think he's brilliant and he's incredible. I didn't think I'd ever find someone that could compare to Desmond, and he's obviously completely different to Desmond, but he's been one of the shining lights of the last 3 films for me.
They'll be very silly if they don't carry on with him, I think.
It'll be such a shame. Yeah,
they won't.
I agree. I one thing I noticed, and I think it was almost his film when he was, every time he was on the screen, he just absolutely, he was your heart. He was the audience in the film, and how he reacted when Bond died, and answering answered the door. So he was your route in. Did anybody else pick up when they went on the plane and Nomi said, "Sorry to get you out of bed, Q," and you could just see under his jacket he was wearing his pajamas. No way!
I didn't notice that.
What he can do with his first cup of Earl Grey.
Yeah. I didn't notice it at the time. I saw a still of it later on, and that just suddenly made me go, "Oh yeah, very clever."
That's great.
So, but that's, then he obviously, his Earl Grey, because I think he pulls out a drawer and it's got the Earl Grey
with the
teacup.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Little threads. So you've got these things that go through. You go on your 10th view. There you go. And then you've got other characters that shout about animals and bloody magnets.
I've always liked that kind of humour. I can do with something that makes you go, "Oh," and then it's gone, and that's great. But when it's Tarzan yells and stuff like that, I just go, "Oh no, it's on screen for too long and it's outstayed its welcome." But when it's all as a teapot, then it's gone, and then you move on to the next thing. That's brilliant and that's lovely, and no one's offended by that because it's gone in a second, and if you didn't see it, it doesn't matter. And lots of that throughout the film is a great idea to lighten the load a little bit.
Definitely played beautifully as well.
Does anyone feel the middle bit drags?
Well, we're coming on to the next scene, which is quite an interesting one. This is probably one of the biggest scenes that gets talked about in terms of people really, really not being sure. I know there are some people that love it, but we're obviously going to chat about the Belmarsh scene. I can see Brian's got a wry smile on his face. But first of all, I think we'll go with Matt. Okay, Belmarsh, we've got Blofeld. Obviously, we've got Bond rocking up and Madeline, and they see each other, and he goes for the handshake. She doesn't do it. We know, obviously, she's got that sort of virus, Heracles on the wrist. They go in to see Blofeld, comes out on the sort of hanging see, it comes across. I can see you shaking your head. Tell me, Matt, what is it, Belmarsh? What do you think?
It's the Hannibal Lecter scene all over again that we've all seen a billion times, where you have to go and talk to the bad guy. I think that scene is so badly written. The dialogue between Bond and Blofeld, it reminds me, the closest thing that I can remember to it is the dialogue between Bond and what's her name, Jinx, and the first time they meet in Die Another Day. It's one of those scenes where I'm just like, we're really doing these lines, guys? Like, it just seems so endlessly boring.
That's a mouthful, Matthew.
I think their conversation is just a joke. I feel like that scene was so badly handled.
Ralph, I got that. Sorry, Matthew.
I think the set where his little like monorail thing that comes over where he spends the whole time seated, that set is underimagined. That entire and his death is another throwaway moment where we don't even see it happen. They kind of turn back and he's already dead. We see a few little bubbles on his face. It's to take a character like that and give him this corny dialogue with Bond. Everything about that sequence gives me the cringes. It really is the low point in the movie for me.
Was there anyone that enjoyed this scene or was a fan of this scene?
I enjoyed the concept of it, as in Blofeld teasing Bond, but I don't think that Bond losing control and snapping is warranted in the scene how it's written, because the teasing is just not powerful enough compared to what he did in the novels. Because like the Die Blofeld Die line is obviously taken from You Only Live Twice, a novel, but there it feels earned, and here it's just the teasing isn't strong enough.
I mean, I've just reread that book, and oh my god, when he does that, and I had it in my head that he shouts "Die, Blofeld, die," but it's not. He actually it says, he whispers "Die, Blofeld, die," but I just had it in my head that he's taught, and it says in the book he's strangling him, and he just sort of, I just felt him going right up to his ear and just saying it really painfully, whispering like, "Die, Blofeld, die," and and there was just so much emotion in it, and these just didn't have it, and I felt like he was out acting, he was outdoing everything he was just winning everything, and it didn't work for me. And like first time I saw it, I was really just like, oh my god, they're going to kill him. I was so focused on that. They're going to do it. But subsequent watches, it's been the one that really brings up is the Dark Knight, and it's the Joker and Batman, and that's really good. But this just feels like Blofeld wins massively. He just kills Bond. Like he psychologically does him in. He doesn't, like, Bond has nothing to stand on for me.
Yeah, go on, Paul.
I quite like the scene. I might be one of the few who doesn't mind the scene. I get the flaws, and I can get past this Blofeld dying that way, although I'd much, like most of you guys, would much rather he didn't. But I love Léa Seydoux is awesome in this.
She's amazing.
She is brilliant. Yeah. So two things really kind of on rewatch. Throughout this film, she wears, I've said this to a few others as well, she wears white. When she's innocent, she's pure white. The white, and this dress that she wears is black. It's the reverse because she's killing. She's in mourning. She's going to kill. So there's every dress sequence in here is done with intent. And I'll tell you a great point at the end when we come to it about the dress and the DNA thing. But she wears white. She opens with white. You see her in Norway. She's wearing white jeans stuff. But right in between, she's black because she's going to kill Blofeld. She doesn't shake Bond's hand. At first, I thought that was because she was cold to him. She doesn't shake his hand at the start when he offers it. because she knows she's got the virus on her. And if you look, she holds herself all the way through very tight and closed because she knows she's got it on her. She doesn't want to keep everybody away. I think that her scene in this is awesome. The second thing I would say is that Blofeld knows he's dead. He knows he's dying and he wants to die. He says, my chaser of lost causes. He whispers Bond to come. I think he actually says, come closer, come closer. Yeah, and he provokes Bond to touch him because he knows he's gone. He almost wants Bond to kill him, to put it back on his conscience. For him, that's when now he's done what he needs to do. He feels he's completed his in his head, his cycle. So I can live with it. I think it works. Daniel's performance this is where I think Daniel Craig playing Daniel Craig's James Bond really you can see bits of Daniel Craig coming through, almost like he wrote the scenes. Nice and happy birthday, by the way. That kind of sticks a little bit, but I don't mind. I mean, the Blofeld die. It's a bit shoehorned. But that aside, I'm one of the few who quite likes this scene. I don't mind, particularly for her performance. I
think up until the point where Madeline leaves, you're right. I'm totally with you on that, and she is incredible. And where her hands are shaking, you can see the fear on her face. And when she says she needs to go, and obviously they say open the door, and she goes up to that point is brilliant. From when it's just Bond and Blofeld, I have heard a lot of time people weren't sure about the acting, how it did seem a bit different. Maybe not so much Christoph Waltz, but with Daniel Craig. Does everyone here get a similar sort of vibe? I know, Brian, you sort of mentioned something along those lines. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm pretty much...
Is it just the dialogue or is it the acting? Is it the dialogue, acting, or both? Okay.
It's both. I was super excited to see this sequence, the Belmarsh sequence, because I thought Christoph Waltz was so underused in Spectre. He needs some time to shine here. And then when I saw that sequence, I agree with Paul. Léa Seydoux was brilliant in this sequence. But then when Blofeld is revealed, and I thought the dialogue was hammy, was really just cheesy, off. It just didn't feel like Bond. I didn't like his delivery. As Paul just said as well, probably written by Daniel. I don't think it just felt out of place. It felt wrong, and I was super excited to see that scene. And I couldn't believe how quickly it plummeted for me. I just thought, oh, this isn't working at all. And then obviously the death sequence was just awful. I thought this is Bond's ultimate nemesis, and for a way to die like that is nowhere to go. Yeah. Nowhere to die.
So unintentional as well.
Yeah.
There's a couple of things
the thing is, it keeps up the secret of Madeline's secret, and you can say, because I'm a dad, and so if my kids would be the death of me if someone had threatened them, like I would go balls out for them, but he doesn't know that, and so for Blofeld to say like her secret will be the death of you is very much. It's just like, is it?
It's a trailer line. I feel like they just kept
it's not,
put it in the trailer.
It doesn't mean anything. It's very much teasing something that doesn't actually come to fruition.
Needed to be ramped up a lot more to get that reaction, I think. But there's one moment in that scene I have to mention. I don't know if everyone else noticed it or feels the same, but there's a point where Bond is asking Blofeld something, and there's a pause. And the pause seems to last forever. It's probably about 7-8 seconds or something like this. And after the pause, Blofeld then says, "Oh, sorry, you've made all this effort. Let me speak to you." But during that pause, it looks like they've forgotten the dialogue, because the way that Bond is kind of, I hate sort of shitting on Bond, but the point where Daniel's kind of looking at Blofeld, at Christoph, and Christoph's looking at Daniel, and it's kind of like, whose next line is it? And I I feel horrible saying it, but there is that point. I don't know if anyone else clocked it or not, or feels the same way, but it just felt really, you're kind of watching a rehearsal that's not gone quite right. And I kind of felt that. Did anyone else clock that little moment or not so much?
I didn't clock that moment, but it's pantomime. It's the it's the most cringy scene. My worst delivery is Craig saying, "Ernst Stavro Blofeld." He's never spoken like that. So why is he speaking like that now? Do you know what I mean? And then then when it comes to the death, another thing that sort of bugs me a little bit as well is Bond sat on the desk and Tanner comes in and goes, "He's dead." And then Bond's like, "All right, how do I get this stuff off me then?" It's like, it's a massive deal that's just happened. It's your arch nemesis. He's just said he's dead and you're worried about getting the virus off you. It's just it's underwhelming, isn't it? Yeah. I think that's how to describe it. It's just underwhelming.
Yeah, it is odd that he calls him Blofeld at all. He should just say, "Hey, Franz, how you doing?" You know, the fact that he may have mentioned that his name is now something else at the end of the previous film. Bond should just go, whatever. In fact, he does. He goes, "Catchy," or something. Yeah. And now he's referring to him as if he's this sort of all-powerful demigod that he's really only just ever spoken to once before in the last 5 years. They should have a very different relationship to the one that we're presented with there. But I don't mind the scene so much. Very Silence of the Lambs. You know, it's difficult not to make it Silence of the Lambs, isn't it, really?
Mm. That's really interesting, because I thought he was saying it that way to mock him, because he's saying something about all that is great about Ernst Stavro Blofeld, like this name that you've chosen for yourself to give yourself more greatness. That's always how I interpreted it. Okay, but it's really interesting though, because I could totally see it going your way as well, Dan. And he's just calling him Franz to take him down a peg and to portray that he's actually not that powerful, or not as powerful as he'd like to be.
Prodding him. We know the Bond always likes to prod the villain, don't they?
Yes, yeah.
So that would have been good.
Yeah.
Just stick him.
Yeah, I feel like if other Bonds would have done that, it would have been done more deadpan. It would have been like Ernst Stavros Blofeld. You know, they wouldn't have cared. You know, it would have been a little bit more. You're not going to affect me.
We'd have got it wrong on purpose.
Yeah.
Another thing that makes it such a drag when they start talking to each other is that they know that they have gold here as far as a scene goes, that it's a perfect kind of a scene to have these two guys face off. And they know, you can tell that they know it, because it takes Blofeld forever to come slowly down towards them. So we're like, whoa, it's coming. And then they just start talking. You're like, oof, why did the setup, this big moment, is just kind of clunks.
You know what that kind of, what I think they were almost trying to do was in Skyfall, when you've got that amazing lift scene with Silver, but you don't just see Silver walk from the lift without saying anything. There's obviously that amazing story that he's telling as he's doing it, so it works. And I think they were trying to get a bit of Silence of the Lambs, but a bit of that as well. Oh, let's have him. People love that bit in Skyfall. Let's do something a bit similar and have him sort of coming along really slowly. But because you haven't got any dialogue while that's happening, you've just got the slow thing moving towards you. I do like the music actually on this scene. I think the music works quite well with it. But So what are people's feelings around? Okay, so I take it not many people are happy with the way that Blofeld died. Could he have died in this scene in a way that would have been satisfying or not? And if not, should he just have continued to survive beyond the film, or perhaps had another way where his death could have happened later on? This is a big question, but yeah, what people think to that? Paul, let's go with you first.
Not killing him.
Completely for the whole film.
Yeah, I don't think they should have killed him. I think they could have had Bond, that interplay, go to a point where Bond Blofeld die and strangled him and be dragged off. And then you could have had a neck brace on, and that would have been cool. That would have been a nice clawback. But I would have just had to the point to show how vulnerable and exposed Bond was emotionally. That you could have really strangled him, and he had to be kind of taken off this guy, and that would have been quite a good way to end that character. Just, you could have ramped up the interplay a bit more, as opposed to this kind of flaccid way that he died. But like I said, they wrote themselves into a corner on the last film when they brought this character back. He wasn't popular. He wasn't well received by the general audience, despite what we think of that character. And they didn't have a choice but to kill him. They couldn't have made him the main villain. They should have. It would have made narratively more sense. So what else could they have done but kill him in this way? How else would they have killed him? I mean, how could you have killed him in there in the middle of prison? Fall off his chair? I don't know. How else was he going to die?
Yeah, and the whole scene is kind of a gimmick to explain how the nanobots work, right? Because then Q takes the analysis and explains it later to M. So as less as I really don't like the scene, but I think it's necessary for the plot gimmick of the nanobots and then the explanation of the permanence and for Q to analyze them.
Yeah.
Does anyone we'll get to this, does anyone feel like nanobots is just a really crap excuse just to say whatever they want to say?
Of course.
Yeah.
It's just like, because like you can't kill nanobots. Well, they must run, like we have electricity running through our bodies, so they must be running through us as well. So, so for example, Bond's watch would kill them. Blah, blah, blah. It all feels very.
But then saying virus was probably a bit too on the nose for a lot of people who probably didn't want to see that right now. What with a virus running around the planet, so it might be that was a last minute change.
Yeah, Dan, I am convinced. I'm convinced in two things. One is that it was a virus, and there'd been, because the way the nanobots, it's almost an overdub. You don't physically see any one tiny scene where you see the nanobots on a screen. It's not really kind of fleshed out enough. I'm convinced, even almost to pre-production, it was done as a virus, and I am doubly convinced that this was Dr. No. I know we're jumping away ahead here, and I think the virus Dr. No thing, I think that there was a connection there. I really do. And I think they call him Doctor at one point when he, welcome back, Doctor, I think they say. I think that was, I think they rewrote that. They looked at it and went, oh, hang on, this didn't last long, whatever last time, let's ease this back a bit, which is why I think there are chunks missing in this film and to fully explain.
I thought Obruchev was Dr. No, wasn't he? He was a doctor, old Obruchev. He could have been Dr. No.
Yeah.
something about nanobots. Every time I hear the word nanobot, I mean, that's such old technology by now in movies. Jason X, the 10th Friday the 13th movie, had nanobots in it, and that was like 1 billion years ago. Like, we're still doing nanobots.
They were in the Brosnan video game, right? With Willem Dafoe developing nanobots.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I
think Spider-Man and Tony Stark have got them. Their costumes are made out of it. It's
right.
It's been used. You want Bond to be original. We say this a lot. Obviously, stunts. You want them to be the first sort of stunt you've ever seen in a Bond film. And I think when it comes to obviously Bond films of the past have almost been like the you think of the toppling missiles, just like the Cuban crisis and all this, and it also always seems to be either just ahead of normal time in terms of what's happening, whereas here it's kind of already happened, but yet it's being incorporated, and it should be the other way around. Bond should be just that tiny step ahead of current science, so that it's not yet happening, or it's almost only just happened. And I think that
Chris, Sorry, Phil. Can you imagine though if this film was released when it was going to be released just prior to the pandemic?
Yeah.
And how much on the nose, or actually prior to the nose, this would have been a virus, global pandemic, and it might have been called a virus at that point. People would be going back. This was a film that predicted it. This would have put Bond right on the cusp of it.
And you think Majesties or the links to Majesties is a virus, isn't it? So yeah, definitely.
And Quantum gets the water thing really well. That was way ahead of its time. That is a problem today that isn't talked about enough.
No.
And Tomorrow Never Dies with the president messing around with the leader.
It's totally a 5-star film.
That was like 20 years before.
Okay, guys, let's go on to Norway. We've got a lot to chat about with Norway. Obviously, we see Mathilde. We meet Mathilde for the first time. We've got the family scene where he goes home, and we've got that sort of nice moments there. And It's strange because obviously you see this kid, is it Bond's, is it not? She says, oh, it's not yours. You're like, okay. And he isn't convinced. But we've got that sort of scene within the house, and then he's speaking to Q, and we find out that Logan Ash is on the way, and then they have to go. And then we get that sort of 4x4 chase, which I guess we'll get to first. Let's stick with a home sort of scene first. Okay, so we've got Bond confessing his undying love for Madeleine, saying, you know, he'll always love her. The worst thing was putting her on that train and everything like that. Are people convinced by this scene and by Daniel? A lot of people I've read comments on have suggested that this is an exceptionally well acted scene with both Daniel and Leia. And then you've got the aspect of Matilde as well. So give me your thoughts. We'll start with Jamie on this one.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to be positive about this. This was fantastic. This was really well done. It really shows how we took a negative character from Spectre and turned her fantastic. It works. You believe that they love each other. It really works. It's fantastic. And and again, okay, I'm gonna get negative again. But as a dad, this this is, you know, like the daughter thing is fantastic. Like, he discovers he has a daughter. We know it's his daughter. The moment we see her, we know. And I know it's explained, and I know it's sort of like, you know, Madeleine can't say that it is, and there's a psychological reason, but it doesn't work thematically. It doesn't work in a story way. And it just, if he knew and he could have that connection when he's standing there peeling the apple and connecting with his daughter, and he knows, but he doesn't know. You know, if he really did know, it would just, and it means so much. And then we get later on in the Norway bit when Bond has no weapon, and he just turns and just all he does is natural protection. And we've never seen Bond do that. We've never seen that. And it would have been amazing. And it would just, everything about it is fantastic, and I love it. And I just wish they'd have gone more in on, like, this is your daughter.
Yeah, I totally agree with the protecting aspect, Jamie, and that connection aspect when he's peeling the apple for her. But I have to confess, I did not clock that she was supposed to be his, because Madeleine says twice, she's not yours. And I'm thinking, oh, okay, that's unexpected, but I guess she's not then. So, and then the movie continues, excuse me, and then it took Saffin for me to say, you love a killer and you bore his child, for me to say, oh, wait a minute, she is supposed to be his. And I thought, in between those moments when Bond is protecting Matilde, he's protecting Madeleine's child. He's not protecting his own child. Or to me, it seemed that way anyway.
It does seem very suspicious, though. Certainly, as he's peeling the apple, he's sort of thinking, I wonder.
You know, and he says he says he's walking down the stairs. The eyes.
Yeah, blue eyes.
That is true.
Yeah.
But I feel like blue eyes aren't a lot to go on.
Really.
To be honest, you know what? Like, there are five years in between. He has no idea how old Matilde really is.
There's no point introducing. Yeah, I see your point. There's no point introducing that character and then specifically saying she's definitely not yours, without then saying, actually, it was a guy I met in a bar 5 years ago. You wouldn't know him, I know, and that wouldn't make any sense.
Your arsehole and left me on the train. I just got laid with the next guy.
He was the driver of the train. You got on very well. It might unless the revelation was something important. There's not a lot of point bringing that in. So I didn't really have any doubt. I think it was quite obvious. But it's odd that she. But no, you're right. You're right. You're right that it is quite odd that she insists that it's not his, because, you know, she'd have been so much safer if she had insisted. Yes,
does she not? Sorry to interrupt, Dan. Does she not tell Bond that she's his, so not to distract him from the mission? Is that the reasoning?
She doesn't know. He's what exactly he's doing at the moment, right? Because she knows that Blofeld's dead, so she asks, "Is it done?" So she doesn't. So I'm not entirely sure how aware she's supposed to be of the whole Abu Chef affair.
This is the daughter of an assassin who's been traumatized and had a man come into that house and shoot. And so it's no coincidence that you meet Matilda in that house. I don't think. She says, so she's trying to protect, as a father, as some of you folks here are, mothers as well, you're trying to protect your child. You do not want to have your child near anybody like Bond. Let's face it. That's not the safest person in the world, regardless of what's going on in the story. So she says two things. Two things she says as a mother. She says, she doesn't say you're not the father, you're not the dad. She says she's not yours, which is a subtle but big difference to you're not the father.
You're not
and listen,
Very, very good point.
Good point.
And then look at how he responds. He goes, okay. He doesn't say, are you sure? He goes, okay, as if to say, I'm leaving it. I understand. I leave it. So he knows, and he actually says in the film. And if once you go back and watch the film with that in sight, you go, get it now. And I will go back to two other things. She's wearing white again, and this is the mother. This is the same when she was white and when she holds herself in the train when she was pregnant. It's that whole kind of maternal innocent thing, 100%. And then there's at the start, right? We never talked about the title sequence of the film. You know where they've got the guns and the fire and they make the DNA, and when you first watch that, you think, well, that's obviously a connection to the virus, the Holocaust. I actually think, no, because if you look at the guns, I think one's a PPK, and I could be wrong, but I'm sure one's the Beretta. I think that's Matilda being formed, and that's the DNA connection of the film. I think that's
I like that a lot. Yeah.
That's what that signifies, right? That's the connection of the DNA, Bond's DNA being pulled together. And then this goes,
that's beautiful, right, Paul. That is beautiful.
Yeah, it is. I'm almost certain, because that's what I mean by these little threads. Now, as I said, go on. She wears white all the way through the film, and then she wears black when she's killed. No, when she's on the island, she wears white bottoms, black top. He wears the reverse of that when he gives his jumper to protect Matilda. Black top, white bottoms, if I'm right. Black, other way around to black. Again, black DNA connecting in. Yeah, DNA and opposites attract. I think that's that point in the film. Observation.
And also, DNA is an anagram of Dan.
There you go,
No, I see your point. That's excellent. If only the rest of the script had that kind of detail throughout. Maybe there just wasn't time for that. But it's amazing, isn't it, that some of it is so perfect, and so refined and so subtle, and yet other bits just you go, oh, that doesn't belong in this film.
Yeah. Can I just ask, because I agree, like you're picking up on all these fantastic points, Paul, and they're really good points. And I don't want things blurted out to me, obviously. You know, like if something's written really well, you know, you just pick it up, and it's just there. But this film sometimes feels to me like there has been more conversation in the meeting rooms, and it didn't quite get into the script, and it's asking a lot of picking stuff up. Like, for example, Chris and Tom talked a lot about, you know, Greek numbers and things turning up, and there's all these little bits, and it feels like it's being way smart. They feel like it's being smart, but they're being too smart for their own good sometimes. And it just feels like if you'd have just been simpler and written it well, this would have been better.
Yeah,
I think that comes back to trying to retcon too much, isn't it?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I've got a bit of a conflict with this scene, because I love it in the fact that it's so beautifully filmed, it's beautifully executed, it's a beautiful scene. But this starts to make me feel I'm not in a James Bond film. It feels a little bit too realistic, a little bit too emotional, and I suddenly then think one of the reasons why I love this series so much is the escapism element, and this just feels a little bit too real, and that conflict is a bit hard for me to process, because I really do think it's a beautifully shot scene. I just start to think it doesn't have any place in a film, the series that I want to see.
I see your point there, Brian, and I talked to my mum about the scene actually, and because we've got all this woke talk about wokeness, Bond not being masculine anymore, and those people can bugger off as far as I'm concerned. But my mum said that Bond taking care of his daughter and being protective and caring is actually a very masculine thing. I don't know, because I don't have any children myself, but fatherhood by definition is masculine and requires immense responsibility.
Yeah, absolutely.
Actually, one could argue that this version of Bond is in fact the most masculine, because none of the other incarnations were ever confronted with like dealing with a child.
Well, Roger,
It's a good point.
He threw it in the water. But,
It wasn't his, so it doesn't
Bloody
matter.
tourist. Yeah.
It probably was his, given Roger's reputation.
What about the action sequence that follows it?
Yeah, that's a good point. So it's kind of, if we split that into two, so we've got the forest scene, which we'll get to in a minute. But if we're looking at the car chase first, so he's in the Toyota Land Cruiser. We've got a couple of Range Rover SUVs. We've got the helicopter then, and then the motorbikes and more Range Rovers after him. Yeah, so what were people's thoughts on this? Did you think it was a good scene? Do you think it needed to be more impactful? Was it just a car advert? What Ralph, you're shaking your head. What hit me with it? What do you think to this particular scene?
To me, it's one of the low points of the film, and it's because it doesn't feel Bondian. It just feels generic. There is no danger whatsoever in the scene, no danger to Mathilde or Madeleine, and there was so much potential in the scene to create the danger, especially with them in the car. I love the bit where all the vehicles just jump over the hill. That's a cool stunt, but there is no danger in the chase at all, even though the soundtrack, when you listen to it, there's a point where it builds up to a great Bond moment, but all you get is just another car flipping over like the three cars before it. And you generally had more danger in Casino Royale when Vesper's on the road and he flips the car around 7 times. So in Quantum, that's a really frantic scene, but here, the highlight is a car driving through a river. It looks like a theme park water ride at that point. There's no danger. This being said, the bit in the forest I really like, but you just asked about the car chase.
In terms
generic.
of this
There's
chase,
nothing Bondian about it.
So Ralph, if you had people leaning out the helicopter with a gun, hitting like the wind mirror of the Land Cruiser, the back window, the windscreen smashes, and Madeleine has to hide Mathilde with glass flying everywhere. And then rather than just a couple of hits, you've got 2 Range Rovers like squashing the Toyota Land Cruiser, stuff like that. Would that then have ramped up for you?
You've just made the scene infinitely better.
You just said it.
And also, the Atlantic Road in Norway is such a fantastic location that is completely wasted in the film. You just see them drive through it, the other guys coming across. There's no action on the road. And I was really excited when I saw that they would film on that road because it looks stunning. And there was potential to make this an iconic Bond location, and it just felt wasted.
You could have had some gunfire going over that hill.
And Chris, you just said it was people coming out of the car and shooting. And the thing is about this is, and Tom brought this up on the 30 days, is that there are no people. There are, people in helmets. There is nothing for us to get emotionally involved in. Whereas if you go back, for example, with Your Eyes Only, you've got a fantastic car chase through the country, and and Bond's in the Citroen. You see all the guys that are chasing him.
Have you seen the video of somebody putting a Drive in the Country music over the stuff?
That's amazing.
A lot more fun, doesn't it? Yeah, awesome. Really good.
The other thing that I was thinking of with this particular scene, if someone CG removed all the other vehicles, so the helicopters, the Range Rovers, the bikes, they were all removed, and you just have Bond driving around in the Toyota Land Cruiser, where it ends up in the forest is no different to where it started. It might be a little bit muddier, but it's literally hardly any different. You had a couple of shunts and that's it. And you think you need more. I think it just needed more.
I think what you're saying earlier, Chris, about that sequence, it would have elevated it, but it's probably been done in Spectre, the film before with Hinks, because that was a very, very similar thing. And I think you'd probably just be in danger of repeating yourself.
This scene is very much like that Austria scene, that chase in Spectre. It feels a little slow motion to me. It feels like it's a first draft of what the action scene would look like, and then they bring in the cool moments. And I feel like in both of these scenes, they never really brought in those moments. The Austria scene in Spectre is better, actually. Just at least it's got this weird plane gag in it. But this one, it really falls flat.
Didn't have any gag at all, really, did it?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Because the one in Spectre, sorry.
No,
Chris.
go for it.
Yeah, has those two vehicles, that are always talked about. So you have a chase with two different vehicles, so that makes it interesting. But totally, the chase scene in Norway is exactly what Brian was saying. It's a bit like the chase with Hinks, in the sense that there are just two cars following each other, and there's just not a lot of suspense or danger going on, and you're never really thinking Bond's in peril. How is he ever going to get out of this? He's always very much in control.
I think
agree with you, Brian.
With Spectre, it gets away with it a little bit because it's played that way in terms of this. Obviously, Hinks is after him. They use a bit of the gadgets, but you've got the bit where he's chatting to Moneypenny. You've got the guy in the Fiat that hits the thing and his airbag. So there's a little bit of laughs going in. Whereas in this, there just isn't anything at all. I don't think. I think there isn't anything. I don't know. Is there anyone that's a fan of this particular bit?
I quite like it.
Okay, go for it, Paul. Go for it.
I don't mind it. I think it's a fairly competently well directed. It's not a action highlight of the film per se. I actually don't think it's meant to be. I think it's just meant to get them to the forest, which is awesome, by the way. It's another thing to talk through. I don't know. I heard Tom talk. Why couldn't they have the car flip over a couple of times? You've got a 5-year-old kid in the car. There's only so much you can do and put danger in there without it getting a little too uncomfortable. I'm sure the American audience is feeling a bit. Oh, hang on, the rating needs to go higher if we're putting children in danger. And I think that was a challenge. So for me to get from there to get to the forest, and when they come out, by the way, when they come out in that forest, it feels like Jurassic Park for about 10 seconds. It's awesome, but I think it works. I don't think it's meant to be anything like the big spectacle of a car chase in Spectre, which I don't think worked either, because that was very lightweight. This felt like it had some weight to it. Even at that, you felt the crash, you saw its face. In Spectre, in Rome, that was a very light car. It felt like CGI, even though it wasn't. So yeah, 6, 7 out of 10. This for me, 7.5. I don't mind it at all.
You don't really see Matilde particularly stressed, apart from the one moment where she's separated, in the garden, where he's holding her and sort of taking her away. That's the only time you see her really distraught. But I think that's probably, you're right, they probably did that on purpose. You can't have a character in that much peril, and in that sense, it did the film a discredit having that character in the back of what could have been a really much needed amazing action sequence, but
I think
it was a little bit watered down, wasn't it?
To me, that's the only valid reason I can see it going that way was purely for that reason. But let's go on.
Wouldn't it have been great if she had chucked something out of the window and it had caused one of the trucks to
like a toy rattle or something?
Yeah, I don't know. I've just made that up. So if she'd thrown, I don't know, a spare baby booster seat out the window or something because it was getting on her nerves. I don't know.
Yeah, or that sequence at the end where Craig picks up the grenade and throws it back. What if that chucked in the back seat and Matilda just chucked it back?
Yeah, there you go. I'm going to start writing it now.
Okay, let's get on to the forest scene then. I think from what I can gather, most people are generally pretty positive with this one. Chris, let's start with you. What are your thoughts on the forest scene?
Yeah, I love it. I love the fact that you can see the bullets flying through the air. It all feels very misty and ominous. I love what he does with the, is it like a winch? Is that what you call that? The thing that he pulls out the front of the lamp? Yeah, I love all of that. The Ash death, I think, is pretty cool. Where I think the Felix one maybe was a little bit understated. I think the Ash one's pretty cool. I like the little line about his brother. I think that works nice. Yeah, all in all, I think the forest stuff for me is quite strong.
Anyone else? What do you guys think?
Yeah, it was nice. It was good little moment, and it needed it. It made me go, I see what you're doing there. Yeah. Nice
have we ever seen Bond do stuff like that before? Obviously in that setting. Obviously the kid is the extra factor here, but the part where he leaves Madeline and Mathilde and he's going through the forest, shooting the air to try and attract the other people, and I tell you what I do love is the sound design in this scene. You can hear the sort of distant motorbikes and the cars, but you can't see them because of the fog, and it's very disorientating as for us and also for Bond, and I think that adds that extra layer, and he has to use his wits to try and get out of that atmosphere of what's around him.
Yeah, there is a fantastic control of Bond here. He knows what he's doing, and it's fantastic. There's a really good sort of control here, and I really like that because I think, like, for example, I love Bond when he's in control and he knows what he's doing, and it feels like that here. He knows what he's doing.
He analyzes
and he's
the
using
surroundings and he builds the traps.
Yeah, and he's using his wits rather than gadgets. That's really good.
The Chris, you're bang on. The sound design of this is also just incredible. I think in the rear speakers, I've got it here at home, you can really hear those bikes. And again, it sounds like Jurassic Park because they just sound like bikes, and with the fog, it gives this eerie kind of threat to it. And I think he has done this before. A slight callback to Skyfall at the end, but he's kind of prepping up the house, and there's a little bits of theme to that where he's kind of going from room to room, or he's going from villain or henchman to henchman, and that there's a little bits of that in how he reacts to this before he gets to the For Your Eyes Only moment.
Questionable wardrobe, I think, in this scene. I think Craig's trench coat is just a little bit.
We've not seen that before, have we?
No.
I call it gunslinger coat. It's very, very Western. It's very, sort of Once Upon a Time in the West.
Possibly.
Yeah,
I'm not sure that worked. I quite like the scene, but odd wardrobe choice.
So go on.
It's always been a bit odd, isn't it? That particular character. It's always since the moment you first saw him, you went, "Oh, what is he wearing?" And it's never really changed. But because they introduced that really early on, and you know that he's usually wearing what the producers have been given for him to wear and are being paid, you just go, "Oh, whatever, that's fine," even if it doesn't fit.
I love Daniel Craig's wardrobe, as most of you guys know, all the way through this up until this film. Just about every costume choice, I'm like,
The Matera suit is a strange one.
It is.
Yeah.
It looks badly fit. I wish it was just something smart but casual. There's pre-production pictures of Daniel wearing a nice kind of light linen suit, and that looks better than the Matera.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I know the one you mean.
Yeah. It's really weird. Like, for example, if you'd have taken Pierce's suit in Die Another Day in Cuba, and he'd been wearing that, but just a bit more fitted and modern for what it is today, it would have looked so much better.
I think Daniel Craig had a big sway on this particular film for what he was going to wear or not wear. To be fair, he's done that for most, but particularly this film. And Daniel himself has some interesting choices of clothes. You just need to look at the premiere for some of that, because he could be subtitled. So I suspect he's had a bit more on this than he's had in the previous films.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Guys, I'm sorry to bail out. I'm going to have to jump out the plane now without a parachute. So I do apologise, but it's very lovely to meet you all again. And Matt, it's very interesting to see the Godzilla on the shelf behind you. I've got one very like that.
Do you? My girlfriend her dad was the American producer of the Godzilla series. So.
No way. Oh, wow. Very nice. Well, there's a go. If we're going to discuss series that have alternate timelines, the Japanese ones of those, he dies in several of them. So, and he always comes back. So no one's that bothered about it. You have sequels, and then you have immediate sequels that are not attached to the one that just happened, and then they skip a few films, and then they go back again to a different timeline, and it's all over the place. So really, I think Bond's in good hands. We're okay.
Nice one. Cheers, Dan.
Yeah, nice to see you all. I'm very sorry to run
thanks,
away.
Dan.
Thanks, Dan.
And you.
See you later on.
See you later.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Ciao.
So, Matt, I wanted to get a quick question for you. So, you're not a huge fan of Ash, as we've heard. What do you think of his death? Do you like it? Are you just happy that he's dead and out the picture? Or do you think it's actually quite a nice way for him to go? Obviously, a slight callback to For Your Eyes Only and the way he's
done better in
dispatched.
For Your Eyes Only. It was it's too obvious of a choice to have them do that. I think his line about the brother thing is stupid. He would never say that. He wouldn't. Are we supposed to believe he's actually trying to convince Bond not to drop a car on him by calling them brother after killing one of his best friends? It just seemed like a cheesy joke to set up Bond's quip. Ash is awful. His death, I was just glad that he was out of the film at that point. It just made me want to watch For Your Eyes Only again. So yeah, but good riddance to him as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, I feel so sorry that you feel so deflated by that scene.
It was a downer.
Yeah, because it's such a shame. Because I personally quite like the brother line. Actually, I had a brother and his name was Felix Leiter. Quite like that. And like Logan Ash's death is very satisfying because you really hate him at that point. Although considering that he killed Felix, it's not quite as satisfying as I would like it to be. It's almost like, if we go back to License to Kill, what was mentioned before at some point, it's almost the level of satisfying of when Truman Lodge dies, but not quite when Sanchez dies. Although Logan Ash has done so much worse because he actually killed Felix. So it's a bit of a mixed bag for me, that one.
Is there something there about Ash putting out the lighter? Am I reading into that too much? Has anybody else picked up on lighter Ash? I think there's even a cigar in the middle of it. Is that?
You need to get out, Paul.
Yeah, I think I do, don't I? Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I think there is meant to be a connection. A few people have brought that up though, and obviously you have the Ash on the deck in Jamaica, which is a reference to Ash, and then you got obviously the Delictado of Felix and stuff. So I think there's something there. If you really want to look into it, I think there's something there, definitely.
I have in my notes here one last thing. The only note that I wrote down about Logan Ash was he makes Craw in The Man with the Golden Gun look like Oddjob.
Wow, that is the most damning thing I think I've ever heard.
But there's lots of characters in Bond like Logan Ash all the way through. That kind of bumbling, kind of overtight, kind of not quite together character. You see a lot of them in there. License to Kill's, forgive me, I forget the name of the character, the accountant who holds the
Truman Lodge.
Yeah, Truman Lodge. You guys have made that point before. That another great. Those two are very, very similarly based, I think.
Yeah. To be
I
honest,
think it's a
I don't.
shame as well because they have a really good fight on the boat, and I love that bit where in the boat where the gun goes off to Logan Ash. He does that little smile, and you're like, how's Bond going to get out of this? And he just he doesn't go for the gun, and he just like shoulders, like pulls his whole body and just like whacks him up onto the ceiling, and it's fantastic, and this just feels. It is, I don't know. Like I've already said, I'm not a fan of the Felix death, and this just adds on to it, and it just doesn't feel. I don't feel the emotion of it.
Oh, I tell you what, though, Jamie, Logan Ash shouldn't have had nowhere near been able to get as close to a fight scene as Bond on that boat. Bond would have had him. If the Casino Royale Bond would have had him in a heartbeat.
Yes,
that would not. He would not have killed Felix. He would not have been able to push Bond down there or beat him to the gun. That felt a little bit of a stretch.
Is age a factor or not?
It's got a mileage on him, isn't he?
Yeah. And he's been out of the service for 5 years.
I don't know, but then M makes a point in the film of saying it's glad to see you're not out of step, you're still in shape. Or he makes,
that's true.
He makes. He does make
we've seen him in
reference to
Shell, Marlena. He is gunning it. He is,
and we've seen the whole Cuba shootout.
Yeah, he's all good. Yeah.
I mean, he can dodge.
The whole Cuba shootout. He's at the peak of skills.
Yeah.
Where he jumps over the counter. He's just the coolest man on the planet.
Okay. Right. All right, everyone. Before we get to the big talking point of Poison Island, we are going to have a quick chat about that stealthy bird thingy. Was anyone a fan of the stealthy bird thingy?
No.
No.
Paul. Yes, I can always count on Paul. Right, Paul.
Yeah.
What is it about?
Yeah, I loved it. And I know some folk have the CGI. Well, it is what it is. Whether it be a model or whatever, it's just what it didn't. It felt fine to me. I loved the little wink to Spy, Wet Nelly. Even the design at the back, the fins, the circle reminded me of the Wet Net. There was just a synergy there with that film. Loved the fact it went under the water and it felt fairly realistic the way it came back up. It didn't feel too. I had a talk with a friend of mine, he's a non-Bond fan who loved the film, went to saw it with his son, and I specifically asked him. I said, "What do you think of that? Do you think that was?" Because no. I bet they've probably got the CIA or whoever. They'll have something like that. So in their head, it was fairly realistic, and actually to the point where my wife thought that was a thing. It wasn't a far-fetched thing. So no, I loved that. I thought that worked really well. And did you also notice when it was coming down and it showed you the island? Did anybody else see the monorail?
The monorail, yeah.
Oh, I loved that.
Yeah.
I loved that.
Subtle, but
And you see it again. You see it at some point. It actually goes
Above
across above him as he's looking up with the gun, and it goes across. Yeah.
Yeah. But that's why I love that scene. It kind of, this is classic Bond. He's going down. He's going to go into the water. It's a little bit technology, but not too far fetched. You got the monorail, secret island. This is Bond.
Right. Good stuff. Okay, so we're on to Poison
Can I just say one
Island.
thing
Oh yeah,
about
yeah,
that?
go for
Sorry.
it. Yeah.
Because we're talking we have this on groups all the time, and we're talking, and I see it on Facebook all the time that someone says this needs to be in the next Bond film. This needs to be on the next Bond. Like, there is always some technology. There's been some guy going around a ship with hand booster rocket things. There are drone flying cars. That is on YouTube every other month. It feels like there is always something, and it just feels like they could have taken something like that and just put a load of guns or something on it and made it look great. I feel like that they could have taken something real and really made something of it, because there is that technology out there, and it feels like a wasted opportunity. And like, for example, Little Nelly was real. Like, it did actually work. The plane in Octopussy really did work. This is just some CGI thing.
What is it?
And there is a lot of technology out there, and they could have really taken something that was real and done something with it. And I feel like that's a wasted opportunity.
Yeah, I think when something's 3D, you can see, and then when something's CGI, most of the time, like, sometimes they can get away with it, but when it's something like that, when it's so obviously CGI, particularly, most of it really, but when it dived into the water, that moment, and it's a shame because Bond should be using, if there is stuff that's similar to that, like if it was back in the day, it would have been designed by Ken Adam, the model set would have been built or to life size sort of shot against something, but there would have been something tangible to it. And I think when there's not, that's when sometimes you can tell it lacks a bit for obviously some people, not everyone else. But we have to move on, guys. This is Poison Island. Okay, now this is Saffin's base. There's a huge amount of opinion on this. We've got the Garden of Death, we've got the farm, we've got the factory, we've got, we haven't even really discussed Primo. We've got Primo there, obviously Saffin, Mathilde and Madeline were there. I mean, this is a lot to go through. I'm gonna say, Ralph, what are your initial thoughts on Poison Island? What did you like? What didn't you like? And yeah, lead us.
I'll start with a positive thing, and that's the whole geography of the base. Because I always knew, I had a sense where the characters are, and they showed you certain areas multiple times, so you got to know them, and then when they came back to the areas, you always knew where stuff was happening in relation to other things happening. This being said, the garden is massively underdeveloped. I don't feel like it's toxic, like it's his father's toxic treasure. No, it's not. It's just a Japanese Zen garden. It's not what I imagined when I read You Only Live Twice. Because correct me if I'm wrong, Jamie, it feels like the garden there is a huge park around the building facilities.
It's massive. There are 2 awful suicides, Japanese suicides, that you go through that Bond watches, and it is just, and they are in detail.
The pond
and they are
with
awful.
the piranhas and all the.
Well, the guy actually runs into the lake with the piranhas, having already been poisoned, and his face is so huge that he can't barely see anything, and he's like just inflated. And he runs in there. And
so compare that to the Zen garden. Where
that sounds cinematic to me.
Yeah, it's really cinematic. And then the second one is there's a guy who is sort of quite well dressed, and he decides to walk himself into a huge mud of like vaporing, like the sort of stuff that's in Diamonds Forever at the beginning, and it's just this vaporing sort of bubbling stuff. And he walks into it and commits suicide. And Bond watches him do it. And it's just...
That's dangerous and powerful. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that it's set in a Russian missile silo or a chemical plant. That's pretty Bondian. I love the geopolitics of it, that it's a disputed chain of islands. That's what I love about my Bond films, where Bond averts World War III. Like, even if it's stopping World War III for a guy who tries to provoke it to get better media ratings in China. But yeah, I really like the geography of it, with the exception of the garden. But the whole story element in that final third doesn't work for me at all. With Saffin in the plan, I think this has been talked about to death, with Saffin missing his classic Bond monologue. And as I said, the scene where Mathilde bites him and just lets her go, that's really bizarre to me. I really didn't buy that.
Do you think all it needed was like a few lines of dialogue to underline what his actual motivation was? Yeah. And once that's in place, obviously the Mathilde thing is a strange thing. I don't know anyone that's totally behind that, or a couple of reasons have been put forward as to why, but I think a lot of people are a bit uncertain about that. But if you took that bit away and you had Saffin, just explaining a bit more about what his motivation was, would that then solve the main final part of the film for you, do you think?
It would elevate it for me, certainly, because, and I feel like this is also a problem that comes out of the shooting dates and availability of Rami Malek and Daniel Craig, that didn't actually have that much time together to film. But then again, there were Bond villains who got very little screen time and were so much more effective on the screen, like Silva in Skyfall or Dr. No in Dr. No. Saffin's character, I love how he plays it, but I don't think he gets enough stuff to do in the film. Even like with Bond and Saffin sitting opposite of each other, that's a moment where, had we known about the infertility of him, Bond could prod him, and it would be really menacing with him having the asset of Mathilde next to him, Bond provoking him. That would just add more gravitas to the whole bit.
How does people feel about the pleading of you're so clever, you're so wonderful, as he's going down for the gun?
Weird.
We've never seen Bond do that before. He's always provoked. He's always been higher. And how do you guys feel about that?
I think in the context of the story, it works, and I can totally understand why he did it or does it. But it doesn't sit comfortably with me at all, because I just think I don't want to see my Bond do that.
No.
It'd be differential.
This last part, these last 20 minutes, I think, was what separates the traditionalists and the avant-garde kind of Bond fans, isn't it, Brian? I think this is where you go in.
We've talked about this. Yeah.
And I actually quite like this part of the film. I don't mind it at all, but I've been fully on board with Daniel Craig all the way through. And I think if you go into this film, even the film before, thinking, right, that's it, I don't want another Daniel Craig film, and this film might be one too many Craigs for some. This is the part of the film that really kind of shakes the mold of the traditional Bond fan, and that you don't really have a fleshed out. Well, actually, I think you do have a fleshed out villain. He just doesn't. You don't feel like you have to explain it. You see a side of Bond's character and how he reacts, which I don't mind actually. I get it's a little bit over when he kind of cowers, please. I don't mind, but I think that really plays to the female audience, kind of the maternal part of it. I think that part of the reason why it was done. My wife and my mum actually has not seen a Bond film for years. Loved this film, and they loved that particular scene. So there's definitely some intent in there. Yeah, I don't mind this at all. I think I like this. This is almost GoldenEye realistic. At the start of GoldenEye and the end of this film, there's a similar kind of part to that. It's how GoldenEye could or would be if it was filmed now, maybe. I like it. I like it a lot.
Chris, what about you?
And also, Chris, you mentioned Primo. I really like the shootout on the staircase because
it's good.
It feels video gamey, but it's also Bond actually using his wits because he sees the shadows of the minions on the wall, and he uses the gun of that one guy to kill the other guy. And then you get the classic, like a Bond one-liner with the gadget and the exploding eye. And then when Bond opens the hatch, it's another great moment where Q says this is really difficult. You need to do all the steps very carefully, and Bond just presses all the buttons, and I really love that because he just does it so effortlessly.
It's so good. It's very much Lotus Bond. It's like
Exactly. So I think there is a lot of classic Bond to love about this.
That set where he opens he pulls the lever and it's got that big wheel that's open. I think it's a counterweight that opens. Does that remind anybody else of the Her Majesty's when he's stuck in the stuck in the back of the
wheel room?
Yes. Yeah.
So short of ripping his pockets, I was half hoping he was just going to pocket it because he threw his gloves away in that scene. I'm thinking, he's going to do something with. He didn't do his pockets. So that would have been cool.
Yeah. Can I just say something quickly before we move on, because we've just got to the death of Primo, and if we didn't talk so much about it on social media and on listening to discussions, I would have no idea what that guy is called. His name never comes up in the film, and there is no. I can't think of one henchman in a Bond film where you do not hear his name at least, or what he's
probably
about.
just call him Cyclops because that's
You'd be forgiven for thinking he's called Cyclops, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Like
Elvis,
Primo
his name's not mentioned.
He's not named.
I don't think Elvis is it, Paul?
No, Elvis isn't. Hinks is Hinks named?
I don't think so.
I don't think he is.
No,
I don't think so. But then,
It's not that. I think this one took us a little bit by surprise because not only is he not as named, he just came out of nowhere. He wasn't really in the promos. He wasn't in the trailers as much, and he has such a big. He arguably has more of a part than Nomi in this film, if not more. Yeah.
Definitely. Well,
I've got a question. Question. Sorry. And the bit I really struggle with. His eye is connected to Blofeld's. Blofeld's eye is then. They know at this point kind of broke. Why is he still wearing it? Because he can't see through it. Why has he still got it in the end of the film?
Well, in the scene in Cuba, he pops Blofeld's eye, obviously fall off the cushion, and then he pops it in.
But why is he wearing it? He can't see through. He can't. It doesn't do any. It's only there so that Blofeld can see, so that it transmits. It doesn't attach to his brain. Why has he got it in his eye? It's like
I've got a red con. Marlene, I've got a red con.
Go for it.
like on a telephone when you press it and it's looking at you, but you actually want it to go that way. There's a button that you turn it round, and so that so you can see instead. So instead of recording, it goes to viewing. That's actually bollocks.
There's no conceivable way why he should still be wearing that eye once he knows that the receiver end of it's broke, other than for the pun to happen on the stairs.
Maybe it makes him feel
That's
good.
a valid concern.
He's conscious. Conscious
He's
about
vain.
it.
But then there is the question of actually, is he blind? Because there's that awful talk about the flour and the tea and things like that, and does Matilda blind him, or it's just odd.
That scene is so stupid. Madeline literally disarms this guy with a cup of tea. It's just so silly.
Hot tea, Matt. Hot tea.
Hot tea, yeah. It's just so ridiculous that
it's painful.
He seems so unthreatening. He seems like just a glorified minion, really, to me. He has a cooler look to him, but that's it. He has a haircut and an eye. And I miss the days of Tee-Hee. I miss the days of actual charismatic henchmen. Yeah. The Craig has just not been very well served with henchmen. Hinks was an interesting image, but again, it's just so underused. We used to get iconic henchmen, and we don't get that anymore.
Would be good to get one in the next one.
Actually, it'd been really good if Hinks had been primo in this film.
Well, I thought he was going to come back initially.
Yeah.
Like
Can
maybe
you
initially with a
imagine
neck brace,
fight?
but then rip it off and then go crazy.
Yeah.
I don't know, something like that.
It would have really had more power and presence when the fight in Matera and then the fight here would have really closed that off. You'd have really felt it a bit more rather than this kind of nondescript guy who wears an eye for no reason.
Yeah. So I just want to go back a little bit to the actual garden. Okay, the Garden of Death is something we've all been waiting for God knows how long to appear in a Bond film. Is there anyone that was happy with it? The way that I've kind of read into it is most people, and myself included, wanted something bigger, wanted something more. When I read the making of book with Kerry Jodie Fukunaga, he's obviously wanted the Japanese aspect to come to the fore, and the Zen Gardens were very much had a lot of open space, rocks here and there to represent oceans and mountains and all this sort of stuff. And I think if you take Saffin's backstory with an element of sort of the Japanese aspect, obviously he's got the kimono and everything like that, so there must be some sort of obsession with that culture. That is the only reason that I can say that this character has done a garden like this. But then the flip side of that is, what does that mean? We're not going to get to see another Garden of Death for 50 years? And if we're not, what a shame, because look at what potential it could have been. Is there anyone, Chris, I want to go to you first, actually. What is your thoughts on the garden? Were you a bit disappointed? Did you think it looked good? Would you wanted something more? What were your thoughts?
I'd want something more. I think that they pushed a big thing about this, didn't they? That it was getting filmed in IMAX. And when you go and see it in IMAX, what you essentially have is a whopping big screen full of gravel. It's literally, that's pretty much what it is. I remember looking at it and thinking 75% of this screen right now is raked gravel. And I think I think it's a miss. You know, they definitely could have done it better. I think it's a missed opportunity, really, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, I think so. Is there anyone that was happy with it, or are we all in similar? Okay, Paul, come on, Paul.
Yeah, sorry, I feel like I like.
Don't apologise. No, it's good.
I love this. We got a Garden of Death in a Bond film, guys. I almost think that we're like, oh, it's not quite big enough for it's not got quite as many plants as I hoped. It's a Garden of Death, and I think to have a Garden of Death in a Bond film on a secret island, here we are in 2021. I thought just to have that is awesome, and everybody's got a view about like what it could be or not be. And again, I think the traditionalists of us really, page 63 to 69 has a slightly different interpretation. And you can really.
I agree with you, Paul. But you just said something for me that just really hits it on the thing. It's like we just had it, and for me, it's there are two this gets brought up a lot on what's left of the Fleming things. There's lots of things still that you could take, but the two big ones have always been the Garden of Death and the Moonraker scene where Bond gets drunk and plays bridge or plays cards. And, we haven't had that one yet. And it just feels like that's going to be classic. That should be classic. And it felt like the Garden of Death should have been that. And it's just like, we just had it. And we just had it. And it just felt like, there you go. You got it. Okay. And it should have been more. It just felt like it should have been more.
I thought it reflected his character quite well, because I think that what's the scene where he said, I just want things to be a little tidier. And back to your point, Chris, this guy's obsessed with order and structure. To have a massive garden, that would be, it wouldn't sit well with that character. Now, if it had been Blofeld, 100%, it would have been. But for this character, it could only have been like a Japanese
He's a minimalist.
kind of controlled.
Yeah,
100%.
exactly.
The whole thing was minimalist. 100%.
And what I do like as well is when he does go in the garden, when we see it for the first time, how proud he is of it. Like when he's got Mathilde in his arms, you can tell, you know, this is his dad's garden, and he wants to keep it absolute to perfection, and he's full of pride for it. And I think like that adds to his character as well in terms of. I think you're right there, Paul. Like if it's Blofeld, no, but I do think with Saffin, like I personally, part of me thinks I would have loved to have seen a bigger garden, but the way we didn't get that Blofeld, like in this Daniel, the last two films, we didn't get the Blofeld that deserves that garden that people are thinking of, because it just isn't there. And I think you're right. If we're going with Saffin, then and his style, then I agree. I think that garden is more fitting for the character of Saffin than the garden that a lot of people wanted to see, which would have been more befitting a Blofeld had it been a certain incarnation of Blofeld and not the one that we got. So yeah, I completely agree with you on that. It doesn't mean that everyone is into what we got, but there is a link between that garden and Saffin. Definitely. Yeah
I think I'm kind of on the fence with that. I totally agree with what you're saying, Paul. I think it did work for Saffin, but you go back to Days of Old and Cubby wanted the money on the screen, and you're thinking you've got the perfect opportunity for a movie to have a huge garden on the screen, and like Chris says, it was a gravel pit in the end, and it just it could have been so much more and so much more impactful.
I think the only way they could have done it would be to change genuinely, because the garden represents Saffin, and you can't have one or the other. You can't have Saffin in a big garden, or you have the big proper garden of death, as we would call it, and you get Blofeld.
Well,
and I think that's a compromise.
I get what you're saying, but I think it still could have been done.
Go, Marlene, what you're looking to.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was like,
is that your garden of death behind you? Just for and
you're only seeing half of it.
Is your floor made of gravel?
There is no time to die.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I actually totally see that point now that you guys bring it up, with that connection between Saffin and the clean garden, and I hadn't thought about that before. So that elevates this whole discussion, in my opinion. I think it would have been better to me if they had emphasized a bit more just how obsessed Saffin is with Japanese culture, because other than the kimono thing and him obviously having grown up there, but that's almost a throwaway line that he says in Madeline's office. I think it would have needed a bit more explanation of why he likes Japan so much and why he is so obsessed with that culture. In order for me,
there's the issue of him being underwritten.
Yeah, absolutely.
It is. It's a whole,
yeah.
But this being said, I really enjoyed the menace in the scene where he carries Mathilde, and Lea Seydoux acting is incredible when they get separated.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's a whole other point. And Ralph, you were mentioning that before about him and his nanobots plot being a bit underwritten. Something I would have also liked to see was what his actual intention is with either Madeleine or Mathilde, because I didn't quite get it. Like when they were in the garden, he seems to really want to have Mathilde as his child, and when all of them walk up to the scientist, and then Obruchev says, "Welcome to your family," and that's really twisted because obviously Saffin is holding them hostage. So at that point you think, oh, he wants both of them, and then in the garden scene you think, oh, he only wants Mathilde, and then later he says to Bond, "You can take Mathilde with you, but Madeleine has to stay here." And I was just a bit confused throughout as to what his plan was for the two of them.
I think he kept Mathilde, particularly in that garden sequence, to show threat and presence and to say he had power over Madeleine, who he wanted, which I think he said in the film, you can take, he said to Bond, you can take your daughter, I'll keep your wife, or whatever he exactly said. So he only really had intentions for Madeleine, but kept Mathilde as a kind of leverage point. And the moment Mathilde rejected him, she was no use to him. She just let it go. He was gone by that island, by that point off the island. That's how I read that sequence. It was purely a power play.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
So, go on.
Oh yeah, because I just remembered because he says you will grow up here just like me. I think, and I just thought, why did I think that he wanted Mathilde to stay? And I think it was just that line. But yeah, I also see your point, Paul. Or maybe he changes his mind later on, realizing that Madeline is actually more valuable to him because he's in love with her.
Or maybe
than
it's
Mathilde
really,
is to him.
Yeah. But does anyone feel frustrated by the fact there is no real reason for him? There is we can convolute an idea of why Saffin is there, and there is sort of like, oh, he wants to clean her, he wants this, but there is no like, I want the 100 years broadcasting rights for the the Chinese rights.
It is a 5-star film, Jamie.
There is. It is a
Tomorrow Night Dice is a 5-star film.
I know I said earlier on it's 3-star, but you know how much I love that film, Ralph. Don't go there.
Yeah.
Don't go there. That is a 3-star film, but it is a 5-star film as well. Yes.
I agree with you regarding Saffin. I feel like once he gets rid of Spectre, you know that his goal is achieved, and then you can kind of come up with why he wants Madeleine, because he says that when you save a life, that person belongs to you. So that's kind of a twisted psychological thing. But there is no reason for him wanting to kill millions of people other than maybe a god complex, but that's not really developed either. The conversation he has with Bond, I feel like, is very interesting because they say a lot, but it's so bland and there is no real meaning to it that would then reflect in the plan of him killing all those people.
It's just badly written. All of this ending, when people are saying like, what if he said he wants Mathilde to grow up with him here, and we're making so many excuses for bad writing to try to fill in the blanks.
Yeah,
this is just like cobbled together from different ideas. Some of them get rewritten during editing. It just feels to me like it's just a hodgepodge of stuff that they threw out there, and that we're doing all of this work to patch it up for them, which I don't appreciate, to have to do that work.
No.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I think that's you're bang on there, Matthew. You're bang on in terms of we needed more, but I don't think it needed to be a huge amount more because it doesn't need to be that. Like all of these sort of theories that have come up about he wanted to exterminate other terrorists so he'd be the only one, or he wanted to get rid of all the people with disabilities in the world so the world would be a healthier place. All these sort of different things that have come up. It only needed 1 or 2 lines of that. It doesn't need to be like huge. Just, and then everything else that's said could have been the same. But because we know that initial thing, that makes the rest of it even more powerful. But without that initial idea that we know that he's got, without that drive, then the rest of it doesn't have any weight behind it. So we just needed that bit, but before they're sort of. Their face-off, so to speak. But just quickly then, obviously we talked about the Garden of Death. What are people's thoughts? This is all around the Saffin plot and everything. What are people's thoughts on the factory and the farm, visually and also within the story? And Paul, we'll start with you, seeing as your mic's off.
Yeah, exactly. You nearly caught me there. I love this scene, particularly the second and third time, because it makes it first. Where's the factory? Now I get it. Now I see it. Now I see that where the nanobots are being grown and the lights and stuff. I get it. And the lights are more visual representations more than anything else. I don't mind this at all. I know some people have really struggled with this part. I apart from when Obrachev's back on again, doing some plot exposition. It really works. I think it works pretty well in terms of how they do it, how they're going to industrialize it, and how it's going to be shipped out. I have no problem with that at all. And I even quite like the put the bombs here. They don't have to know that in terms of we haven't got enough to. I think that scene works really, really well.
So can you tell me do you know, what do you think that big pool of water is, and how do you think it goes from there to being in the vials in the factory?
I took it as that's where that's the environment where the nanobots and the virus are both, as they come back, I think are slightly separate, are cultivated.
Yeah.
So they're cultivated in this type of, or grown, if you like, in that type of environment, and then they're programmed to whatever in the factory. They're programmed to whatever genetic code that they're going to attack. That's how I read that in there.
Along with some of the poisons from the garden, potentially.
Yeah. Which is, well, I think the poisons is used for that water to cultivate it. It has to have a special whatever to do it. And then each one of those vials that you see, there's a big wall of
That was really
things.
good. I like the wall of vials.
Well, I think that's to say, though, this one's for that country, this one's for that demographic, or that's how I read that, where it's industrialized in different pockets and whatnot.
Or they could just have the virus ready, but not yet programmed to attack anything yet. It's just there sitting, so they've got loads. Who knows?
Or the flip side, Chris, is it's just a cool pool of water with some nice lightsabers in it.
That's how I read it.
So is anyone a fan of the factory farm scenario, or is everyone think there wasn't enough explanation behind it?
It's definitely underwritten. Visually, it's great. Yeah. And I'm quite exactly like Jamie was saying, it's definitely underwritten. Not entirely sure why you need to grow nanobots in water if they're little robots.
And then there's this body temperature of 30.
Like sea monkey.
Exactly, and there's this organic aspect that I didn't quite get, but visually it looks great. Also, like the wall with the vials, not quite sure again why you need potentially so many, because potentially you need to only infect one person. Of course, it's quicker if you infect more. But it was little things. But visually, I like the scene a lot.
Can I just say one thing? I'm gonna again try and save Hobachev. I did love the fact he was so blasé about how he could just like knock out a whole race. I could just knock out like the whole black people, and I really like that, and I really like how like Nomi was like, okay, it's time for you to die. And he's just like, yeah, you're going to die now. And it's like, we've had enough of you. And like, I think a lot of people have said here, like, okay, we've had enough of this guy. Let's kill him. And she does it. But I do like the fact that he's so caught up in his work that he just doesn't have that sense. He's a bit like, I was listening to Joe Rogan with Elon Musk, and he was talking about how like you could, and like he is so into what he's doing, he doesn't actually have a human connection, and that was very much like Oberchev. He doesn't have that human connection. Like for example, Elon Musk was talking about how we're going to have stuff in our heads so we can just not speak and do this stuff, and then like I was just thinking this is a load of bollocks. But like the way he was talking about it was so matter of factly. It was like you haven't even thought of the human soul or anything. You haven't gone to that level, and that was where Oberchev is for me. He's just like he is just there, and he's just like he knows what he's done, and it's great.
I think that side of him is really. I like that actually. I like that because that does show how sort of crazy he is, and he does mention we've got our biggest plans. It's not going to fit in a suitcase, but again, that's another area where we talk about him having exposition about the magnets and everything, but yet this is a place where he could actually expand on the big idea, but it's not there.
This is where we need it.
Absolutely.
I think for me, I agree with what Matt was saying. It's the writing is the Achilles heel with this sequence, and I don't quite understand this on a first viewing, and I don't think I understood it on a second or a third. It visually looks good, but I don't understand the motives for it or why the sequences are happening. It looks colourful, but I think we're just trying to sort of fill in the blanks as an excuse for poor writing. It could have been written so much stronger.
Yeah, that's another one of those things where you get more information about the scene from an interview with the production designer, where they tell you that they're farming algae because there's volcanic soil on the island and it's very fertile.
We didn't get any of that, did we?
Nothing.
No. Chris, what about you? I saw you sort of umming and ahhing there.
I've never left a viewing understanding any of that. And I remember Erin trying to explain it to me, and Erin got herself in a circle. She didn't really get the grasp of it either. We've never come away knowing exactly what's going on. I think it's just a cool looking set, which I think is undeniable. I think it is really cool with all the LED lights and things. And I think it's there for the sake of looking cool. And then they've said there's a factory and there's all this just for the sake of saying it to justify the fact it's there. But it doesn't... The way that I watch the film now is I completely switch it off and go, that's where they make nanobots.
Yeah.
Done. I just put it in one box and then I can get on with the film then.
Yeah.
It's the only way I can enjoy it.
It's a good way to do it. But like you mentioned there, in the books, you hear these little snippets from people that worked on it that have these... you mentioned the algae farm and the volcanic waters. I think if just some of that filtered through to the actual final script, it would have helped to make people understand what's going on. And
Absolutely.
And I think that's exactly what was needed, because as an audience, we want to see the logical aspect of things, and if we can work it out in our heads, then it will flow. And when it doesn't, you're suddenly pulled out of it a little bit. And I think if all it needed was a bit more about the plan, a bit more about how it worked, and that would have helped the viewing so much more. But the frustrating thing is, for me, is that the information is out there, but it's just not in the film. It's in these books. And if they just added that information into the actual script, it would have been it would have helped, I think.
There's definitely a scene or two missing with Daniel and Rami Malek there. That was cut. There's definitely one that's been cut that would have explained this. I'm sure it was there. And I guarantee it was linked to Dr. No. I'll go back to it. There was some point where they had to cut that out. Otherwise, they would have left a 10-second, 20-second, 30-second scene in there to explain the plot a bit more. They would have, or maybe they just didn't have the time to flesh it out with Rami Malek's.
Well, if you watch their final chat, hardly any of it is the two of them together. It's just one face to another face, because they weren't together at the time of filming. They'd shot Rami's separate to when Daniel wasn't there, because he was doing other stuff. So the only bit you get is when he first arrives, and then when they drop down and he jumps over the table. The rest of it, when they're doing talking heads, they weren't actually there at the same time, purely because of this. They didn't have Rami for the time that they wanted, which is a real shame, because you think this is a multi-million-dollar picture. You find the time, it's obvious that they wanted him, and they're going to do anything they could to get him, and rightly so, because he is an incredible actor, and I'm one of the people that actually like Saffin, and I think he's brilliant. But this is Bond. Bond needs to be the top priority. He might have other projects. Screw them. Just forget about them. Put them on the pasture. Put them. Tell them whatever you're doing, you'll be back in a couple of months. Just put that to one side. Come and do Bond properly when we've got the time. And I think that again would have helped. His character and this final act as well. This final bit, but. Yeah.
Can I just say one thing about the middle bit? I meant to say earlier on, and I didn't get a chance, because we didn't talk about it. Is the plotting wise of it is, like, for example, when Bond gets to London, he meets M, and then he meets Q, and then he meets M again, and then he meets Blofeld, and then he meets Madeline to actually discover who Saffin is. There is 5 meetings to discover who Saffin is. There are other things that are explored, but the actual plot of who Saffin is in that middle bit is 5 meetings just to discover who he is, and we already know it. And I only realised that in the last time I saw it, and I was like, oh my God, that took forever for him to find that out.
It's a bit like Dr. No, though. He goes to see Leiter, Coral, various other people.
The difference in Dr. No is we know who Dr. No is. We know who he is, and so does Bond. But he just got to find out who this guy is. But Bond doesn't know who Saffin is. He never discovers who Saffin is until he talks to Madeline.
No, Bond doesn't know who Dr. No is until halfway through the film.
Well, he does because he knows who owns the island.
But yeah, yeah, but that I think we're ahead of Bond though all the way through that film. I get your point. I don't mind it. I think it's
me neither.
Yeah, I think it's a narrative decision, and I think it works. It just
something that
flesh
struck
out.
me the last time I watched it, and it was just very No, it was, There seems to be a story, like we've just been talking about plot and story. That was just something that struck me last time I saw it.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So we're heading towards sort of obviously the climax here. So we get to the point where obviously Madeleine and Mathilde, they get on the boat. Now, we mentioned earlier, here, Nomi could have potentially stayed with Bond. So there's a 2 00s on the island. Or she could have said, I'll tell you what, that's your family. You go on the boat with Madeleine, leave it to me and I'll sort this shit out. Go off and have a happy life. That was another option which didn't happen. It was, no, I'll get on the boat, you stay here. And so in terms of being the most realistic, I think Ralph's idea was the most realistic, that she should have stayed with Bond and done it together. Obviously, we didn't get that. Or obviously Bond going away with the family. But so what were people's thoughts of this from the moment that happened, obviously all the way through to Bond opening the... I did like him having to open the missile silo doors and everything like that, the blast doors, and then the confrontation with Saffin in the garden. What were people's thoughts of how Madeleine and Mathilde left, and then obviously Daniel was on kind of like this one-man mission? Chris, let's go with you on this one.
Yeah, I liked it. I liked this. I think the thing that confused me the most about my first viewing was when we get, maybe I'm jumping the gun a little bit, but when we get to the Saffin and Bond scramble in the water, I missed the vial across the face completely on the first viewing. So I thought that he had got infected by falling in the water. I probably got a bit of a naive outlook on it, but I thought I couldn't quite work it out. And then Aaron had to explain, no, he had the vial in his hand and he swiped his head. So some of it was a little bit confusing. But I think ultimately that for the whole end sequence of this, I'm still undecided on all of it. So I'll come away sometimes and I'll go, yeah, it's exactly how I want it. And then other times I might know it's exactly how I don't want it. So yeah, I'm probably the most on the fence. I couldn't even give you a definitive thing of how I feel of any of it, to be honest, from this part on.
Cheers. Right. Yeah. Marlene, what about you? What were your thoughts of seeing Madeleine and Mathilde go off into the light? And then obviously Bond, we talked a bit about the stairwell and his mission to open the blast doors. And obviously he was the one that told M to let the missiles fire. He was like, right, on my mark, you've got to make sure this happens because otherwise there won't be a world left to save. So yeah, what were your thoughts on this part in the film?
Yeah, absolutely. So when Madeleine and Mathilde were on the boat, sort of drifting away into the light, I thought, ooh, that looks a bit final. I wonder whether we'll see them again. Maybe I was thinking at the time. And then I like the confrontation in the Garden of Death because it's really hard hitting and Bond just properly breaks his arm, and that's a scene that makes you go, oh, it makes you almost feel the pain. So that's really, really well done. Same as you, Chris, didn't quite catch the vial, so thankfully they explained that later. Oh, I just infected you, by the way. And then you realize, and then you see Bond realizing that he's infected, but he hasn't quite worked through what that means yet at that point.
Yeah.
That is quite well done, I thought. And then so I'll leave it there. I'm assuming we'll get to the later stages later.
Ralph, do you want to pick it up from there?
Well, I already went on a love declaration, how much I love him going on the circus fighting Primo, but just a few things to add. I love how they use the theme tune during all the romantic moments with Madeleine, now when he says goodbye to her, or see you later at that point. It's a really wonderful theme, and it's wonderfully used in the score at that point.
Yeah.
And one thing I don't get, because he blew up the factory, right? He put the explosive in the factory, and he blew it up later, threw away the trigger for the explosion. but they didn't have enough explosives for the farm. But why is then the missile strike still immediate? Because I assume that the buyers who are coming, they can't really take the stuff from the farm and put it into vials because there aren't any vials left. And I think Calvin Dyson mentioned this, that he doesn't get the ticking clock in the sequence. Why does Bond have to die? And this occurred to me yesterday. He blew up the factory. The buyers couldn't do anything with the product that's there. So Heracles was useless at the point, so he could just get off the island.
Oh, Paul's got his hand up. Come on, Paul.
Yeah.
This is like at school, isn't it? No.
Yes. Like, please, sir. Please, Chris. Lots of thoughts. So, as I love the fact Bond gives Mathilde his jumper. That's him.
That's a beautiful moment.
Protecting, right? That's him protecting. That's his protecting. And he actually mouths it when he introduces. He meets Nomi again. He says, "Nomi, this is," I think it says, "my family," under his breath. And now I love that moment. It's him like, "Oh my God, I've got family." So he now has to feel he literally protects his family, and that goes back to that black and white and black clothes him and Lea Seydoux are wearing in that scene. They are connected now. So that is brilliant. Now, why I think it has to be him, because as you know, he has to protect his family. He can't just go off on a boat, and you know, as a father now, he wants to go and make sure the job is done. He needs to get it finished, and that's even that word, that the job is done. This is this Bond. We've got to see it through to the job's done, to the job's finished. He can't take the chance of this even waiting for another 2 minutes around. Just let me get off the island, and we'll give it a couple of hours. And this boat's coming in. One vial of this getting out could cause, and his own family, a massive risk. And he's not going to take the chance at all. And he's confident in his own abilities that he can get off the island, but he doesn't want, as I'm reading it, he doesn't want to take the chance. And when he's shot, he's dead. He knows he's dead. Hence the Felix scene at the start. That's a lot of blood, and major character dies. And you know, if you use the Chekhov's gun theory, that the camera shows you everything with intent, it has at least 2 shots, and one for a couple of seconds where the blood is just pissing out of this guy's leg, I think, isn't it? It's everywhere. He's done for. He knows he's done for by then. The rest of it is just how he goes, how he chooses to go at that point. He wants to make sure his family's safe. So that's how I read all that scene. I think it's brilliantly done. I know we're going to touch it in a second. Daniel Craig's Bond has always been a fatalist. You know, I understand 00s have had a short lifespan. I think that was in the first film, wasn't it? And it's always been through the films, you know, what's your hobby? My hobby's resurrection. This fatalistic sense, he's always on the verge of dying or death. So this is always going to happen with Daniel Craig's Bond. I always felt it was always going to pop his clogs at the end of it. No real surprise for me.
Everything he touches seems to wither and die.
100%.
That's quite literal. In this film.
Which is why he didn't touch. You know, he couldn't touch. Ironically, he couldn't touch his family in this film. Yeah, good point.
All right, Matt, I'd like to come on to you next. Obviously, you weren't 100% sure about this part of the film. What did you think of towards the very end with Bond obviously doing the stairwell fight, and then he thought he got away. I really like the moment. There's a couple of moments. There's one where he does the turn and shot, and it almost looks like a gun barrel down the tunnel a bit early on. And then there's the part where he's running to go away, and he finds Doodoo, the little doll that he puts under the braces, and then obviously that's when the doors close again and he has to go and do it, but obviously he gets shot, and we've got the confrontation between him and Saffin. What did you think about this part?
The mano a mano scene between Bond and Saffin, all for. I thought that was well earned. That's a scene that I really cherish. I caught the scratch on the face in the first viewing, so it meant a lot to me. I don't feel any sense of ticking clock during any of this either, that it's been brought up. That just seems like an artificial vibe that they put out there, that we have to do something fast, even though technically there's a million ways they could not have to do it that way. As far as all the action scenes during this entire final sequence, once Madeline goes away in the boat, I'll be fast forwarding these scenes in the future. I just don't care about those endless machine gun scenes where Bond is mowing down people. It's super boring to me. Those people are just shadows who kind of walk in and walk out. They're stuntmen. It just drags the film on. I zone out during that entire sequence. Give me Bond one-on-one with the villain and I'm there. But when it comes to literally dozens of minions being shot down, I don't need to see that. That's just dull.
And Brian, what about you?
Yeah, kind of similar. I don't really have a problem with the scene as such. Although I certainly didn't get the vial scene on a first viewing at all. It just I just kind of think it doesn't really resonate. It doesn't really have much impact. That scene, apart from obviously the bit with Saffin, and it ramps up then, but just leaves me a little bit cold. I'm afraid. Don't really get a great deal out of this.
Did you enjoy, or not enjoy, but take pleasure from how Bond disposed of Saffin with not even looking at him?
Well, that's a good one, because when on the second or third viewing, when I understood the scene a bit more, that was quite powerful. When I first saw that scene, it didn't sit comfortably with me at all, because I thought, well, surely he'd be more intense or more confrontational, angry about that, and it was just very, very casual. But on a subsequent viewing, I kind of understood that a bit more. But again, and it just comes down to what we said earlier, the writing is just not great, because you should come away from that very, very clear on what's happened, and on all four viewings I've had, I've been a little bit hazy about it all. And that shouldn't be the case.
No. So are you going to watch it again?
I will watch it again. Yeah, absolutely. If it's a Bond, I'll watch it again. But it's just left me a bit confused. And I think even just listening to the conversation we're all having here, it's so deep. I don't really want Bond to be as deep as that, and that's the fundamental reason why this doesn't sit well with me.
Do you think well, actually, no, we'll come to that in a bit. Okay, so was there anyone else here, apart from Paul, who knew that Bond was going to die at the end? Jamie, you knew. How did you find out?
I'm not going to say the name, but I found out about a year before.
A year before,
and I
right?
didn't want to believe. I didn't want to believe it, and then I heard on the Empire podcast, Chris Hewitt said they were talking about they had a question on the podcast about spoilers that they've known and they had to hold back, and then Chris Hewitt said, "Oh, I have a spoiler for No Time to Die that I'm holding," and I was like, "Okay, so this is definitely going to happen." And I did know about it, and when I saw it for the first time, I was very much like, "Oh, okay." I was all drawn in, and for example, and there was the Matilda part of it, and I'm a dad, and I was really drawn in. And when we saw it at the IMAX in the morning, it really got me. It really got me. And the problem with this film is every time I've watched it, it does draw me in, and it's just afterwards, and I start thinking about things, and then this is where the film ravels for me, because it's asking me to accept a lot of things instead of just having a good story. It's asking me to just accept this, accept that, and I can't. And this is one of those things I can't accept. And it's not Bond dying. I'm happy with Bond dying. But the problem with it is, it feels like they decided that Bond's going to die first, like I said earlier on. And this just feels like that. Like, okay, this is how we've got to this point. And that, for me, is hard to watch. From the third and fourth viewing, it just feels, yeah.
Would you have preferred Bond to die a different way, but still within that same location, or do you think?
I would have preferred if again, and we've talked about there's reasons why he doesn't do it, and I agree with Paul's points, and why he doesn't do it is that he doesn't want to, and I think they're very good points. But and I'm putting myself into this as well. Like, what would I do? What would I do? And but then, for example, we've never known Bond as a dad, so we don't know what he would do. We don't know. We weren't given that chance for him to accept he's a dad and to protect his daughter. And that is where I would have done it. Like, he would have gone in and he would have died for his daughter.
Yeah.
And I would have gone there.
I think what you're meant to overlay is what you would do as a dad or what you would do as a parent.
Yeah, it is what I would do as a dad. But then but what I'm also saying is, as a character of Bond, if we're going to go there, let's go there. Let's discover what Bond is as a dad. Let's do it. If we're going to do it, do it. And that's
I'm not sure. Do you want to see Bond baby feeding and spoon?
No, I don't want to see him baby feeding. I want him to be like if we're gonna say Bond's a dad, let's really go there. Let's not just say, oh well, he understands, so he lets him go. Like, let him really be a dad. We're gonna put Bond in the person he is, and let him do it. Let him be the dad and let him protect that person.
But
him
Jamie,
really
wouldn't you
be
agree? Wouldn't you agree that Bond just can't have this life because it's too dangerous? So he gets the brief second in the end where he realizes he has the family, but he can't live a normal life because they're always in danger in that case.
They're always in danger. They're always in danger. And so why not just go out by being that person? Why not? Why not? Why does...
What do you mean, Jamie? So what do you mean? Because he is a dad. He knows that Madeleine and Mathilde will be in danger if he leaves the island.
And so what we're doing here is, I feel we're skipping a step. And he's just sort of going like, okay, I'm protecting you. I'm letting you go. I'm going to go and save the world. But I would have done it more about, like, for example, she is taken, and then she is just suddenly, for no reason, let go. There is a chance here in there, and if they'd written it slightly different, where she's still there, and he has to go and save her, and that would have been stronger for me. That would have been a real reason to die.
That's a really good point. I think in terms of that ramps up even more, because when he's going back, obviously you've got the whole thing about he's going back because he's got to destroy the thing, open the blast doors so the missiles can come in. But if anyone's not on board with that plan, which is quite a few people because it's not fully explained, the power behind that is not anywhere near as much as if Mathilde was still there and he had to go back. Yeah. So I do agree, like, with that aspect. I think, she could have been held. Obviously, Saffin's motivations would need to be explained more. But Bond having to do that and save Mathilde at the same time, if that's what you mean, then I think that's
what I mean.
She would have to escape the island somehow.
Let's really double down. Let's really double down.
You couldn't do it. You couldn't do it, Jim. I think Ralph was saying there you couldn't do it because she'd have to escape the island. And
well, no, what you'd have is Nomi as well. So you have Nomi and Bond. Bond ends up with Saffin, and as Mathilde escapes, Nomi saves Mathilde and then goes. So it's kind of ends up where we ended up anyway, but just you'd have that extra bit, because obviously Mathilde needs to leave the island.
It's all script writing and where we are, and this is the problem for me with it all is we're asked to accept a lot of stuff, and I accept where people say, I love it, it's a masterpiece, and like I said earlier on, this for me is very much like the Skyfall sort of thing, where I can accept everything about Skyfall, and I really like it. I've got no problems, and I understand why people have problems with it, but I really like it, and I'm on the opposite side with this film, where I understand why people really like everything that happens, but I can't take that storyline, whereas where people have that with Skyfall, I have that with this.
Okay, interesting. Chris, what about you in terms of the death? Did you think it was a right way for this Bond to go? Do you think it should have been done differently? Were you shocked? What were your thoughts on it?
I was completely and utterly shocked. So I'd managed to avoid all spoilers. We both sat there. Well, I think, to be fair, the whole cinema was just gobsmacked. But going back to what Paul was saying before, when we saw the blood, I kind of knew it was a write-off then. didn't expect the death to be how it would be, getting absolutely obliterated by missiles. That was another level. I think in hindsight I wouldn't change anything about it, but then I always leave it not knowing if I like it or not, which is I've never had experience with any kind of film before. So when I see the end of it, I'm like, I think I really love it, but then, you know, why do I think I really love it? It's something that I'm wrestling with still, and maybe it's going to take umpteen more viewings and a couple of years to sink in. I don't know, but I think ultimately, right now, I'd say it was the right thing to do. I mean, it's an epic end to a character, to be fair. You know, just that image, it's epic. So yeah, I think it's the right way to go.
Bond staring death in the face, as it were.
There.
Exactly.
Sorry, Ralph, go for it.
Initially, this was really far outside my comfort zone, and I felt like he was giving up, that this wasn't the Bond that I knew, who always had the escape plan and would just get off the island in some miraculous way. But the way for me to accept this and to actually be on board with this ending is to see Daniel's tenure as a kind of miniseries and a self-contained regime. And within that regime, it makes sense to me. And something I picked up on yesterday when I saw the film again was the line of Saffin, when Saffin says, "What mother wouldn't sacrifice herself for her own child?" In the end, Bond sacrifices himself for the own child as a father.
Yeah.
And that, I think that's very poetic and kind of wraps it up very nicely. So I was very much against the ending. When I first saw it, I turned over to Jamie at the BFI and I said, I really don't like this. And I wasn't sure, but now I accepted the ending. I'm going with it. And I actually quite like it. I think it's, in the last part of the film, it's one of the stronger bits. And it just leaves me crying like a baby. Hans Zimmer's music is so...
That final ascent.
Yeah, that really adds to it. That really
real gut punch.
Yeah.
That music.
Go on, Paul.
I was just going to say, look, I completely agree. I think I was about to say the final ascent. That music is just, it builds and it builds and it builds and it builds, and the emotional impact. I mean, the fact that we all talk about how many people were upset or got emotional, that tells you enough. My wife was in absolute floods, couldn't talk for 20 minutes after the film, and she's seen it 3 times now and still the same. And I know lots of people, non-Bond fans alike, who talk about the end of that film, so it really resonates. I think this was the only way that Bond could protect his family. I think this is what it was saying. The only way I could protect this family is by me not being around, because even if I wasn't with the virus, or even if the fact that I am who I am, I'm always going to put you in danger, which is why Blofeld says it'll be the death of you, because those two things can't exist, because the only way to get to Bond would have been, get to his family. He knew that. He knew that in the end. So that Bond and his family just couldn't coexist. That little Venn diagram of time that they had was as much as he could ever have. And I think he recognized that, whether he was dying or not. I think it would always have come to that point. This was as close as he was ever going to have to happiness. Miserable though it might be, that's as close as Daniel Craig's Bond ever going to get. So I thought it was a superb ending.
Somebody on the 90 Seconds review said you got this sort of quantum of solace in the end, which I thought was a good
Yeah, I never thought of that. Wow, I never thought of that.
Okay, very quantum it was too. Matt, what about you? What are your thoughts on Bond's death, and did you think it worked? Were you sad? Were you shocked? What were your thoughts on that?
I suspected it was coming, but I didn't know for sure. And I think that was handled really well. Like you were saying, who was it? Was it Christopher saying that it was epic? That's a perfect way to talk about it. Between the music and the staging and the performances, I think that was one of the standout scenes in the film. And part of me is just very happy that they put an end to it, so that we're no longer teased with that there's could be another one, or he could come back. I like knowing that this little section is done, and he had a nice send off. I think that final moment, I wouldn't want to see him die with an actual person killing him. That would weaken that character. Yeah. So the fact that it was almost friendly fire is what took him out, I think, makes it less problematic. I can get behind a guy doing that. So yeah, I think that worked really well. It's one of my favorite parts of the film, actually.
Brian, you look as if you're ready.
I
Technically,
struggle.
M killed him.
Yeah.
I struggle like hell with this.
Is it the fact that Bond is dead, like he dies? Could he have died a different way and you would have been happy, or is it the fact that his character is dead?
Mainly the death. I just think I don't want to come out of that cinema experience on a downer, and that's obviously exactly what was the case. I think, as Ralph and Paul have both said, it is a fitting end to Daniel's tenure, so I do understand that. But I would have preferred a bit more of an ambiguous ending. So you don't know if Bond's dead or not, possibly a little bit like the From Russia with Love novel. So it's a little bit, did he survive, did he not? I would have probably preferred that, because then it's in your mind's eye of whether he escaped or not. It was very, very cinematic, very, very powerful. I think if it had been in any other genre or any other series, I would have been down with it. I didn't want to see Bond go like that.
No. Well, I don't think it will happen again, Brian. If that's any consolation.
I'm sure it won't. It's a tough one. I can understand how, from a cinematic point of view, it's a real strong sequence, but it just hit all the wrong notes for me.
Marlena, what about you?
Yeah, I'm very much in the Brian camp on this one too, and I think it's more the fact that that he dies, that Bond dies, and like I was saying at the beginning, I think I'm still working my way towards the acceptance stage of my grieving process, and as others were talking there, I was thinking what could have made that death scene acceptable to me, and I don't think it could have been anything. Like I totally see what they're doing, and I said at the beginning as well. Like rationally, I completely get it. I get the Daniel character arc, and it is a worthy send off for Daniel. I completely get that, but with all that emotional baggage behind the Bond series, I still find it a bit difficult.
Would you have preferred an ambiguous ending or a happy ending?
I would have been okay with the ambiguous ending. It's a shame Dan isn't here anymore, because he was saying at the beginning something really pertinent there, that it doesn't matter to him that he dies because he knows there's going to be another Bond film. And I completely accept that. But, the flip side of that is I would have been completely okay with the three of them just driving off into the sunset in the DB5, and then the next guy rebooting it and they act like Madeline and Mathilde never existed. I would have been fine with that. So it's a bit tricky. But I guess the halfway house between those two for me would be the ambiguous ending as well, like Brian was saying.
The one film in 25, or arguably 26 now, where Bond dies over 60 years. And we all know Fleming tried to do it once or twice, and never quite got to it. I think Fleming would probably be quite happy with this. But one film in 25 or 60 years and he dies, I think we can take it. I think it's a try. Yeah,
like I was saying, like rationally, I completely know what you mean and where you're coming from. The only thing I would want to argue with that Fleming comment that you just made there is that Fleming wanted to kill off Bond because he wanted to stop writing about him, because he was a bit sick of writing about Bond, whereas the producers want to continue making movies. Yeah. So that's a bit of a...
Yeah. And Fleming never actually really killed him because he realised he didn't have any money. So.
So what about then the final scene? Bond is now dead, and then we get that. Well, actually, there's two. Let's start with the MI6, the toast with the whiskey tumblers, and that lovely sort of Jack London passage by M. I think that was a really nice moment and suited the scene well. And it was nice. I think everyone sort of given their sort of condolence toast to Bond in a way, and then after that obviously we've got Madeline and Mathilde in the V8 driving away, turns to Mathilde, and one day I'm going to tell you a story about a man, his name was Bond, James Bond, and then we have We have all the time in the world, obviously starts, and then we get that bit with the V8 driving down the tunnel and it zooms out. So what about these two scenes here then, the MI6 scene and obviously Madeleine Mathilde? We're going to start with Ralph. What about these two?
I do like the MI6 scene because it's taken from the novel, basically, where you get the final chapter that he actually survived, but they think he's dead. So I do like that, and the quote is perfectly chosen as well to describe Bond's way of living. Maybe not Daniel Craig's Bond way of living, because you don't really see him enjoy life, just like you previously mentioned. But as for the we have all the time in the world thing, that has been a very highly debated issue, whether that music belongs to the other film or that fits into this film. It didn't really bother me, because in the long run, it will still belong to Majesty's, but realistically speaking, as outrageous as it may be, modern audiences probably don't know that Majesty's exist. They don't care about George Lazenby. It's just hardcore fans like us, or some people know Majesty's as the one where he gets married and his wife gets killed, but they don't put so much weight to the song. So I feel like lots of people actually discovered the song through this film, and it doesn't feel like heresy to me to just reuse it. I wouldn't reuse a theme like Goldfinger, because that obviously belongs to Goldfinger. But this is, to me, this is like a love song that works for a relationship. And it didn't bother me in the score when they were driving to Matera. It doesn't bother me over the end credits. But as Tom said on the podcast, John Barry would have written an original theme for this and not just rehashed an old one.
Well, they did use the Goldfinger theme in Majesty's through a little whistle. Not quite the same. Okay, let's go. Jamie, what about you? Final two scenes.
I agree with Ralph. It does call back to the book in the earlier twice, and it's very good. When I first saw it, I was still half expecting him to walk through the door. There was something. I worked it out now that there's no way he could, because anyone he touches is a chance that it would get connected to everyone. But it would just I was half expecting that, but it happened, and he's dead, and that's fine. I'm happy about that as well, because we don't have this thing hanging over. So the next guy that comes along is just free to go, and that's really nice. That's really good to have. The Majesty's music, I get why it's okay. I do have problems with the fact that Majesty's is used so much. It does. It's again. This is I can be wrong, but it feels like they're asking us to believe that this is just as important as Majesty's, whereas Majesty's was just earned. Majesty's just was. It was a book, and they actually improved on the book. They actually gave Tracy more in the character of the book. She actually had more to do in the film. There's a lot more that happens. They actually improved on it, and this is just asking us to agree with Majesty's and take it. And I get that most people don't have a clue what it is. But I would have, I feel like the score where Bond is, the final ascent music is so amazing that they could have put that into the last bit. It is so effective, and I felt that would have gone very well with it.
If you had a choice between playing "We Have All the Time in the World" or the theme tune to "No Time to Die" over the end credits, what would you choose?
I would have gone Majesty's. Because it fits the film. It fits the film, and I'm not against it. I'm just nitpicking. I'm just nitpicking. But I'm just saying what I feel, and it doesn't mean anything.
It does. Of course, it does.
Yeah.
Matt, what about you? Do you think the final two, obviously you said that Bond's death worked quite well. What about these final two scenes? Did they work for you, or either of them? What are your feelings on those?
They didn't. Again, this is another why it left me cold. I understand what they're trying to do in the London scene where the toast and everything. I didn't want to see that toast Bond. Their relationship was never particularly close in any way or interesting in any way. There was adversarial almost the entire time. It wasn't well earned to have that M be the one who toasts him. I didn't buy that coming from Ralph Fiennes for a second. And I didn't appreciate Nomi even being there. I would have rather seen, if they're going to do that classic, let's toast the guy, maybe a quick, quiet scene just between Moneypenny and Q in a pub somewhere, despondent, and say something. But those other characters there, I didn't feel like they should be there. So that I was kind of resentful that they were there. As far as the final drive off scene and we get the Majesty's cue, I was resentful of that too. I thought it was manipulative and that it was a crutch to play on the emotions of fans like us who it actually means something to. It doesn't mean anything to other people who have just kind of only know the Craigs. So it was just like, I felt it was sort of a cheap ploy to get us to, especially in the ending, to get us to shed an extra tear after what they've already put us through. Maybe it was okay at the early on in the first scene, kind of like a nice little callback. Here, there's too much hanging on this moment to go to and use the emotions from another movie here. So neither scene left me very happy.
But were you happy that the actual film had finished by that point?
Yeah, I was just waiting for that James Bond will return. So I was like, okay, we're done.
Okay. Brian, what about you?
I think these two scenes are pretty chalk and cheese for me. The toast bit doesn't sit well with me at all. It comes a little bit too quickly after, obviously, Bond's death.
Do you think we needed an MI6 scene? Do you think we didn't need one? You think just cut to Madeleine and Mathilde?
I would have cut that scene completely. It just felt. I do, obviously, unsurprisingly, I do love the Fleming line. I do love that whole delivery, but I just felt it was unnecessary, and to James and all that clinking of glasses just felt kind of too sudden, too quick, and just didn't approve of it. But the final scene with the Aston going, and I did enjoy that. Thought that worked quite well. And I did actually quite enjoy the Louis Armstrong finale on this one, although obviously it does, ring a chord with Majesty's quite a bit. I'm okay with the Majesty's theme being used in the pre-titles. I'm okay with the Louis Armstrong rendition at the end of this. I didn't like the Majesty's bit with the meeting with M halfway through the film. So the final sequence, I don't quite mind, but I would have completely cut out the MI6 scene. Yeah, I thought it was unnecessary.
Okay. Chris, what about you? Last couple of scenes.
Yeah, I really liked the driving away in the Vantage and hearing All Time in the World. The only thing I didn't like was the lack of emotion at the MI6 clinking of the glasses. They just didn't look sad enough for me, and I think maybe if they'd cut that out, the last sort of vision you'd have of the MI6 regulars getting upset would be teary-eyed Q on the plane,
and which was brilliant.
And I think that's enough. That would be my only tweak, but I do like the driving away, and I like All Time in the World as well.
That's a good point, actually, because that whole scene where Q realises what's happening, that's pretty emotional, and he plays it so well, Ben Whishaw. So I think that's an interesting point, because obviously you got M. It does cut to M and Moneypenny and Tanner, as Bond has died. So yeah, you have got that, and then you've got the extra bit in MI6. Does it work or not? That's an interesting point, actually. Paul, what about you? Do you think the MI6 scene was needed? Did you like it? And what about the final?
Yeah, no, I liked it. I quite liked the MI6 scene. I think Moneypenny's face. Actually, Moneypenny gets maybe not as many lines in this film, but the camera goes right in on her face. She reacts quite well. So she's her and Q actually are the audience reaction to this face, particularly for Moneypenny, who you feel is quite connected. If anybody knows Bond or Daniel Craig's Bond, it's Moneypenny. So she responds quite well, and I think it had to be from an officialdom standpoint. And I get the connection's not quite there, so Matthew's right, but it kind of had to be. It would have felt a bit strange if it wasn't given some kind of more pomp ceremony as send off, and that was as much as I suppose you could doing MI6. We got married to have the only time in the world way back, 20 odd years ago now. So we have a special relationship. I mean, nothing says love than a song where the wife dies at the start of the film.
Had your better half seen the film by that point? Did she know what she was getting herself into when she accepted the song?
She knew exactly. We watched them all by that point. That was, that'd be 99 now when I got married. So that was still my favourite film. So we love that song. That still resonates with us. So I thought it was beautifully played at the end. Even that side, I thought it tugged the old heartstrings, and I think the audience were, it's a special song, and I think the audience really resonate with that, even though we don't recognise that is from Her Majesty's. The only thing I don't like is, and I've said this to a few people, almost just before the tunnel sequence I love when it goes, it's the gun barrel reversed almost, but there's a soft focus of the girl, the little Mathilde, and when she said, "Let me tell you a story about a guy called Bond, James Bond," and it cuts to her, soft focus, and she does this kind of smile, and it's too Hollywood, it's too cutesy, and it's like, oh, please don't finish the film like that. Yeah. I almost wish that they hadn't put that millisecond in. That aside, I think it's almost a perfect ending.
That's a good point, because what they could have done is have a shot of Mathilde just before Madeline says that, and then as Madeline says it, she's almost looking to the camera, so it's speaking to the audience as well as Mathilde without showing Mathilde. So yeah, that's another way they could have done it. Interesting. Ralph, then over to you. The last two scenes, what are your thoughts?
I already.
Oh, you've done yours, have you? Oh, well, there we go. That's everyone done. There we go. So the very fast thing, I'll come to you first, then, Ralph. The very last thing we're going to do is overall thought. Say, give it a ranking out of 10 if you can, and basically what you would like to see next with Bond and what will happen. So, Ralph, we'll start with you. Overall ranking, overall thought, and what do you want to see next?
Overall, and I know I nitpicked many scenes, I don't like a few scenes, but overall I think it's a very solid film. I'd give it 8 out of 10. It's perfectly entertaining. I get what I want when I watch the film. It's just escapism for almost 3 hours. I don't care about the rest of the world. As for the future, I think they will have to go lighter in tone. They won't do a whole 180 degrees turn, but they will have to shake things up and do something else. I don't think they'll go for the 50s reboot solely because of the product placement that just wouldn't happen in the 50s with all the technology. But also, and I think I read this somewhere, or I talked to Rory about this, it's that them making a reboot of Bond in the 50s would kind of be admitting that he's irrelevant in the present times. And I feel like Bond films should always mirror the present times, or the times that they were made in. Because even just watching the old ones, I love looking at the fashion. I love looking at how cities used to look like Tokyo in You Only Live Twice. You just don't get to see this time capsule in a 50s reboot. And I don't want to miss out on that. So, and I feel like there are enough stories or issues in the world to talk about in modern films. I want them to tone down the cybernetics a little bit, because we've just had a lot of that. So my greatest wish for the next film would be to go lighter and tone down the cybernetics, and maybe introduce more practical gadgets. Like they could look at the Cold War stuff in that regard and take some gadgets like Paloma's lipstick with the earpieces in it. That's brilliant. Cool. Or like we've never seen cufflinks that turn into flash grenades, or a tie clip that has a knife in it. That would be proper Bond gadgets for the future that call back the old times. So I want them to go a little bit more in the Pierce territory, but I'm aware that they won't go fully into the territory just to get some continuity with Daniel's emotional bits.
Do you have a Bond in choice for the next, or are you not sure?
For a long time, I was a fan of Aidan Turner as Bond, but I think that they will go for somebody we don't know of yet, like some completely unknown actor. I don't think it'll be Henry Cavill. Sorry, Jamie. But I want him to be younger, maybe like in his late 20s. And but as for a name, I don't really have. It's probably none of the names that are being talked about in the press at the moment.
Who knows? Thanks, Ralph. Okay, on to Chris. What's your overall thoughts, and what do you think will happen, or where do you want Bond to go after this?
Yeah, so I think I'd go for an 8 out of 10. And the only reason I'd have the 2 is because each viewing, I don't know whether I like the end or not. So I don't think I could rank it a complete 10 there. But for next Bond, for me, I'd like a mid-mission Pierce at facility, no explanation, just straight in, no origin, no building it up, just mid-mission Bond. That would be my perfect. And actor-wise, have you heard of an actor called Luke Evans? You ever seen Luke Evans, the Welsh actor? Yeah, I mean, maybe he's too old now. I don't know, but I could see Luke Evans as Bond. But I think I completely agree with Ralph. It'll be an unknown, won't it? And they'll sculpt it from there. But yeah, my thoughts.
Excellent. Cheers. Thank you, Chris. Brian, what about you? Overall thought, ranking out of 10, and where do you want to see Bond go next?
Overall thoughts, missed opportunity. I think it's ultimately underwhelming. And I think most of the problem with that lies in the writing. I think the performances are great. I think the direction is great. I think the cinematography is probably the best looking Bond of the lot. But I think, unfortunately, the writing really lets it down. I'd have a 6.5/7 out of 10. And what I'd like to see in the future is a complete reboot of the series. Obviously, we're going to get a new main actor, but I'd like to see a new MI6 crew. And I'd like to see a complete fresh direction and a bit more of a certainly standalone adventures, but a bit of return to more of a classic feel, more of a classic looking Bond, and maybe a sort of a similar vibe feel towards 80s, 90s GoldenEye, Daylights, that kind of feel.
Nice.
So something in a more classic feel.
Any idea for Bond actor?
Well, similar to what Ralph had said, I've always had a thing. I think Aidan Turner would be very, very good. I think that classic dark, brooding kind of look of the Dalton stature, I think would be right up my street. But I do sense we're going to get an unknown. I think it'll be a complete left field choice.
Excellent. Okay, we'll wait and see what they bring.
Indeed.
Thanks, Brian. Cheers.
No
Matt,
worries.
what about you, Matt? What were your overall thoughts, ranking out of 10, and where do you want to see Bond to go next?
I've made my opinion very clear. The 5 adjectives that I've used most often when tweeting about this film have been joyless, repetitive, talky, bloated, and disappointing. It really breaks my heart to say that, but this movie was exactly what I feared it would be, what I hoped it wouldn't be, and so it's down at the bottom of my list. It just didn't work for me. I have a hard time imagining myself watching it many times in the future.
Did you have any preconceptions that it might be that bad before you watched it, or not at all?
I kind of did, I guess. Seeing how after Spectre, which I was mixed on, seeing how things were going there and what they were doing with Blofeld and the brother thing, I was just feeling like I didn't feel confident in the direction that this thing was going in. And then delay after delay after delay, and the change of the director and the change of the composer, it felt like the wheels were sort of wobbly on this thing. And all of my fears were kind of realized when I realized how I wasn't responding to the writing at all. It felt patchwork. So I kind of felt like it was headed in that direction. What I would like to see in the future, because one of the big changes that of the Craig era that he's talked about a lot was changing all the tropes, destroying the tropes of the Bond series. That was his call to arms with this series. If they're going to go about changing all the tropes, then what I think it's finally time to do is remake one of the early Fleming books and actually call it a remake. Do a new Diamonds Are Forever. Call it Diamonds Are Forever and go back to the novel. Go back to From Russia with Love or Goldfinger. Really make a bold statement. Like, for the first time now, we've already killed Bond. Now we're going to do something we've never thought to do and remake a movie. the
And
stories that Fleming came up.
Would you set it in the time of the books, or set it in the modern day, but still keep the
If it was up to me, I would say do a period piece, but for the reasons that you guys have just talked about, that's kind of impossible. It seems highly unlikely. It's already a risky enough proposition. So update the technology in the story, but go back to the Fleming plots. Don't tinker with them too much. He did so much of the work early on and really was a master at that. So go back to the master, forget Purvis and Wade and all this kind of cobbled together nonsense, and just update the books to the present day. Maybe stick with some down to earth books like From Russia or Diamonds, and get back to what it was supposed to be. So that's how I would like to have them move forward on it.
Excellent. Thanks, Matt. Jamie, on to you. What are your feelings, overall thoughts out of 10, and where do you want to see Bond go next?
Okay, I've been very negative about it overall, I feel, on the podcast, but I've tried to be positive as well. I do feel my feelings about it is it's not one of my favourites, but being objective about it, it is a 7 out of 10. It's very well made. I get why people like it, and I can give it that. But even though I don't really agree with it personally, but I get what it is. I understand that, and I understand people's feelings, and so I can say it's a 7 out of 10 film. For me, the future is fantastic. The future is fantastic. Ralph said I would like Henry Cavill. Personally, I would, but it's not realistic. It's not realistic, and it's not happening. Okay, that's just a little sort of thing. Okay, but what Bond needs to be, he needs to be well built, because you can't be skinny Bond anymore, because you're fighting people. Okay, and the other thing is he needs to be a shagger, and I don't mean like shagging seven women in a go in a film, but this guy needs to be attractive. He needs to walk into a place and he needs to own it. He needs to be amazing. He needs to be that guy that women want to sleep with. And
are you saying that Daniel wasn't that guy?
No way. I mean, if we're going to put Henry Cavill and just saying, okay, I know Henry Cavill's got no charisma, but if you're just going to go on looks, if you're just walking into a bar, that guy is going to pick up more women than Daniel Craig. That's just going to happen. It's just going to happen, and that's a fact, from my point of view, anyway. I want the fun back. I want some fun, but also I don't want it being silly fun. It's got to be sort of, you've got to take what Daniel Craig era is given, and it's a lot of positives. The action has been fantastic. It's been hard. It's been wonderful. And you don't want to just go silly. There is a lot of things that you can take, like the Cuba scene is a very good example of what we can take from the Daniel Craig era and where it can go. And it doesn't mean it has to be exactly like the Cuba scene, but it has to be that is an idea of how it can evolve. And also, I think there's a thing that has to be thought about is that the coronavirus isn't disappearing. And so these films in some way needs to be cheaper, because we don't know what's going to happen. And we're living through this just recently. We have the past few days, we've had a new variant. We don't know when the next one's going to turn up. So these films have to be more, they can't, I feel like they don't have to be looking crap, but they have to be cheaper. And I think that's something that has to happen as well. And also script wise, that you can't just, I think Bond needs to be, there needs to be consequences for, I don't want the character to be being down all the time, but every time in a film something happens to him, it doesn't mean that the story has to connect, but there needs to be a consequence of what happens to him and how that might change his character in the next film. There needs to be just good, sensible character development, not necessarily him being depressed, but just he understands what happened from the last mission he did. That may affect him on how he behaves and how he reacts in an action scene or something. Just a bit more subtler, sensible character developments.
Good point. I think it.
Yeah. And the possibilities, like Ralph said, with gadgets is amazing. And there's so much out there in the world. There's so many ideas the future is full of like wonderful entrepreneurs coming up with stuff, and that needs to be taken and just pumped up a bit. And it's a very positive future for James Bond, I think.
Excellent.
And he's not,
No, that's good.
He's
I
not
like
dead.
it. He's not dead. He's not dead, is he,
He
James?
is dead. That James Bond is dead, but James Bond is not dead. No. Yeah, we're moving on, and there is a James Bond.
Thank goodness. I'm glad someone said that. Paul, okay, we'll come to you next. Overall thoughts, out of 10 ranking, and where do you want to see Bond go after this?
I think I said at the start of this, which was yesterday for you guys, 7.5. What did I say? 7.5 out of 10. But listening to, and this is a thing with this film. Once you have a different view in your head, I find I'm defending it a lot. So I find that I'm getting quite passionate about the film. Just talking about it here. So yes, it has got its flaws, and I don't quite think it's the first masterpiece I maybe thought on that first couple of viewings. It's like when you go on your first date and you think it was a great date, and then you find out the next morning that your wallet's been nicked.
Did that happen to you often?
Not too often. But so yeah, I think I'm an 8 out of 10, 8.5 out of 10. It's made me going to watch it again. Actually, I'm going to have another view of it and see if I can. I'm going to get Matthew's Twitter, and I'm going to throw him a whole bunch of thoughts to try and get his rating up. I want to help him. I feel like I need to help him. But Bond's back, right? Bond's relevant. I mean, this, despite what we might think, that, the Poison Garden Brigade who moan about it's only 6 foot by 5. It's not 10 foot by 50. It needs to be understood that Bond is back. It's relevant for everybody else. I mean, everybody's talking about Bond. I mean, everybody in the UK, everybody in Australia here has gone to see this film. I think it was #1 in cinema film in the pandemic era, right? It's massive. Everybody's talking about it. It's in the media. So despite what we might think about his, or some people might think about his, Daniel Craig's interpretation of Bond, he has made Bond way more relevant than Pierce did, than really any Bond has done, arguably since 77, maybe 79. We might not all like that or really be on board with that interpretation, but by God, this Bond has really landed well with the wider community that sits beyond us. And that's something that this film, that we should recognize in this film, it has really knocked it out of the park there. So what's next? There's an actor called Lee Pace who's in he's in the Foundation show. It's on Apple TV. Anybody watch that?
No, will do though.
No, but I know Lee Pace is.
Yeah, it's really, really good. He is quite athletic looking. He's got the eyes, the cold eyes. He's worth a look. That type of, if not him, then that type of actor. Olivia Colman for M. I really want to see Olivia Colman.
She'd be a good M.
Yeah, you can just see it, can't you? You can just hear that rapport. Yeah, and I think Bond would have to be. I think it has to become a little lighter because you can't. Jamie, you said it needs to be physical. I don't know if it can because it'll just be compared to Daniel Craig. I think they'll go with somewhere more athletic, leaner Bond, not too dissimilar to the book, not skinny Bond, but a leaner Bond, a bit more athletic that's not comparable to Craig.
We did get into this on the chat the other day about how he needs to look. We got into calf muscle.
Calf muscles.
I got into calf muscles and how he needs to be. And the whole thing is like how the body needs to be, and then like the legs can't be too built. They can't be like rugby players. It needs to be like run through a desert kind of guy. But upper body needs to be this. We got ridiculous.
Yeah, I think they will cast somebody I think is relevant, and it's probably that whole kind of big bodybuilder superhero thing that's been done somewhere else. I think we'll move in a slightly different space. A younger, leaner, bit more agile, more athletic Bond. I suspect darker hair, a bit more classic will go in there. So it'll be interesting to see. And we may get our first racial mix Bond. Who knows? They may go that edge. That wouldn't be I think it's probably about the right time for it now. If we can kill them off, we can probably go that far. So looking forward to seeing where they take it. But look, overall, I'm just delighted that everybody's talking about Bond.
You're just delighted that you finally got to see it.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're not wrong. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. No, I think that's a hugely valid point, that what Daniel has done for Bond and what these recent films have done in terms of bringing it so much more into the public eye and getting people speaking about it. You think Die Another Day, aside from the hardcore Bond fans, no one else would have seen it and chatted about it anywhere near as much as what has been for the last few Daniels, and this one in particular with what happened at the end, obviously. And the fact that so many people outside of the Bond fan community are digging it and enjoying it, that can only be a good thing, I think. Obviously for Eon, it can be a good thing, that's for sure.
What's I mean, obviously up in Australia, with the lockdown and whatnot, we can't get out as much, but I can only hear from social media and speaking to friends. But what's it like in the UK and in the rest of Europe where you guys are? Is everybody going to see it?
It's still playing now. It's still playing now where I am, and people are still going to see it. I think in the UK, pretty much anyone that was going to see it has seen it. And that's a huge portion of the population, I think. Compared to any other film, it's the biggest film of the year by quite some way, I think, in the UK.
But not so much in the US, by all accounts.
No, Matt, do you know about that with the US? I know the sort of box office hasn't been quite as what they'd hoped. But it's still done decent business, though, hasn't it?
Fantastic, yeah. I mean, it's just a matter of how much it costs, threw everything off. But it was, I think it's topped everything, almost everything here.
Yeah. Okay. Fantastic. So there we go. We got Marlene to sign us off with your final thoughts on the film, ranking, and where you want to see Bond go next.
Oh, thank you. Right. So I'd probably also give it a 7 out of 10. The cinematography is great. They were very brave in bringing in Bond's kid, bringing Madeleine back. That was great. The idea was absolutely great, but like it's been said before, the writing has let that really great idea down a bit, so the end product didn't quite live up to the vision that they had. So that's a bit unfortunate. So 7, I think, out of 10. In terms of what I want to see next,
Pierce Brosnan.
Oh, I will always up for Pierce Brosnan. I didn't know there was an option, but yes.
Oh man, Pierce, bring her back. Done.
Pierce any day of the week. Yeah, I'd love it if they went back to the standalone films, but it's been said before, it's just not the day and age for that anymore. Brian was saying earlier, I just want to quickly come back to that, because he was saying, I wouldn't mind if they just redid the same thing over and over again. This is literally what I wrote down in my notes. I said, if they just redid the Spy Who Loved Me, You Only Live Twice over and over again, but they just changed it slightly every time, I'd be okay with that too.
Yeah, I'm up for that.
But just in the day and age of trilogies and 4, 5, 6 movie story arcs, it's just not going to happen. But I think there is a way to combine the two, and Jamie was mentioning it before, where you have those little things that happen that develop the character over time, like they used to do in crime series, where you have that underlying story of the main characters, but you have standalone cases that they have to solve. I think you could definitely do that. So I'm hoping they'll go somewhere there. And the only request I have to Ian is, if you do something like that, please just plan it out from the beginning. That'd be my only plea.
And what about a potential actor for Bond? Anyone in mind?
No one in particular. Sorry to have to give the boring answer on that one, but I think it's going to be exactly the case that Ralph was describing. It's going to be someone we haven't heard before, someone we don't know, hopefully someone around 30 or so we can get a good 20, 25 years out of him. And hopefully get more than 6 movies.
Here's hoping, yeah, fingers crossed.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, I just have to say a huge thank you to all you guys for coming on the show today. It's been an epic... We are literally almost 5 hours in. So this is...
Just add one more thing, Chris.
Yeah.
Chris, can I just add one more thing?
Yeah, of course you can, Ralph. Bring it up to 5 hours.
5 hours, why not, Ralph?
It was amazing. All of your criticism was like well argued and reasoned, and you did just say something's shit for the sake of saying something's shit. And all those fans saying, like, raising claims against Barbara or Michael, talking about Fleming spinning in his grave, or that this is the end of Bond, that we'll never get a Bond film again. They should just shut up and go away. Like, they are so unreasonable, and we just showed, or you guys just showed, how criticism should be, and that's reasonable and well balanced. And we said that we like some things, we didn't like some things, and it's all founded on arguments and not just on.
Here, Ralph. Yep, very good.
Bravo. Yeah.
Nice one, Ralph. I totally agree. I think everyone's got their different opinions, but you can talk about it and discuss it, and you don't have to just fling names at Barbara and Michael. And also, you know, if you're a fan of something like we are, and there's something you don't like, you don't just vilify it because you're meant to be a fan of something. So there's got to be elements within it that you like. So it's just a case of, okay, there are certain things you can highlight, and if it's not your bag, the next one will be, and that's the way it is.
Yeah.
The people that like, oh, I hate this, I'm never going to watch a Bond film again. It's their choice, but I wouldn't really call them a Bond fan if that's what they're going to do. But
let's be honest, they will watch the next one anyway.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Absolutely.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, we all have films we love and don't love as much, and it's just what it is. And that's the fun of Bond as well. That's what makes talking about Bond, everything about, you know, this is just great. How we don't agree on stuff, and we can have a fantastic nearly 5 hour chat about it, and just it's fantastic.
Jamie, if you keep talking for 2 hours, if you keep talking for 2 more minutes, we might get there. No, I'm joking.
Come on, let's do it.
I have a legit comment.
Come on, Marlene, what have you got?
Just to Chris, just to add to what you were just saying there, because you made a great comment during the first Roundtable podcast where you said, if nothing else, you have to commend them for their bravery in taking the story where they did. Even if someone didn't care so much for the current movie, they have dozens of films from so many decades to get back to, and if someone just wants to rewatch Octopussy every week, then they can.
Yeah,
exactly.
And, something you just said there, Maya, is when I came back home from London, and I appreciated. I was in this huge glow of No Time to Die, and we had such a great time, and it was fantastic. But the first film I put on was Tomorrow Never Dies, and
that 5-star film.
5-star, 3-star film, hashtag 5-star. But I put it on, and I didn't think that film could get any better, but it just did. I just put it on, and I just loved the fact that it was just so much fun. After watching something that was very serious, I could put on another Bond, and it was just great. And I really love the fact that, you know, there is such a variety, and we can choose these different Bonds and different feelings, and it's wonderful. And so nothing's bad, nothing's awful, and nothing's it's all just somewhere in the middle, and we just have to enjoy it and embrace it. And
well said, well put, Jamie. So anyone that's listening to this and wasn't a fan, you know, pick one of the others and enjoy yourself. So there we go. But yeah, no, I just have to say, guys, thank you so much for all of you coming on today. It's been an absolutely epic show. I really thoroughly enjoyed it. I've really, really enjoyed all of your opinions, like what parts you liked, what parts you didn't. It's really, really insightful, and I think everyone listening would have really enjoyed it too. So big thanks to all of you for lasting 5 hours, man. That's epic. This could be the longest, or maybe the second longest episode we've ever done. So sorry, Tom. I know you're not here, but yeah. Big thank you to everyone, and we'll be back with the Boxing Day quiz on JBR, and then we'll have a little break early in the new year, and we'll be back properly after that. So look forward to seeing everyone then, and take care. Last thing to say is bye. God, that was so tuneful.
Hope you enjoyed the show. Good night.